Chapter 1321. Because the Japanese military and political officials were all under hypnosis control, they could not use local soldiers to attack. Even if Seal wanted to cause trouble, it would be too far away. Therefore, the following period of time officially entered a period of stability, allowing Ito Sei to deal with the apostles who would come at any time without worry. Of course, the so-called dealing with was just a one-sided slaughter. Therefore, in less than 3 months, whether it was the bird angels floating in the universe, the angels in the womb who did not have a fixed body, or other apostles, they were all killed by Ito Sei and became food and fertilizer for the evolution of the world tree. I'm ready to leave. On this day, on the mountain platform overlooking the city of Tokyo, Sei Ito said to Gu Qingmei, who was still wearing a black dress and a red leather jacket, with her long black hair scattered naturally. "Can you take everyone with you?" Gu Qingmei, who had her hands on the railing in front of her, asked softly. "Who do you want me to take with me?" Sei Ito asked with interest. "Hyuga, Seiha, and Blessing." Gu Qingmei hesitated for a moment and said, "Your heart is really big." Sei Ito laughed strangely. "Bastard, I'm serious." Gu Qingmei, who knew the meaning of Sei Ito's words, shouted angrily. "Unfortunately, I have no love for the three of them." Sei Ito shook his head slightly and said. Gu Qingmei was silent. "It seems that the two of us are destined not to be together." Ito Sei sighed softly, then turned around and walked to Gu Qingmei. He looked at her quietly, then slowly lowered his head and suddenly kissed Gu Qingmei's lips. Gu Qingmei couldn't hide, tasting wantonly. Consider this as a farewell gift. After a moment, Sei Ito let go of Gu Qingmei, who was panting, and smiled. "Don't miss me too much." Sei Ito's figure slowly disappeared in front of Gu Qingmei's eyes. Inside the Rubik's Cube world, on the uninhabited island where the evil was stored, Sei Ito suddenly appeared and summoned Ding Wei, who was busy in the large laboratory, to his side. Is something the matter?" Ding Wei looked at Sei Ito with a puzzled expression when she saw the space around her suddenly change. "I'm going to get you a new body, then destroy the prototype." Ito Sei said softly as he looked up at the prototype that was still standing there. "Why?" Ding Wei asked in confusion. "I need the prototype to accomplish something very important to me." Retracting his gaze, he turned to look at Ting Wei, whose body was made up of quantum entanglement, and explained. "Is it the same as the Zero Machine, the Apostle's corpse, and Lily's body that you took away?" Xian Wei tilted her head and asked. Sei Ito confirmed. "Okay then." Ding Wei, who had a rough idea of the importance of that thing from her previous inquiry, agreed. "Thank you." Sei Ito thanked her. Then he asked Ding Wei about the structure of the body. "Regarding your body, I have 3 options for you to choose from. One is to use Rainbow Ray's existing cells and samples to clone a new body, then place your soul in it. The second is to use the methods of the magic civilization to create a powerful body made from energy materialization for you." Sei Ito reached out his hand and created a large virtual screen in the air. He displayed the Book of Night, Guardian Night System, Telekinesis Core, and Energy Materialization to Ding Wei one by one. The last option is the same as now. Choose an item to attach to and become a dependent spirit. A real body, an energy materialization body, and a pure ghost. Ding Wei looked at the 3 temporary forms on the virtual screen in front of her and muttered softly to herself. "I choose the second option." Then, Ding Wei made her decision. "Okay." Sei Ito nodded as he annihilated the virtual screen in the air. "Get rid of your current form first and return to the prototype robot. I'll take care of the rest." "Okay." Ding Wei agreed. Then, her body flashed and turned into countless photon particles that slowly melted into the void before Sei Ito's eyes. Seeing this, Sei Ito did not hesitate and immediately released his spirit power into the prototype robot's core virtual space. He found Ding Wei's soul that was waiting inside and used his spirit power to create a spirit-capturing formation. It shrouded Ding Wei's soul and bound her. Then, with the cooperation of Ding Wei's own will, she was pulled out of the virtual space in the prototype robot's core. In an instant, Ding Wei's illusory soul image appeared before Seito's eyes. Then, Seito waved his arm and released a stream of spirit energy into Ding Wei's soul. While reconstructing her soul body, it also helped to stabilize her soul image. Then, Seito temporarily put Ding Wei's soul aside and contacted the Rubik's Cube with his mind. He gathered a cloud of extremely pure energy and compressed it into the size of a pearl, using a spell to condense it into the initial telekinesis core. Then, he began to draw the corresponding formation on the ground. After writing the relevant magic program information, he placed the telekinesis core and Ding Wei's soul in the center of the formation. No matter what happens later, don't resist. Seito looked at Ding Wei and instructed. I understand. Ding Wei agreed. After receiving an affirmative answer, Seito did not waste any more time and activated the spell formation in front of him. Instantly, the entire formation lit up and emitted a bright but not dazzling white light. Then, the telekinesis core and Ding Wei's body at the core of the formation lit up at the same time. Under the guidance of an invisible force, they slowly fused together. The merging process was very fast. In less than a minute, they merged together in an even brighter light. At this time, the magic information that had been inscribed around the formation suddenly flowed. One by one, it flowed into the still, glowing, oval-shaped ball of light and quickly melted into the ball of light. After about a minute, with a crisp cracking sound, the oval-shaped ball of light surrounding Ding Wei's body suddenly burst open. Ding Wei's naked body was once again exposed in front of Seito's eyes. Ding Wei felt the wind blow and, subconsciously, let out a low cry. She covered her body with her hands. You now have a mana-material body, so if you want clothes other than buying them from outside, you can also use your imagination to create the clothes you want to wear. Seito said as he pulled out all the clothes, including a bra and underwear, and sent them to Ding Wei with telekinesis. But I have to remind you that the magic clothing is for combat protection. There can only be one set, so you have to be careful when using it. Can you turn around? Ding Wei requested. Seito didn't say much and turned around. Seeing Seito turn around, Ding Wei immediately picked up the clothes floating in front of her and put them on. After a while, she returned to her appearance as a young research woman. Done, Ding Wei said. I'll give you a day off today. Familiarize yourself with your body or design your own magic protective clothing. You can continue working in a laboratory tomorrow. Seito said. Okay. Ding Wei also wanted to take this opportunity to see Shinji. After that, Ito-sei had a change of heart. He sent Isao way back to the ecological city. He took the empty prototype robot and appeared in front of the world tree in the center of the Rubik's Cube continent. He gave the prototype robot to the world tree to devour. A minute later, as the prototype robot completely disappeared, Yggdrasil's trunk shook violently. A powerful life force spread out from Yggdrasil, stirring the surrounding space slightly. At the same time, large amounts of natural energy and rich world force flew from the void and entered Yggdrasil's trunk. Seito couldn't see it, but he could sense it through the Rubik's Cube. On the top branch of Yggdrasil, a new emerald green tooth grew out. It was slowly growing with the energy of Yggdrasil. I wonder what will be born when the time comes. Will it be a legendary elf or a new apostle? Seito thought to himself. Seito then ignored Yggdrasil. Under the nourishment of Adam, Lily, Eva, Lance of Longinus, and other product from the Kabbalah tree of life that gave birth to everything in the universe, Yggdrasil appeared in the void of the Rubik's Cube world and gave the order to return to the main world. Crack! Crack! Amidst the familiar sound of glass breaking, Seito returned to the demiplane. He then activated the dimensional transfer magic circle and returned to his home at the shrine in Akizuruno City. He hasn't broken through yet. Looks like I'll have to wait for a while. Seito said softly as he glanced at the place where Don Ito was in seclusion. He then returned to the room that seemed a little lonely because there was no one else around to rest. The next day, Seito left a shadow clone to keep an eye on the situation in the main world. His real body entered the Rubik's Cube world and accompanied his family and women. They either played or practiced together as they waited. Of course, in order not to be biased, Seito also took a day to return to the main world to accompany Kuraki, Mai, and Nagaso Masami, who had become a little busy due to the end of the year. He also went to visit Ingrid, who was guarding the magic tower and working hard to break through to S rank. After a week, the old man still hadn't broken through. However, Seito sensed that the main world's spatial fluctuations had calmed down and his attention had returned to the lowest point. He once again entered the Rubik's Cube world through the demiplane and embarked on his journey to the new world. Chapter 1322. P.S. Thank you to Wongit and 1577478860 for their precious monthly votes. Thank you to NXCX and Halcyon for their tips. Strong dimensional oscillation detected. Wave pattern locked. In a large modern room that resembled a battle command room, a female staff member's expression changed drastically as she shouted anxiously. Lock complete. The image is out. After that, on the big screen in the command room, the figure of a young man appeared on the screen, and this person is none other than Ito Sei. It's an unknown model. The energy intensity cannot be determined. Target locked. Issue a level 1 combat alert. Order all Pandora above the 3rd year to be in position. A beautiful nun in her 40s or 50s ordered in a solemn voice. She was wearing a white nun's robe with a similar round-edged white nun's hood. She looked to be in her 40s or 50s, and she still had a charming appearance. She was dressed in a white nun's robe with only a red 10-seed pattern running through the center of her body. Yes. Following the staff member's response, the urgent battle alarm reverberated throughout the building complex. At the same time, the female staff member's announcement was broadcasted in the building complex. Attention all students of Cygenics. Attention all students of Cygenics. There is an unknown nova approaching. All students of Year 3 and below are to head to the auditorium immediately and follow the instructors to the sanctuary. The top 10 students of Year 3 and Nova Masters, please follow the Year 4 students to the theater. Repeat, attention all West Genix students. Attention all West Genix students. Clearly, they treated Seito as a so-called dimensional creature nova. Here, it was time to talk about the world Seito was currently in. This world was called the 0-degree warrior world. In terms of the story itself, it was somewhat similar to the world of Eva and the Exorcist Boy. They were all stories about the invasion of mysterious enemies and how humans worked hard to resist them. The most peculiar thing was that the enemies were all called apostles/Noah. They were creatures from another dimension, and the side they protected also had a holy/stigmata/its stance. It must be said that this is a very coincidental thing. Even Ito Sei himself thinks that these 3 worlds are parallel worlds with the same origin. A phase shift has occurred. The enemy has moved. Just as the Pandora were getting ready, the female staff member who had been monitoring Sei Ito's movements shouted again. The enemy's location, the nun hurriedly asked. Tracking in progress. Found it. It's in the city. After waiting for a few more seconds, the staff member anxiously reported while presenting the newly received image on the screen. This is troublesome. The nun frowned as she looked at Seito walking slowly on the screen. Immediately send the Pandora to intercept him. We must lure him away from the city. The nun ordered. Yes. Quick, move faster. At the Cynix Theater, a short-haired woman with black silk stockings, wearing a dark blue short and short skirt, a lavender lapel shirt, and a white coat, stood next to an armed helicopter with a spinning propeller and shouted to the senior Pandora students who were about to land on the plane. Jean Yume, a soldier originally from South Perth. She was a survivor of the 8th Holy War. She was currently retired from the Army and was the combat instructor of West Genix's Pandora students. She was also the frontline commander of this battle. Elias, I'm going to the front line first. I'll leave the rest to you. After the Pandora were seated, she stepped onto the helicopter. She turned around and looked at another green-haired woman with a pair of flesh-colored stockings, a short black skirt, a casual pink shirt, and a white coat. Elise, full name Elise Schmitz, was the same as Jean Yume. She was originally part of the South Perth Squad. She was a survivor of the 8th Holy War. She was currently a retired soldier and was working as a school doctor in West Phoenix. Don't worry. Elise tucked her hair messed up by the helicopter's propellers behind her ear and said, "It's you. Remember to come back alive. I won't die that easily." Jean Yume smiled. "Let's go." After saying that, she pushed the helicopter's door and closed it tightly. She bent over and sat down in an empty seat. She looked at the Pandora students in the cabin with a serious face and said, "This battle will be under my command. I don't care what you were originally like or if you have any conflicts with each other. You must listen to my command on the battlefield. Otherwise, I don't mind if you kill him before he kills everyone. Do you all understand?" "Yes, instructor." The Pandora students were shocked and replied in unison. When we arrive at the combat zone, Siega, Jean Yume nodded her head slightly. Then, she began to arrange the roles of the bait, vanguard, support, and general according to the standard Nova combat style, assigning each of them their respective roles. On the other side, Sei Ito, who didn't know that he had been treated as an unknown Nova, found an internet cafe by asking passersby. He hacked into the network and began to collect information about the current schedule of the 0-degree warrior world. However, the people of Cygenix assumed that the unknown Nova was collecting information about the human world. They paid a lot of attention to the differences between the Nova and the other Novas. They were even considering whether they should pay a huge price to capture the Nova alive to obtain more information about the Nova. "What should we do, Instructor Jean?" When Ito Sei was collecting intelligence, a Pandora flew to the city in a helicopter and jumped to the ground by falling from a high altitude. She rushed to the internet cafe and asked Jean Yume, Wait for him to come out." Jean Yume said with a frown, On the surface, he was using the computer normally, but he was secretly using his ability to invade the entire world's network. Seito suddenly frowned. He felt a gaze with obvious hostility. He turned his head and looked in the direction of the gaze. "Not good. I was discovered." Jean Yume's expression changed when she saw Sei Ito turn his head. Without thinking, she immediately pulled Pandora to the ground and hid. It's just that her reaction was fast. But Sei Ito's speed was even faster. With just a slight glance, he took Jean Yume's image into his eyes. That image. I remember that she is called Jean Yume. Sei Ito thought. Thinking of this, Sei Ito's mind moved, and he instantly disappeared from his seat. He appeared next to Jean Yume. "Are you looking for me?" Ito Sei smiled as he glanced at the beautiful girl in the Genix Spandoli uniform from the corner of his eyes. At the same time, he secretly said, "It's indeed a world of prostitution. Even unknown side character is so beautiful." Looking at Sei Ito, who suddenly appeared in front of her, Jean Yume's pupil shrank. She immediately summoned her Stardust armament, a metal spear that pierced towards Sei Ito's chest. Stardust armament, a weapon created by Pandora using the power of the stigmata. Its specific shape varied from person to person. Sei Ito extended his left index finger and used psychokinesis to form a barrier on the surface. The tip of his finger blocked the spear that Jean Yume pierced toward him. On the side, Pandora also reacted and summoned her Stardust armament, a disc-shaped weapon with fine serrated edges that she threw towards Sei Ito's body. The flying disc drew a half arc, and with a whoosh sound, it slashed towards Sei Ito's neck. Sei Ito didn't seem to make any movements, but the disc suddenly stopped in mid-air. It couldn't move forward or backward, nor was it affected by gravity. It just stopped in mid-air beside Sei Ito. "Do it!" Jean Yume retracted her weapon and rolled to the side. She officially activated her symbiotic armor and shouted. The symbiotic armor was similar to the transformation protective clothing in Magical Girl Nai's world, but the shape wasn't as beautiful as the protective clothing in that world. It was more similar to the individual armor of the future world. It was full of metal bones, and at the same time, its face was covered by a dark brown helmet. Following Kim Yumi's words, several bright lights lit up one after another. Then, Pandora, dressed like robots, jumped around Ito's Sei, holding weapons such as swords, guns, sticks, and fists, and launched attacks on him. Really? Sei Ito first shook his head slightly, then released his psychokinesis. In an instant, all the attacking Pandora around him were shrouded in it. They were all frozen in midair and couldn't move. Frozen Realm, a male voice shouted. The so-called Frozen Realm was a magical power similar to Nova's ability to freeze all physical movements. In terms of appearance, it's a wide area network formed by hexagonal beehive-shaped hexagons. Bang, 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 bang. Under the influence of the Frozen Realm, those Pandora who were imprisoned by psychokinesis immediately regained their freedom and fell to the ground. It actually contains the power of rules. Space, spirit life. Sei Ito, who felt the power of the Frozen Realm, raised his eyebrows and secretly said, "It's really complicated. But unfortunately, it's not strong enough." Although he thought so, Sei Ito's action didn't hesitate at all. He instantly retracted his psychokinesis and released it again in a stronger way. In an instant, the flat, beehive-shaped frozen realm on the ground that exuded a light blue light burst open and lost its original effect. At the same time, those Pandora who were just about to rush up were all pushed away by the psychokinesis. Kacha, kacha, kacha. A clear, cracking sound came from the surface of the exoskeleton-like armor on the Pandora's body. At the same time, cracks visible to the naked eye also appeared on the surface of the armor. Fortunately, the defense of the armor was good, and Sei Ito's psychokinesis didn't contain too strong killing intent, so although the Pandora's body was very uncomfortable, none of them died from the impact. Shio, 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 shio. At this moment, several laser beams were shot from a distance. Obviously, this was an attack from those Pandora who had long-range Stardust weapons. I remember that she called Y Elizabeth. She's really as brave and decisive as in the original work. Sei Ito thought to himself as he activated a psychokinesis barrier in front of him to block the attack launched by Y Elizabeth. Then his figure moved and instantly appeared behind Y Elizabeth, waving his sword to cut her neck. "Y Elizabeth, be careful." Her subduer, Andre, shouted anxiously. It was unknown whether the Pandora's combat senses were sharp enough or something else, but Y Elizabeth's figure disappeared from Sei Ito's hand. At the same time, Andre's frozen realm once again descended on Sei Ito's body, causing his actions to pause. And during this pause, a red-haired Pandora with a ponytail and a giant sickle in her hand slashed at Sei Ito's body with an arrogant expression. N.I.T. Macmillan. Sei Ito's eyes narrowed, and he raised his hand to grab the tip of the other party's Stardust weapon sickle. With a forceful throw, he threw the sickle together with N.I.T. Macmillan to the silver-haired, dark-skinned girl, Cleo Brand, who was rushing up from the side. Following that, with a flash, he appeared beside Atia Simmons, who had a petite figure and purple hair with twin spirals. She held a Stardust weapon that did not match her body size, a meteor hammer. With a single slap, he knocked her unconscious. It couldn't be helped. Although Atia was ranked 6th in the school, that was because she won by cooperating with others. In terms of true strength, she wasn't even as good as Kami Wuyue, who was ranked 15th and couldn't come this time. Other than having a good brain, she was the weakest among the 10 third years who came this time. It seems that I have to make a move. Accompanied by a soft female voice, a giant, sharp, monstrous claw grabbed at Sei Ito's body. Siobhan Thatchered. Sei Ito's body disappeared, and he appeared behind Siobhan. He stretched out his hand to press her back and whispered in her ear. Siobhan, who was called by Sei Ito, was obviously stunned, but she immediately reacted. Her body also disappeared and appeared beside Sei Ito, and she once again grabbed at him. Phantom mode. Siobhan didn't know if it was a time or space-type ultimate skill. Although there are some traces of self-acceleration, the movement method is still space-type. Sei Ito, who also used instant transmission to dodge. Since the energy change is caused by Shivan's movement just now, and thought to himself, "Before I play with you, let's get rid of these onlookers first." Sei Ito, who was constantly flashing under Shivan's pursuit, said with a smile. After saying that, Sei Ito's figure flashed again, and several Sei Ito images split from the original image and rushed toward the other famous Pandora in the original image. "Don't underestimate us," Nit Macmillan shouted. "Doppelganger." As she shouted, Shivan's figure also quickly split, turning into several instant transmission doppelganger that rushed toward Sei Ito. "Shivan, his opponent is me." Nit waved her scythe at Sei Ito's doppelganger and said loudly with a face full of displeasure. Chapter 1323. Boom! Nit's giant scythe slammed heavily on the ground, creating a large hole in the cement platform that revealed the space below. Sei Ito's clone appeared beside Nit in a flash and kicked him in the abdomen. Ugh! Nit spat out a mouthful of acidic water after being hit in the abdomen. His eyes and mouth were wide open as he knelt on the ground, unable to get up for a long time. After taking care of Nit, Sei Ito's clone instantly appeared beside Cleo's clone that was fighting. Together with another clone, they pincered Cleo, who was good at using cloning techniques, and knocked her unconscious. Then, the two clones teleported to Ingrid, who was ranked 7th, and knocked her out with a 3-in-1 attack. As for the remaining 3 nameless extras and Ylissabet, apart from Ylissabet, who took a little effort to knock him and to subdue her out, the other 3 were instantly knocked out by the clones. They did not even have the chance to put up any resistance. "You've trained her well," Sei Ito said as he canceled all the half-real clones that were created by using teleportation to the limit. He looked at Shifeng, who did not have any traces of battle on his body, and Tissi Finero, who was panting while holding Stardust armor. "Are you really Nova?" Shifeng, whose smile had disappeared from his face, asked. "Me? Of course not." Sei Ito shook his head with a funny expression. "What? You think I'm Nova? No wonder I was suddenly attacked by your Pandora. So this is the reason. Then what are you?" Shifeng asked curiously. "Human, the purest human," Sei Ito said as he spread his hands. "How is that possible?" Tissi exclaimed in disbelief. "Do you want to check yourself?" Sei Ito said as he looked at Tissi with an ambiguous expression. Then his expression changed. He raised his hand and pointed at the place where he fought with Pandora, led by Jin Yume. With a thought, he released a thick and dazzling blue lightning. Crack! In an instant. With a thunderous boom, the lightning brushed past Tissi's body, and in the blink of an eye, it landed on Jin Yume and the other Pandora who had just recovered. Then, with a loud boom, the lightning suddenly exploded, turning into countless fine electric sparks that flowed into the bodies of those Pandora. Those Pandora fell to the ground again. "Humans don't have your power," Shifeng said with a serious face. "That's only because they haven't grasped the right method. As long as the method is right, even without the sacred mark, humans can still obtain great power," Sei Ito said as he put down his arm. "How is it? Do you still want to fight me?" Sei Ito tilted his head and asked Shifeng. "Well, I've already made the decision. I need to wait for further orders," Shifeng said softly. "President," Tishi hurriedly called out. "Then you should contact your superiors. I'll deal with my captives first." Sei Ito glanced at the unconscious Pandora around him and said, "If you want to attack them, I can't turn a blind eye to it." Shifeng raised her right hand that was wrapped in a huge metal claw and said seriously. Similarly, Tissi raised the broadsword in her hand with a serious and nervous expression. Sei Ito narrowed his eyes slightly. He was ready to unleash his full power to suppress the two of them. However, in his heart, he didn't have any hope of defeating Shifeng in one go. After all, she was currently displaying the appearance of a human. However, at the end of the day, she was still a non-human existence like Nova. If she unleashed her full power, she could still fight him for a while. However, she wouldn't be able to return in the end. This was obviously not in line with his original plan. However, at this moment, a message was transmitted to Shi Feng's earpiece. "Oh, that's great." After a moment, Shi Feng said with a relaxed expression, "There's an order from above. They wanted to bring you back." Obviously, the battle scene and the conversation with Shi Feng were transmitted back to Sejenik's academy through the communication devices worn by Shi Feng, Tissy, and the unconscious Pandora. The nuns there received the message. "You guys are really daring. Aren't you afraid that I'll suddenly go berserk when I get there?" Seito asked with a smile. "That's not something that I need to worry about," Shi Feng said indifferently. "President, please be careful with your words," Tissy said angrily. Okay, I know," Shi Feng said with obvious lack of sincerity. While speaking, Shi Feng removed the biological armor on her right hand. Her right hand recovered. "Right? How do you know my name?" At this moment, Shi Feng seemed to have thought of something and looked at Ito and asked, "It's very simple. Because you are my crush, I pay attention to everything about you." Ito-sei looked at Wes von Fatchard and said with a cheeky smile, "Aya, this joke isn't funny at all." Shi Feng, who didn't expect this answer, was stunned at first. Then, she raised her hand to cover her mouth and made a noble lady smile. "It's true," Seito said with a serious face. Shi Feng smiled, but didn't say anything. No one could tell what she was thinking. Just as the two of them were looking at each other, the sound of a propeller came from the sky. It attracted the attention of Seito, Shi Feng, and Tissy. "The people coming to pick us up are here," Shi Feng said softly when she saw the 3 military helicopters flying over. As expected, after a while, the 3 military helicopters landed on the ground, cleared by the police. A group of soldier-like doctors and nurses rushed down from the helicopters and ran to the Pandora who were knocked down by Seito. They carried them back to the helicopters one by one and prepared to send them back to Sejenik's academy for complete treatment. At the same time, several fully armed Pandora who looked like law enforcers came to Seito's side and surrounded him. Then, a Pandora who was holding a necklace-like item walked towards Seito. "What's the meaning of this?" Seito narrowed his eyes and questioned. "This is a necessary measure. Please cooperate," the Pandora said bluntly. "I didn't promise you that I'd bring this thing with me." Seito sneered. As soon as he finished speaking, it was as if a signal was activated. The Pandora, who were clearly elite class, moved together and unfolded their Stardust armor. They were ready to fight at any time. Seeing this, Ito-sei's reaction was even more direct. In an instant, he turned into an electric light and shot towards the surrounding Pandora, splitting into countless tiny electric lights that climbed onto their bodies, electrocuting them one by one and making them fall to the ground. Then, Seito, who had reformed his body, had a thought. He threw the Pandora who had lost their resistance into the Rubik's Cube world and suppressed them with the power of the Rubik's Cube. "What did you do to them?" Seeing the Pandora disappear, Tishi questioned. "Do you want to know? Then I'll send you over too," Seito said with a smile. As soon as he finished speaking, his body instantly appeared behind Shi and waved his hand to chop her neck. However, just as Seito's hand was about to touch Tishi's neck, Tishi's figure appeared behind Seito like a phantom. She waved her broad greatsword and slashed towards Seito. Seito, who was slashed by the blade, split into 2. One of them blocked in front of Shi Feng, who had also summoned his Stardust weapon, while the other appeared behind Tishi. He used the power of space to forcefully combine the space nodes around Tishi into one, forming a dense space wall that tightly sealed Tishi in place. Then he unfolded the Rubik's Cube world and swallowed Tishi and the surrounding space. After that, Seito, who had finished snatching people, disappeared into thin air. However, in the next moment, he appeared around the 2 armed helicopters that were carrying the Pandora. He unfolded his spiritual pressure and knocked out the group of doctors and nurses who were obviously ordinary people. Then he swallowed the injured and unconscious Pandora into the Rubik's Cube world. At this point, all the Pandora who came to ambush Seito, including the 4th-year students and the 3rd year's top 10 Pandora, except for Shi Feng, Fei Ashard, were all captured. It could be said that they were completely wiped out. Then, say Ito selected 3 Reapers with good aptitude as research materials and threw them into the Rubik's Cube world. Then, he returned to where Shifeng and the other Sei Ito were and merged with the other Sei Ito. Hand over those Pandora. Shifeng slightly opened his eyes that had been closed and said coldly, "Are you ready to get serious? This won't do." Looking at the golden light that was emitted from Shifeng's slightly open eyes, Sei Ito shook his head slightly and smiled. Then, he retracted his expression and released a powerful psychokinesis that enveloped the surrounding 100 meters. Sensing the changes in the surrounding space, Shifeng, who had half opened her eyes, frowned. It seems that this is the only way. Shifeng, who had fully opened her eyes and revealed a pair of shining golden eyes, muttered to herself softly. Then, the space around Shifeng shook and her stardust armament was completely released. On the basis of her pair of sharp, giant claws, 2 shield-like rock stardust armors that were half the height of a person appeared on both sides of her body. They floated outside her shoulders without any external support. At the same time, an object of the same material that looked like a mountain rock floated behind her. Stardust armors, Nova's nemesis. In this situation, Sei Ito's psychokinesis that was oppressing Shifeng's body felt like it was about to be forced away. "I have to finish this quickly," Sei Ito thought to himself. Then he threw his hand, and a meter-long sword instantly flew out from his palm, shooting toward Shifeng like a bolt of lightning. Chapter 1324. The long sword that was shot out was none other than the Heavenly Sword. Its toughness and sharpness were on par with the stardust weapon unleashed by the stigmata. Shifeng waved her arm, and the Heavenly Sword that was shot in front of her was sent flying. At the same time, she waved her left hand, and the psychokinesis that she couldn't suppress immediately loosened. This allowed Shifeng to use her phantom mode again and rush in front of Sei Ito. "Suppress." Sei Ito smiled and said softly as he looked at Shifeng, who suddenly appeared in front of him in phantom mode. As soon as he finished speaking, the scattered and expanding psychokinesis instantly condensed into a solid energy barrier that could be seen with the naked eye, completely imprisoning Shifeng. Shifeng frowned and struggled hard. After struggling with all her might for a few seconds, Shifeng, who was still unable to break free from the telekinesis shackles, let out a low growl. A strange energy instantly erupted from her body, causing the telekinesis barrier to tremble violently. "Quantum energy?" Sei Ito frowned as he sensed the strange energy. Kacha! The next moment, there was a burst of cracking sounds. The psychokinesis barrier instantly burst open, allowing Shifeng to regain her freedom. Then, Shifeng raised her head and looked at Sei Ito with her golden eyes. In an instant, a strong mental attack surged into Sei Ito's mind, stimulating his brain to the point that he couldn't help but feel a stinging pain. Is this Nova's consciousness erosion, or an attack that transcends consciousness? Sei Ito thought uncertainly as he quickly used his mental power to set up a mental barrier in his mind and blocked Shifeng's mental attack. In the original world, Nova indeed had this kind of mental erosion ability that was similar to the feminine palace angels. As long as it resonated with the stigmata on Pandora's body, Pandora would involuntarily enter a mental illusion. She would see the person she wanted to see the most, the thing she wanted to happen the most, the memory she feared the most. If she couldn't break through the influence of this mental demon illusion and achieve transcendence, then Pandora would directly die in this illusion and finally be assimilated into Nova, which was the 12th impact. As for the so-called transcendence, he had broken through the influence of the illusion. It was an ability similar to psychic power that was obtained after one's spiritual realm had been upgraded. It was very powerful. Not only could one use one's consciousness to mobilize the surrounding energy to heal others' injuries, just like a priest in the game, but could also use skills similar to resurrection to revive people who had just died. It could be said to be extremely awesome. The two most obvious examples were during the 12th onslaught. After completing her consciousness transcendence, Shataraza revived Aoki and Zai, whose hearts had been pierced through. Together with Wendy May, who was the legendary Pandora, Roxana Lipton, who had been reduced to ashes by Nova, was resurrected. It should be an attack that transcends consciousness. After all, she's Maria's clone, Sei Ito deduced. Taking advantage of the moment when Sei Ito was stunned by the mental attack, Sei Ito, Shifeng, who was in phantom mode, quickly unleashed a storm of powerful attacks on Sei Ito. If it weren't for Sei Ito's fast recovery speed and the fact that he only needed to think to activate psychokinesis, he might have been injured by this barrage of attacks. Lightning sparks. Sei Ito, who was annoyed by his defense, exploded, turning into countless sparks that scattered in all directions. He then attacked Shifeng from all directions. Bang, 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 bang. The sound of intense collisions immediately reverberated from the top of the building. One after another, powerful shockwaves blasted the roof of the building where the two were fighting, the surrounding billboards, the building walls, and so on, creating a scene of devastation. What tough defense! As expected of the Stardust armor that can directly resist Nova's beam attacks, Sei Ito, who was fighting with Shifeng, sighed inwardly. At this moment, Sei Ito flipped his wrist, and the heavenly sword that had unknowingly flown to his side was instantly held in his hand. He slashed out a space attribute attack towards the huge rock that Shifeng had controlled to block the sword with her mind. Kachapa! This time, the surface of the rock finally shattered under Sei Ito's attack. A half-meter long, 7 to 8 centimeters deep dent appeared. Shifeng completely ignored the situation on the rock. She directly extended her huge claw forward, stabbing towards Sei Ito's chest. Sei Ito's figure flashed, and he retreated a few steps along the edge of Shifeng's huge claw. When Shifeng's attack was over, he stomped on the ground again and stabbed towards Shifeng's chest. Shifeng's figure flashed, and she appeared behind Sei Ito. She swung her claw down. Ito Sei, who was still holding his sword forward, did not dodge. In an instant, he opened a space channel in front of Shifeng's back with the power of space, swallowing Shifeng's giant claw. Pooh! In an instant, a muffled sound rang out. 4 long open wounds immediately appeared on Shifeng's back, and a large amount of blood spurted out from the wounds. At this moment, Sei Ito took a step forward and instantly appeared on Shifeng's right side. His body and sword became one, and he turned into a gray meteor that rapidly stabbed toward Shifeng. Shifeng didn't dodge, and she used her mind to control the rock to block the attack. Boom! A sudden explosion rang out, and the rock that Shifeng used to block Sei Ito's attack immediately exploded into a round hole with a diameter of 30 centimeters. Irregular cracks spread all over the rock, and Sei Ito's heavenly sword extended forward without any obstruction, stabbing toward Shifeng's shoulder. Seeing this, Shifeng didn't dare to be careless, and she quickly raised her claw to attack. Block! A crisp sound of metal clashing rang out, and the heavenly sword's path of advance was blocked. Kachapa! In the next moment, along with a burst of green sounds, the rock that was full of cracks suddenly exploded and turned into pieces of stardust that slowly disappeared into the air. However, Sei Ito's figure didn't appear behind the cracked rock. Instead, he appeared in front of Shifeng, who was wide open, and placed his palms on her chest. Penetrating force. Wah! Shifeng, who couldn't help but take 2 steps back, spat out a large mouthful of blood. Let go of your armor. You'll die if you continue to explode. Sei Ito, who didn't follow up with another attack, said with a frown. Hand over those Pandora, and I'll naturally stop. With a clang, Shifeng threw the heavenly sword to the ground, and said with a smile, with blood at the corner of her mouth. Sigh. With a thought, Sei Ito summoned the heavenly sword back to his hand, and sighed. Then, his body flashed again, and he appeared in front of Shifeng's remaining defensive rock. He waved the heavenly sword in his hand, and it split into several sword shadows that cut through space. They either pierced, slashed, or slashed at Shifeng's rock. Ha! In just a little more than a second, accompanied by a sudden cracking sound, the rock surface that Shifeng used to strengthen his defense was shattered into a pile of stardust under the attack of Sei's space force and drifted into the air. This time, without the two defensive rock surfaces, Shifeng, who could no longer form an all-around defense, appeared in front of Seito. Then, Seito put away the heavenly sword with a thought and used the dragon's 8 gown steps. He released invisible psychokinesis, and like a ghost, he launched a powerful attack on Shifeng, who couldn't use her phantom mode under the influence of psychokinesis. "Sleep," Seito said softly as he slapped Shifeng's forehead and knocked her out. Plop! As the stardust armor that had lost control of her consciousness shattered and dissipated, Shifeng's body fell to the ground. Seito squatted down and pressed his hand on Shifeng's body. He poured the pure life energy that he had just refined with authority energy into Shifeng's body, which was already on the verge of collapsing. He quickly maintained her body's condition and quickly healed her injuries. Then, when it was about time, he sent her into the Rubik's Cube world and handed her over to the specialist department in his private medical institution for treatment. Since I've already made an enemy out of Cenex, I might as well take over Cenex. After putting Shifeng away, Seito turned to look in Cenex's direction and thought to himself, when the time comes, I'll just devour the entire Pandora world. Thinking of this, Seito did not hesitate. He immediately activated instant transmission and moved towards Cenex's location that he had found on the internet. This time, because he used the method of continuous spatial transmission, even the dimensional space monitoring equipment on Cenex's side could not track him. They could only hope that Seito was not rushing toward them. "Order all Pandora in the Academy to enter combat state," the nun in the robe said in a deep voice. "Yes. Attention all Pandora of Cenex. Attention all Pandora of Cenex. From this moment onwards, Cenex has entered combat state. All Pandora in the Academy are to enter combat state. Repeat." In the silent Segenix Academy, a female voice announced through the broadcast system. "War. How can this be? I don't want to. I don't want to participate in the battle. It's finally time for me to show off my skills." Senior, after the broadcast ended, the female Pandora and the male Reaper's voices immediately sounded. Some were fearful, some were excited, some were at a loss, and some were hugging close to their close friends. "All of you be quiet." At this time, the school doctor Elise stood up and shouted. Then, when all the students' eyes fell on her, she continued, "No matter how fearful you are, the enemy is already on the way. If you don't want to die in such a cowardly manner, fight like a Pandora. Remember, you are Pandora, the guardians of humanity." Chapter 1325. P.S. Thank you to Drifting Rain in the Wind and KX Mars for their precious monthly votes. Thank you to NXCX, Halcyon, and Devil and Angel for their tips. P.S. After drinking, I feel dizzy. The so-called Cygenix was a huge artificial island built on the outer edge of the coastal city, about 5 to 6 kilometers away from the city. Other than the artificial forest used to block prying eyes and provide greenery, the rest was the campus of Cygenix. It could be said to be a man-made garden of Eden. Ito, who suddenly appeared in Cygenix, appeared directly in the spiritual perception of the campus where the younger Pandora were gathered. Under their shocked gazes, he released spiritual pressure and knocked them out. Then his figure once again entered the underground space of Cygenix and moved toward the temple where the holy remains, Maria Lancelot, was. Not good. The nun who saw Ito's figure on the screen in the battle command room changed her expression drastically. "Tell them to speed up," the nun ordered urgently. "Yes. Combat Team 3. The enemy is moving toward you at high speed. Please take the holy remains and move immediately." The female staff member contacted the captain of Combat Team 3, who was moving the holy remains through the communication channel, and said urgently, "Ming, Cammy, who was temporarily appointed as the captain of Combat Team 3, raised her hand and pressed the button to connect the communication device beside her ear. However, she had just opened her mouth to say the first word when Sei Ito's figure suddenly appeared in front of her. All the words she was about to say were forced back into her stomach. "Kasbani Rin, stop him with me." Cammy, who had used her acceleration technique to instantly leave in front of Sei Ito and changed into the official Pandora combat protective suit, shouted loudly. Ito-sei smiled slightly when he heard the words. His figure instantly split into more than a dozen, appearing in front of all the Pandora in the field in a one-to-one manner. They either used psychokinesis, mental shock, or punches and kicks to knock them and their controllers to the ground one by one, causing them to faint. Maria, Lancelot, Sei Ito, who had reunited as a human, looked up at the naked woman floating in the huge test tube wall that was connected by dozens of wires. However, Sei Ito really wanted to ridicule this name. Maria, Holy Mother. Lancelot, Knight of the Lake. She was also the first traitor to appear in the story of the Night King. The combination of the two made her seem like the Holy Mother of betrayal. Of course, this was just Sei Ito's thoughts. He didn't think that the name itself had any meaning. After all, this was not a special world that required a real name. Every name itself had both meaning and power, so it needed to be carefully defined. As for the existence of Maria, Sei Ito, who had read the original work, had some wild guesses in his heart. For example, Maria was a nova who had evolved to a certain extent. This could be known from her existence itself, the clones of On, and other legendary Pandoras. The small nova who revealed her true appearance after Shadowlisa broke out in the 10th Impact, and the changes in Amelia Evans during the 10th Impact due to Project Pandora in Alaska. So why did she come to the human world of Zero Degree Warrior? What was her mission? Sei Ito also had this speculation, but this had to start with the existence of Nova itself. So what was a Nova? Was it really just a life form from another dimension who came to carry out a world-destroying attack? Of course not. According to Ito-sei's speculation, it was true that they were here to destroy the world. However, it was more like the 1,000-year-old count in the world of the exorcists. Their purpose was similar to that of forcing humans to evolve. They were here to select the best. So what were they screening for? The transcendence among humans. This could be proved by the fact that the Pandora who had obtained the stigmata had transcended consciousness one after another and developed the Nova transformation. So why did the Nova choose the transcendence? Everything still came back to the existence of the Nova itself because the Nova were humans, but they were humans in the early or the previous generation prehistoric civilization. They became the Nova for some reason. And this could still be proven by the words of Maria, Lancelot's man, the authority on stigmata technology, Aoki Django, and some fragments of memories, as well as the dialogue between the Nova and Fong Wynam when he was fully activated in the original work. But obviously, even if they had become transcendents, there were still internal differences in thinking, which led to Maria, Lancelot's arrival in the human world. She transmitted the information of the Nova's destruction and the truth of the Nova's existence to the young Dr. Aoki Django, who she thought was the chosen one of fate. She let him use his own flesh and blood cells to develop the stigmata system and the Pandora warriors to carry out a certain degree of resistance. This could be seen from the legend of Pandora, who disguised herself as the Valkyrie. When dealing with the 12th Impact, she called Pandora and Nova the Guardian Sisters and New Fear Sisters. And through this, Sei Ito also came to a conclusion. To put it bluntly, Pandora was the beginning of the Nova transformation process, but in the end, whether she would become a Nova like the Nova and start the evolution to the human form, Maria, or she would still maintain her human form and directly transform into Maria, it all depended on the choice of each Pandora's own consciousness. This was the transcendental consciousness mentioned earlier. As for the compatibility rate in the selection of Pandora, Sei Ito guessed that it was simply the degree of compatibility between a certain genetic information in the genetic code in the female's body and Maria herself. Other than that, he really couldn't think of any other possible connection between humans and the stigmata, which was somewhat similar to the relationship between the apostles and humans. Perhaps a little curious about Sei Ito's existence, Maria Lancelot, who had been floating in the nutrient solution with her eyes closed, slowly opened her eyes and looked at Sei Ito below. "Hello." Sei Ito smiled. "Strange human. You shouldn't be a human of this world." As Sei Ito's voice fell, a message transmitted through the telepathic communication appeared in his mind. Obviously, this message came from Maria. "It seems that as transcendental life, you also have a strange way of recognizing people." Sei Ito raised his eyebrows and said. Then, there was another silence that lasted about 5 or 6 seconds. "Aren't you curious about the purpose of my visit?" Sei Ito asked with a surprised look. Maria moved her eyes slightly, indicating that she didn't care at all. But thinking about it, although she came to the human world because of her different philosophy from most novas and brought a lot of variables to the so-called world destruction screening, she wasn't the kind of person who liked to meddle. Even after coming to this world, the only humans she came into contact with were Aoi Django, his wife, and the son that she had with Aoi Django, but died a long time ago. And if Sei Ito didn't appear in the future, she would have come into contact with a prophecy similar to the content of the Dead Sea Scrolls that was sent to Aoi Django in the future. Other than the many times he communicated with Django Aoi, the only other time he had a telepathic connection with Scarlett O'Hara was the one that didn't really count as a conversation. "You're really cold." Sei Ito curled his lips. At the same time, he had a very wicked thought. Could it be that Aoi Django forced himself on her back then? Otherwise, with Maria's current performance, she wouldn't have the desire to mate at all. It could even be said that Aoi Django was completely playing with a highly realistic doll. But I don't know if the world tree will eat her if she is also given to the world tree. Or will it give birth to something else after eating her? Sei Ito thought as he quietly looked at Maria Lancelot. "I want to take you and your daughters away from this world." At this time, Sei Ito spoke again. "The humans in this world will perish." Maria transmitted her voice. "We're just stalling for time now. If there is no external force, even if a human survives in the end, it will be Pandora," Sei Ito said with some disdain. Maria didn't say anything. "By the way, I want to ask, where's the dimension that you Nova live in? Is it higher than this world, or is it connected to this world and separated from humans through the virtual number effect?" Sei Ito, who more or less understood Maria's temperament, didn't mind and asked. "We live outside the dimension, wandering in the world in a special quantum form," Maria replied. "It's somewhat similar to the state of the EVA world, when there is no field to maintain one's body." Sei Ito frowned slightly and thought to himself, "In this case, even if I really devour this world, the Nova problem won't be completely solved. But this is good. I'll just treat it as a training ground. I'll think of a way to solve the problem of the survival of humans, so you should come with me." Sei Ito decided. Maria quietly looked at Sei Ito for a few seconds. Then, for some unknown reason, she didn't activate her Nova power to resist and let Sei Ito put her and the test tube that contained her into the Rubik's Cube world. They were placed on an uninhabited island isolated by the Rubik's Cube power. Then, Sei Ito put the third combat team, led by Kami Wakuya, into the Rubik's Cube world and imprisoned them together with Pandora, who was previously taken away. Only then did he use his teleportation ability to return to Sejanix Academy on the surface. At this time, knowing that this matter couldn't be violated, Sister decisively gave the order to abandon Sejanix Academy and led the students to evacuate. Even though there weren't many first and second-year students left, it wasn't enough for a few transport helicopters to load them all at once. Thus, nearly half of the students still boarded the plane in an orderly manner under the protection of a few combat instructors and the school doctor, Elise. Sei Ito didn't hesitate after seeing all of this with his psychic power. He directly teleported to the secret helipad and used his electric discharge ability to extinguish the propellers of the helipad's propellers. Then he released his psychic power to knock everyone out. Then, with another thought, he opened the Rubik's Cube world and devoured the artificial island where Sejanix Academy was located. Under the devouring of the Rubik's Cube that could even devour the world, the artificial island at Sejenix Academy disappeared into a huge black hole in less than half a minute, leaving behind a huge crater in its place. With a loud rumble, the crater was filled and submerged by the seawater that flowed in from all directions. Sejenix Academy is complete. All that's left is the east, north, and south. Seito thought as he floated above the sea. Then, his figure turned illusory and disappeared from the sky above the sea where Sai's Nyx had once been. Less than a minute after he left, an armed helicopter rapidly flew above the original Sejenix Academy. It hovered there for a moment before turning around and flying in an unknown direction. However, in the various windows of the helicopter, the figures of 5 beautiful women with cold or warm expressions appeared. If Seito hadn't left yet, he would have definitely recognized the 5 people sitting in the helicopter. They were none other than the legendary Pandora with 80% stigmata bodies. They could be said to be the second Maria. Obviously, the core figure, Django Aoi, couldn't sit still after Maria Lancelot was stolen and Sejenix Academy had disappeared. He woke up the other 4 legendary Pandora who were supposed to be awakened during the 12th impact half a year later. Together with Lucy, who had been awakened a year ago, they formed a crusade team to eliminate Seito, the heretic. However, it was a pity that they could only rely on existing means of transportation. They were one step too late, allowing Seito to leave the scene in advance. At the same time, the time of their reappearance was pushed back again, giving Django Aoi time to prepare a new plan. On the other side, Seito, who had left the ruins of Sejenix Academy, hurried toward his other target in the 0-degree warrior world, Yaisher Heavy Industries. Yaisher Heavy Industries, a large company that specialized in researching weapons that could replace Pandora, had risen in the past 3 years. It could be said that it was a special company secretly supported by the upper organization of Sejenix Academy, Sabalion, to suppress Django Aoi. Its internal design direction was still in the simulation of Nova. However, it was precisely because of this that they were used by the evil Django Aoi to trigger the 12th impact in the Pandora play organized by the original Sejenix Academy. Of course, Seito did not go to Yaisher Heavy Industries because of the cumbersome simulation Nova in their hands. Instead, he went to Yaisher Heavy Industries because of the genius scientist Atsuko Yaisher and the stigmata power technology in their hands. After rushing for about half an hour, Seito finally arrived at the headquarters of Yaisher Heavy Industries on the main island of Japan. He used teleportation to invade the building of Yaisher Heavy Industries and began to search for the location of the target. Under the continuous effects of hypnotism and illusion, Seito quickly found a long-haired woman wearing flesh-colored stockings, a blue skirt, a white shirt, and a white coat in a room with several high-end instruments, Atsuko Yaisher. Chapter 1326. Under the disguise of Jinjutsu, Seito, who didn't attract Shia Atsuko's attention at all, used hypnosis to control Shia Atsuko and ordered her to use her authority to release all the information about the stigmata and its related technology stored in Shia Heavy Industries and give it to him. As the granddaughter of the founder of Shia Heavy Industries, Shia Atsuko's authority can be said to be infinite. Under her operation, Shibarian secretly sent all the information about the stigmata to Shia Heavy Industries without the permission of Aoi Django. All the information about the stigmata was unlocked and transferred to the disk provided by Ito Sei. Okay. After a while, Shia Atsuko pulled out the disk, turned around, and handed the disk to Seito with empty eyes and said. Seito took the disk and threw it into the Rubik's Cube world, giving it to Nina, Cecil, Emma, and Celine to study and analyze. Then he raised his hand and snapped his fingers, removing the hypnosis on Shia Atsuko. Shia Atsuko, who recovered from the control of hypnosis, blinked her eyes in confusion, and then, after seeing Seito, her expression immediately changed, and she instinctively took a step back. But there was originally an instrument behind her, so Shia Atsuko, who became unstable due to the impact of her buttocks and legs, sat on the instrument's operating table, destroying all the work she had done before. "Who are you?" Shiya Atsuko looked at Seito with a vigilant face and asked. "Let me formally introduce myself. I am Seito. Nice to meet you, Miss Shiya Atsuko." Seito looked at Shiya Atsuko, who was obviously nervous from her face, and said with a smile on his face, "How did you get in?" Shiya Atsuko frowned and found that she didn't have any impression of this person in her mind, including rumors and ears, so she asked again. At the same time, this was also what she was really puzzled about. Is the security system of Shiya Heavy Industries broken? How can a living person invade such a core place without any alarm? Then what's the use of installing those things? Will people still be able to do research in the future? Naturally, I walked in openly. Seito smiled. She only thought that Seito didn't want to answer, so Shiya Atsuko didn't ask anymore. She chose a new question and asked seriously, "Since you can enter here quietly, you must be able to do anything you want to do quietly. Since you didn't do so, then tell me, come to our Shiya Heavy Industries. Or why are you looking for me?" "I want to invite Miss Shiya Atsuko." Seito looked at Shiya Atsuko with appreciation and said looked at Atsuko. "Stigmata, are you from the Anti-Cultivation Belia organization?" Shiya Atsuko said with a frown. This was the only possibility she could think of that was close to the truth. After all, the United States, France, Germany, Russia, England, and so on are also envious of the stigmata technology in the hands of Aoi Jengo, but they basically conducted secret transactions in private among the members of SIBA, instead of invading an organization and inviting someone like this. What's more, their Shiya Heavy Industries work for these guys. If they really needed her to participate in the research, an invitation could do it, and there was no need to do this. So after thinking about it, Shiya Atsuko could only think of the SIBA organization. Thinking of this, Shiya Atsuko quietly looked at Seito in front of her. After all, although she had heard of the SIBA organization, it was the first time she saw a member of this organization, so she couldn't help but feel curious. "I'm not a member of the SIBA organization who is more cynical than contributing to the world, but an ordinary person who is interested in the stigmata. How about it? Do you want to accept my invitation to assist my team in the research of the stigmata?" Seito shook his head with a chuckle. Then he looked at Shiya Atsuko again and asked, "Do I have a right to refuse?" Shiya Atsuko said with a smile. Seito smiled and looked at Shiya Atsuko quietly without answering. "I want to get my research materials." Shiya Atsuko said, "I'll accompany you." Seito smiled. Shiya Atsuko's body tightened slightly. Then she stepped out without saying anything. Behind her, Seito followed her step by step. Shiya Atsuko, who was still resisting in her heart, led Seito to her room on the surface, but secretly, she gradually moved to a crowded place. It seemed that she was going to use the help of others to take down Seito, an outsider. In this regard, Seito, who already understood, didn't stop her. He just followed with a smile on his face, under the leadership of Shiya Atsuko. Soon, the two came to a corridor with people coming and going, and Shiya Atsuko also understood that ordinary researchers weren't a big deal at all. So even though she met several young researchers in white coats on the way, Shiya Atsuko ignored them and continued to move forward, until she met two security guards who happened to pass by. Seeing this, Shiya Atsuko's eyes lit up. Then, she turned around abruptly and kicked Seito horizontally, forcing him to take a step back. At the same time, she shouted to the two security guards who looked over because of her action, "Intruder!" Hearing Shiya Atsuko's shout, the two security guards instinctively pulled out the stun batons on their waists and ran to Shiya Atsuko. Then, they looked around vigilantly and asked, "Miss Shiya, where is the intruder? Are you blind? Isn't that the intruder?" Shiya Atsuko pointed in the direction of Seito and said angrily. The two security guards looked in the direction Shiya Atsuko's arm pointed, but in their vision, it was an empty corridor with half a person there. "Miss Shiya, are you sure you're not joking?" One of the security guards frowned. You? Shia Atsuko said angrily, but she was a genius with a higher IQ than the average person. She quickly noticed the strangeness of the security guards and the calm smile on Seito's face. She took a deep breath and remained silent. Go and look for him. I did see a stranger who is not from our company here just now. Shia Atsuko suppressed the shock in her heart and ordered in a deep voice. Yes. For this normal order, the two security guards didn't hesitate. They agreed and walked in the direction of Seito. Under Shia Atsuko's nervous gaze, the two security guards went straight through Seito's body, standing still, as if Seito was not a living person at all, but a ghost mentioned by people more than 30 years ago. Shia Atsuko, who thoroughly understood Seito's strangeness and was also interested in Seito's existence and identity, took a deep breath, turned around, and walked seriously with Seito to her lounge in the building of Shia Heavy Industries. Soon, the two entered a room of more than 40 square meters. What the hell are you? Shia Atsuko, who closed the door, stared at Seito's face and asked in a deep voice. Of course, I'm a human. Seito walked slowly to Shia Atsuko, forced her to lean against the door, and put his head close to her ear. He chuckled ambiguously. Can't you feel the temperature of my body? After that, he opened his mouth and sucked on Shia Atsuko's earlobe. The human body can't be passed through by others. Shia Atsuko, who was completely unmoved by the strangeness of her ear, said, Touch it and see if it can pass through me. Seito retracted his head, grabbed Shia Atsuko's palm, and pressed it on his chest, and asked with a smile. Shia Atsuko tried it and found that she couldn't pass through. However, as a scientist, she knew very well that Seito must have some ability to materialize himself, so she still didn't believe that he was a pure human. Whether you believe it or not, I am indeed a human. It's just that compared to you, I am more special. Seito, who took a step back and relaxed his pressure on Shia Atsuko, said softly, Well, you have plenty of time to understand my uniqueness. Now, take your research materials. We should leave. Seito reminded. Shia Atsuko, who was slightly relieved, didn't say anything more. She walked around Seito to the table in the room, put away the portable computer and portable tools on it, and turned to look at Seito. Aren't you going to leave a message for your grandfather or something? Seito raised his eyebrows. Will you allow it? Shia Atsuko sarcastically said, as usual. I'm not as unreasonable as you think. I can still allow this kind of thing. Seito chuckled. Shia Atsuko looked at Seito in surprise. She didn't expect that he was not afraid that she would take the opportunity to expose his information and other things. She was a little surprised that he would allow her to leave a message. However, since there was such an opportunity, Shia Atsuko naturally wouldn't give it up. She put the computer back on the table, turned it on, and sent an email to her grandfather's mailbox in the simplest way that would not arouse Seito's suspicion. It's done, Shia Atsuko said as she closed the computer and picked it up. Seito nodded, stepped forward, and walked to Shia Atsuko's side. He directly reached out and put his arm around her waist, activated instant transmission, and disappeared from the room. He appeared in the sky outside the building of Shia Heavy Industries. After giving Shia Atsuko some time to feel shocked, he teleported her into the Rubik's Cube world and sent her to the big laboratory. He handed her over to the Stigmata research team composed of Emma, Serena, Cecil, and Nina. Chapter 13:27. After settling down Shurya Dunko, Seito returned to the world of 0-degree warrior again and used instant transmission to move to Alaska, which is the largest enclave in the world as long as it is still the Earth and the United States. Because the journey this time is relatively long and it needs to cross the sea, Seito did not arrive in Alaska covered by ice and snow until 3 o'clock in the morning, and he began to search the secret base where Scarlett O'Hara was located. Fortunately, Seito remembered that the base can be accessed by boat, so it should be near the coast, and the base covers a large area. There is a high-energy solar furnace inside. Just by releasing his perception, he can find the location of the base smoothly. Therefore, with the right thinking and action method, after only 10 minutes, say Ito found the secret base of Seabelier hidden on the sea ice near the Arctic Circle and used instant transmission to invade it. After that, things were even simpler. First, he used the electromagnetic control ability to make his influence invisible in the monitoring equipment. At the same time, he scattered electromagnetic waves to form a special protective wave that can affect human vision, completely eliminating his existence from the Alaska base. Then he wandered around and found a spy, used hypnosis to get the information he wanted from the other party's mouth, and finally invaded the room where the target was located. Huh, no one. Looking at the empty dim room, Sei Ito was surprised. By the way, she should be experimenting with the clones of Maria Lancelot in the underground space. She is really desperate. Sei Ito, who sat down on Scarlett O'Hara's bed, chuckled. Then he lay down on the bed. He closed his eyes and waited. Sei Ito didn't wait too long. After about half an hour, with a slight jet of air, the door that had been closed opened, and then a woman wearing a dark purple knee-length skirt, a lavender hooded shirt, and a white coat with long burgundy hair naturally scattered behind her head, walked into the room with a tired face. But immediately afterward, Scarlett, who discovered the strangeness of the room, stopped her footsteps with a vigilant look. Her eyes fell on Ito Sei, who was sleeping on her bed. However, at this moment, Sei Ito, who had been sleeping with his eyes closed, opened his eyes. Activating instant transmission, he transferred Scarlett O'Hara to the bed. In the remaining light, when the door closed naturally, he turned over and pressed down on Scarlett O'Hara's body. He grabbed both of her wrists with both hands and lowered his head to look into her cold eyes. "Who are you?" Scarlett asked in a deep voice without any panic on her face. Sei Ito. Sei Ito smiled. "I don't know you," Scarlett said in a cold voice. "I know. As long as I know you, it's fine." Dr. Scarlett O'Hara. Sei Ito smiled. "Are you looking for me?" Scarlett narrowed her eyes slightly when she heard the words. She asked in a deep voice. "Yes," Sei Ito confirmed. "What's the matter?" She said as if she was not a hostage at all, but a very powerful free person. "I need you. I need you to help me with the research of the stigmata." Sei Ito replied softly with a serious face. "Is this how you invite people to work for you?" Scarlett turned her head and looked at Sei Ito holding her wrists and sneered. "This way of talking is very tempting. I just want to give it a try on a whim." Sei Ito smiled as his eyes fell on Scarlett's plump breasts. He then released her wrists, launched instant transmission, and left Scarlett's body. He then sat on a chair beside the desk. Scarlett, who was sitting up on the bed with her arms supporting her, narrowed her eyes when she saw this. She carefully looked at Sei Ito, a strange young man who was leaning against the chair with his elbows on both sides of the armrests. His fingertips were touching, and his legs were crossed. He was looking at her with a smile on his face. "Are you Pandora?" Because Pandora's acceleration skill was not visible to Scarlett's naked eyes, although there was no sudden strong airflow impact when the acceleration skill was launched, Scarlett still regarded it as an advanced skill of the same kind. "No." Sei Ito shook his head and said, "My power doesn't come from the stigmata, but from myself. It's a power that has been tempered thousands of times." "Tempered?" Scarlett's eyes flashed as she asked. "Yes, tempered." Sei Ito smiled and said, "But this is not what I want to talk to you about today. Who do you represent?" Scarlett was not in a hurry and changed the topic back to the main topic. "I represent myself," Sei Ito said with his hands crossed in front of his abdomen. "You want to have a personal Pandora weapon?" In the end, she was a woman who worked for Rados Vandamen, the current commander-in-chief of Sebalia. Her thoughts were all about the dark side of the world. "My goal is much bigger than that." Sei Ito smiled. "What can you give me?" Scarlett did not ask Sei Ito's purpose. Instead, she directly asked what he could give her. "See the world you've never thought of before, come into contact with knowledge you've never seen before, and get the answers to some things you've never understood." In an instant, Ito Sei disappeared from his seat and appeared in front of Miss Scarlett. He reached out his hand to lift her chin and looked at her calm eyes condescendingly. His tone was erratic and full of temptation as he whispered in a soft voice. For example, Scarlet asked faintly, "Where does my power come from? And how did I get it?" Seito replied, "It's very attractive." Scarlet turned her head away from Seito and said, "But I have a request. I need you to provide a special fund for me to carry out my own research." Maria Lancelot's clone soldier? Seito raised his eyebrows and said. Scarlet heard the words and turned her head sharply. Her sharp eyes looked at Seito's half-smiling face with a gloomy face. "Your idea is good, but I hope you can continue to maintain this confidence after you get some information from me." Seito ignored Scarlet's eyes and chuckled. "Is there anything you want to take?" Seito took 2 steps back to give Scarlet enough space to get up and move. "I want to take all my experimental samples with me. Can you?" Scarlet, who got up and walked to the desk to tidy up, mocked without looking back. "Yes, it just so happens that I also need your extreme clone sample to test something." Seito nodded indifferently. Scarlet, who had just calmed down, turned to look at Seito again. "I forgot to say that my goal this time is not only you, but also the entire Alaska base." Seito smiled as if he was talking about a trivial matter. "I want to see how you take the entire base away." Scarlet, who was no longer tidying up, said, "Okay." Seito nodded and agreed. Then he used instant transmission again to appear beside Scarlet, reached out and put his hand around her waist, then reactivated instant transmission and appeared in the sky outside the Alaska base. He used psychokinesis to support their bodies and looked down at the huge base complex below. "I'm going to start." Seito, who was in shock, moved Scarlet's body in front of him, stretched out his hands from behind her, and hugged her in his arms. He put his chin on her shoulder and looked down and whispered in her ear. In the next moment, Seito fiercely unfolded his powerful spiritual force and invaded the interior of the Alaska base below. He turned it into spiritual pressure and attacked all the staff and Pandora's experimental subjects in the base, knocking them out one by one. After confirming that no one was awake, he retracted his spiritual force. Subsequently, Seito opened the devouring mouth of the magic cube world under his feet and controlled the devouring mouth to quickly expand to an area much larger than the entire Alaska base and devoured the entire Alaska base. Under the powerful devouring ability of the magic cube, in about a minute, the Alaska base connected to the vast underground space and the surrounding soil disappeared from the surface, leaving a huge pit depression that has not yet been covered by ice and snow, showing the world what once existed here. "Hiss, are you really a human?" Looking at the deep pit under his feet, Scarlett O'Hara instinctively sucked in a breath of cold air and murmured with a face full of shock. "Yes, if necessary, we can conduct in-depth inspection and communication." Seito, who was gently stroking Scarlett's abdomen with his palm, smiled ambiguously. "I'm not interested in little men." Scarlet, who came back to her senses, said disdainfully, "Okay, take me to your research base. I'm now a little curious about what you are going to show me." "As you wish." Seito smiled. After that, the 2 figures in midair flashed and appeared in the experiment assigned to Emma, Cecil, Serene, Nina, and Shia Dunko, who was sent in before. Clap, clap, clap. "Come on, let me introduce you." Seito, who let go of Scarlet, clapped his hands and attracted the attention of the 5 people who were studying the stigmata. Then he pointed to Scarlet and introduced him to everyone, and then introduced Emma, Cecil, Serene, Nina, and Shia Dunko to Scarlet. Then Seito let Scarlet and Emma have a simple exchange. Then he summoned a book of elves popular in the Magic Cube world and gave it to her. He sent it to the room in the Alaska headquarters that had just been devoured and began to tell her about the relationship between Nova, Maria, and Pandora, as well as some private matters of Django Alway, of course. In the process, he also took Scarlet to meet the real Maria Lancelot. Chapter 1328. P.S. Thank you to Night Spirit, Rain in the Wind, and Halcyon for their precious monthly votes. Thank you to Halcyon and NXCX for their rewards. How could this be? Scarlett O'Hara, who learned the truth, sat on the ground and muttered to herself with blank eyes. Forget that ruthless man. Sei Ito walked to Scarlett O'Hara and squatted down, patted her shoulder, and comforted her softly. And you don't have to put all your efforts into such a dangerous thing for your selfish desires. Scarlett didn't answer. She just sat there in a daze. Think about it. When you understand it, you can work in the big laboratory. Sei Ito stood up and said. After saying that, his figure flashed and disappeared from Scarlett O'Hara's room. He appeared in the underground laboratory of the Alaska base that was specially used to store Maria Lancelot's clone body that Scarlett O'Hara had privately created. Quietly looking at the dozens of clones that looked 80% similar to West Von Featured's Maria Lancelot floating in the huge test tube wall. With a thought, he disappeared from the laboratory with one of the clones and appeared in front of the World Tree in the central region of the Rubik's Cube continent. Do you need it? Sei Ito contacted Yggdrasil with his mind and asked. Yggdrasil, who received the thought, also responded with an inexplicable fluctuation. The effect is minimal. It seems that no matter how close the clone is to the standard of the original body, the effect is not as powerful as the original body. Sei Ito, who wrapped Maria's clone with psychokinesis and threw it into Yggdrasil, sighed softly. In the end, I can only do it with the real Nova. A sentence floated gently in the air as Sei Ito left. At the same time, in a conference room in the headquarters of Hubilia, all the people related to Hubilia, including Jingo Aoki, appeared in the conference room. They sat down with a serious face. This is the latest intelligence. Everyone, take a look. On the main seat, Rados Vandeman, who is still the commander-in-chief of Subiye, because the Alaska impact incident had not occurred yet, said solemnly with his hands clasped together in front of his mouth. At the side, there was a woman whose legs were wrapped in flesh-colored pantyhose. The secretary-like woman in a dark-colored business suit walked to the table and placed a stack of documents in front of the participants. After she was done, she quietly retreated to stand behind Rados and watch the meeting unfold. How is this possible? Except for Aoi Jingo and one or two guys, basically all the participants instinctively exclaimed when they saw the information. This information has been confirmed. The contents are all true, Rados confirmed in a deep voice. Where's Pandora? One of the representatives asked loudly. It was unknown whether it was anger or fear. Segenix and Sibelier's forces have been annihilated, Rados' secretary replied. And just half a day ago, the Alaska base also disappeared from the Earth, just like Segenix. Rados, who felt that the atmosphere in the meeting was not heavy enough, said again. What about that Nova? A man with a frown and a heavy expression asked. Obviously, until now, they still regarded Sei Ito as an unknown type of special Nova. Not the so-called human. There's no news, Rados replied. As soon as this statement came out, everyone in the conference room was silent. Dr. Aoi, as an authority on Nova, what do you think of this new Nova? After a moment of silence, Rados looked at Aoi Jingo, sitting next to him, and asked, I only study the creation of stigmata, not Nova, so Commander-in-Chief, you're asking the wrong person. I'm also not very clear about this. Although he was a little upset because of the loss of Maria, Aoi Jingo still showed a calm expression in front of outsiders. There's no need to bite the bullet at this time. I just want to know, Dr. Aoi, do you have any ideas or suggestions? Rados asked with a deep expression. Now the enemy is in the dark, and we are in the light, and from the other side's actions, it is obvious that they are intelligent and purposeful. This is obviously different from the previous Nova. So I think the best way to deal with it now is to gather the powerful trump cards in our hands and give the enemy a thunderous blow the next time they appear. Other than that, I can't think of any other way. Aoi Jingo still said with a calm expression. What do you think? Rados turned to look at the other representatives and asked. I have no opinion. Agreed. That's the only way. Let's do it. The other representatives, who couldn't think of any other good way to deal with it, agreed one after another. In that case, let's do it according to Dr. Aoi's method. Rado said in a deep voice, "Gather the strongest Pandora from all over the world and form our last line of defense. As for the location, let's choose Sejenix Academy." At this point, the meeting that concerned the overall situation officially came to an end. Then, Rados' secretary followed the content of the meeting and started to send out a notice to the Sejenix Academy, subordinate military organizations, and other organizations all over the world. She told them to quickly send out the strongest Pandora team to Sejenix to complete the gathering. With this notice, the 5 strongest people in the world, Roxanne Lipton, Shalura Bonaparte, Julia Monbeek, and Kathy Lockhart, along with the top 10 Pandora for various academies and branches, started to rush to Sejenix Academy. In the dark, Aoi Django also sent the 5 legendary Pandora to the vicinity of Sejenix. They settled down in a villa deep in the mountains that he bought anonymously through other means. He was prepared to deal a thunderous blow to Sei Ito when the time was right. Just like that, the Shibuya organization in the world of the Zero-Degree Warrior Concubine was training the Pandora intensely, creating the ultimate resistance force and guarding against Ito Senaka, who they knew could make a move on Donji Phoenix, the academy with the most Pandora at any time. In the blink of an eye, more than half a month had passed. During this period, the only time Sei Ito went out was to look for Lana Lynchine, who hadn't entered Sejenix Academy to look for the Destined Man because the plot hadn't started yet. He abducted her into the Rubik's Cube world. That's right, it was indeed before the plot had started. This was only confirmed when Sei Ito took over the entire Sejenix Academy and found Shadalisa in the list of students, but not Kenzuya Aoi's name. As for how long it was in advance, Sei Ito didn't know. After all, the original work didn't mention when Kenzuya Aoi entered the academy. On this day, in the Rubik's Cube world, inside the principal's office of the Sejenix Academy that had been devoured, Sei Ito summoned Kami to the office through the principal of Sejenix Academy, Sister Margaret, who had been forced to accept the occupation of the academy and herself as prisoners. "Do you want to become stronger?" Sei Ito's elbows were on the table in front of him, and his fingers were lightly crossed in front of his body. He slightly raised his head to look at the white silk knee socks standing not far away. Kami, who was wearing the dark red Sejenix Academy uniform and had a head of short dark blue hair, asked softly with a slightly arrogant face. Kami frowned slightly and looked back at Sei Ito and asked, "Why me?" Clearly, as a combat squad leader, she wasn't a brainless idiot. She knew how to think. "Because you have ambition and your strength and temperament fit the requirements. And most importantly, I admire you." Sei Ito chuckled. Just as Sei Ito had said, Kami was the one who fit his requirements the most among the Pandora of Sejenix Academy he had captured. In terms of strength, if it wasn't for Atia Simmons, Cleo Brand, and Annette Mark Milan, she definitely wouldn't be ranked 15th in the carnival, but even higher. She might even be in the top 5. After all, she had a history of being 3rd place in the 1st grade. She was much stronger than Atia Simmons, who clearly wasn't strong enough. And in terms of personality, Kami, who knew how to endure and had more complicated thoughts, had a more rigid personality. Ingrid Bernstein, who respected the rules and would not compromise easily. Annette Mark Milan, who was arrogant, and Elizabeth Marbury, who had a strong sense of responsibility because of her family relationship, were more suitable. As for ambition, only someone with ambition would choose to cooperate with Sei Ito, who was their enemy. This was also why Sei Ito had excluded Tissi Finero. Of course, the other one, Cleo Brand, was also more suitable. But in terms of overall quality, she was much weaker than Kami, so she was also excluded. "What's the price I have to pay?" Kami paused for a moment, then asked again. "Your loyalty and body." Sei Ito smiled. "How strong will I become?" Kami was silent for a moment, then asked again. "Beyond your imagination." Sei Ito smiled. "Okay, I promise you." Kami secretly bit her lips and nodded. "Very good." Sei Ito looked at Wu Yuya with admiration and smiled. He then slightly restrained his expression and continued. "Later, you can remove your current restraints." I need you to be complete, not you with the Arenbar system. The Arenbar system, commonly known as the Five Senses Sharing System, was the reason why the controller could activate the frozen realm. I understand. Shen Wuyuya replied without hesitation. As someone who held the title of Rookie Reaper Hunter, Cammy's Reapers were nothing more than pets and tools that she used to vent her anger when she lost every year at the carnival. She wasn't like the other Pandoras, who were mostly in love with their Reapers or even directly became lovers. That was why she had abandoned her Reapers so many times that she didn't feel any pressure or guilt at all. After the conversation ended, Shen Wuyuya turned around and left the principal's office. She went to talk to her 3 loyal dogs. What are you trying to do? After Shen Wuyuya left the office, the principal, Sister Margaret, who had been quietly watching from the side since the beginning of the conversation, questioned sternly. To start a new era of Pandora. Seito turned his chair around and smiled at Sister Margaret. Sister Margaret, who didn't believe him at all, stared at Seito. After half a minute, she had no choice but to turn her head away and give up the idea of questioning him. After about 10 minutes, Cammy returned to the principal's office. I'll leave the academy to you, Sister Margaret. Seito stood up from his chair and smiled. Then, in a flash, he disappeared from the office with Cammy. The next second, they appeared in a large laboratory at the edge of the ecological city. Sir, the staff in the laboratory called out in unison. Emma, she's the tester. Bring her there. Seito pointed at Cammy. Okay. Emma nodded in agreement. She then walked up to Cammy and said softly, Please follow me. A sudden sense of nervousness welled up in her heart. She first looked around, then at Ito Sei beside her. Only then did she silently walk to the side with Emma, her heart beating fast. After about 5 minutes, Cammy, who was naked from head to toe, was led by Emma into an instrument room that was connected to the large laboratory by an isolation window. Under Emma's guidance, Cammy lay on the bed of a machine that looked like a CT scanner. Emma then inserted electric needles into the stigmata on her back and various parts of her body. After a while, Emma covered the bed with a glass cover and activated the instrument to spit out a cloud of white mist. She then made an OK gesture to everyone and walked out of the instrument room. Scarlet, you'll be in charge of the rest. Seito turned to Scarlet O'Hara and said, Activate the system, Scarlet O'Hara ordered loudly. As soon as she finished speaking, the staff in the laboratory immediately took their positions and activated the required equipment. Connect to the stigmata, Scarlet ordered again. Stigmata connection successful. Begin inputting data, Scarlet said loudly. Beginning data transmission. In a laboratory, a laser screen with Cammy's head on the upper left corner showed a 3-dimensional model of a female body and various data. At the bottom of the screen, a progress bar was slowly moving forward. 10%, 15%, 20%. Information transmission complete. A minute later, a worker who was monitoring the data of the instrument shouted, Begin inputting energy and activating the stigmata. Scarlet ordered without hesitation. Chapter 1329. Energy infusion has begun. Stigmata activation process has begun. As soon as these words were spoken, Cammy, who was lying in the dormant cabin and in a state of anesthesia, suddenly frowned. At the same time, a visible tremor appeared on Cammy's body, as if she was an epileptic patient. In this case, traces of nova crystallization began to appear on Cammy's body, which was similar to the traces that would appear when cryosphere was activated and Pandora's stigmata activity exceeded a certain standard. What's the situation? Scarlet, whose expression did not change at all, asked in a low voice. Everything is normal. All changes are within the expected range, the staff quickly replied. Hearing this, Scarlet ignored them and continued to look at the various data and experiment progress displayed on the screen. After more than half a minute, when the progress bar on the screen reached 80%, an anxious voice reported, Not good. It's entering the critical value. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's eyes fell on Scarlet's face, waiting for her order. Scarlet glanced at Sei Ito, who was standing next to her, from the corner of her eye. After seeing that he did not give any orders, she directly ordered, "Continue." "Yes," the staff responded in unison. The progress bar reached 85%. The alarm that the critical value had reached rang wildly. At the same time, a large number of nova crystallization energy lines gradually densely covered Cammy's body. In terms of appearance, it was very fragile, like a glass product. It was so fragile that no one could bear to touch it. The progress bar reached 90%. The critical value had been broken, and the data representing Cammy's body on the screen began to become chaotic. Scarlet, who saw all this, still did not give the order to stop. The progress bar reached 92%. "Activate the emergency procedure," Scarlet suddenly ordered. "Yes." As the staff's voice fell, a green liquid substance, which represented life energy, was sent into Cammy's body through the slender fiber tube at the end of the electric needle connected to Cammy's body, and began to treat her body. The progress bar continued to slowly move forward. 95%, 96%, 97%, inject the inhibitor. Just when there were so many stigmata lines on Cammy's body that it seemed like she was going to crystallize, Scarlet ordered again. In an instant, a light yellow liquid began to appear on the slender fiber tube connected to the end of the electric needle. Together with the life energy that did not stop there, it began to flow into Cammy's body. In less than 5 seconds, the stigmata lines that appeared on the surface of Cammy's body began to dim. It slowly slowed down to a stop. It began to slowly shrink back into the stigmata. Energy infusion completed. At this time, a staff excitedly reduced the frequency of the frequency. Scarlet slightly breathed a sigh of relief and ordered, "Yes." As the infusion of energy decreased, the activation of the stigmata weakened, and the effect of the inhibitor finally broke out. As a result, the divine mark lines on Shenwu Yueya's body quickly disappeared. Following the end of the infusion of energy, they both disappeared from Shen Wu Yueya's body. There is no reaction. His vital signs are normal. His data is dropping rapidly. There is no abnormality. The staff quickly reported the data in front of them. "Send her to the ICU," Scarlet ordered. Immediately, 2 female researchers turned around and pushed a portable bed frame into the instrument room. They turned on the multifunctional hibernation canopy and removed the electrocution needles from Shen Wuyue's body one by one. They worked together to move her to the bed frame that was parked at the side. They covered her exposed body with a white sheet and pushed her into the ICU to observe her situation. "Thank you for your hard work." Sei Ito turned to look at Scarlett O'Hara, who was in charge of the experiment, as well as Atsuko Shia, Emma, Cecil, Nina, Celine, Lakshata, Erika, Iwei, Akiji Ritsuko, and Royd. Except for Royd, among the other women, only Atsuko Shia was relatively sociable. The others were either too familiar with Sei Ito and didn't need to be polite, or they didn't want to talk. So in this strange, silent atmosphere, Atsuko Shia and Royd, who didn't know how to talk, also didn't speak. They were silent with everyone. In this regard, although Sei Ito was a little embarrassed, he didn't take it to heart. He laughed dryly, turned to Royd, and asked, "Is the test bracelet ready?" "It's done. It has been given to them according to your request." Royd raised his hand and pushed the glasses on his nose. "Okay." Sei Ito nodded. "By the way, Ms. Shia, has the special band been determined?" Then, Sei Ito turned to look at Atsuko Shia and asked, "With the reference of Dr. O'Hara's data, a general range has been determined, but the specific band can only be locked in the outside world." Atsuko Shia said with a smile, "Well, after the test here is over, I will take you out for the final band test." Sei Ito nodded and agreed. "Okay," Atsuko Shia said. "Okay, you guys go ahead. I'll go check on the test subject." Sei Ito looked at everyone again, then turned and left the experiment room, walking toward the special intensive care unit. Soon, Sei Ito came to the ward that was similar to the hospital's intensive care unit and saw Kaneko, who was still in a coma. He sat down on the bed and took out a screen. While peeling the apple with a knife, he waited for Kaneko to wake up. Seito didn't have to wait long. Just as he finished peeling the apple, Kaneko woke up with a painful groan. "You're awake?" Seito asked with a smile as he cut the screen into small pieces and put them in front of Kaneko's mouth. Kaneko, who came back to her senses, opened her mouth and bit into the apple in front of her and chewed. "How do you feel?" Seito asked as he peeled another piece of apple and put it in front of her. "I'm fine." Kaneko lifted her arms from under the sheet, clenched her fists, and sensed her condition. Then she sat up, ignoring her exposed chest due to the sheet falling off, turned around, and stood up. In the next second, a mosaic-like cube flashed, and a Genex uniform once again appeared on Cammy's naked body. A daily application of the uniform. Seito asked with a smile, "How do you feel? Do you feel any discomfort?" "It feels weird." Kaneko, who turned around, frowned. Seito nodded, raised his hand, and threw a copy of the experiment's data on the bed in front of him. "Take a look. Once you're done, you'll understand what's going on." Kaneko reached for the data on the bed, lowered her head, and flipped through them one by one. As she flipped through them, Kaneko's expression changed, from the initial shock to the current excitement. "Is this all true?" Shun Wu-Yuya asked. "Of course." Seito smiled. After receiving confirmation, Kaneko put the data in her hand down, quickly walked to the open floor of the ICU, and focused. Then, in an instant, the small squares from before appeared densely around Kaneko's body, and a second later, they turned into a futuristic Pandora versus Nova battle outfit. "Where's the experimental field?" Kaneko, whose head was covered by a dark brown helmet, asked. Seito smiled and teleported Kaneko out of the ICU, appearing in a desolate area in the northern part of the Rubik's Cube continent. "You may begin," Seito said. As soon as he finished speaking, Kaneko's body immediately moved, turning into a stream of light, and rushed into the distance under Seito's gaze. It was an acceleration technique, and it was the kind of super acceleration that was close to the speed of sound from the start. Then, Kaneko stepped into the sky and instantly shot into the sky like a cannonball, and then hovered there, defying the laws of gravity. Then, Shinwu Yu extended her hands forward, and several slender cylindrical muzzles materialized in the small mosaics that appeared when the Stardust weapon transformed. Several laser beams then flew out from the muzzles that materialized. "Ha ha ha, this is awesome! This is awesome!" Kaneko, who was a little excited, clasped her hands together, and a rapidly spinning, distorted ball immediately appeared in her palms, and the next moment, she threw it to the ground. Boom! With a loud bang, a huge circular crater with a diameter of more than 10 meters appeared on the ground. Gravity ball attack. Then, Shun Wuyu's Pandora weapon, the tracking dagger, appeared around her. Then, under her control, the dagger shone with a golden light and shot towards the ground like a meteor. Boom! In the bright golden light, several cracks, 1 meter wide, 2 meters deep, and about 5 to 6 meters long, appeared on the ground. Runic attack. Then, Kaneko's body changed again, and 2 shoulder cannons appeared on the shoulders of her armor, and 2 particle balls emitting strong energy waves were quickly being formed in the muzzles of the cannons. The next moment, 2 beams of light shot out, and a loud bang echoed between heaven and earth, and at the same time, a pale white mushroom cloud quickly rose from the ground. Ha! With this, what do I have to be afraid of? I'll definitely defeat that bitch Elizabeth, defeat that monster Shifeng, and become number 1. In the air, Kaneko, who had seen everything that she had caused, laughed hysterically. However, as soon as she finished speaking, her body fell uncontrollably from the sky towards the ground. Chapter 1330. Pa! Itomori stretched out his hand and caught the falling Kanzuki in his arms. Huh! At the same time, the small mosaics that were produced when the Synchrony physique was activated once again appeared around Kami Yuya's body. It removed all of her armor and turned her back to her naked state. "What's going on?" Cammy asked, her face pale. "You just finished the experiment. The data and the stigmata still need some time to fuse. You also need to train to get used to the powerful energy contained within. That's why your armor suddenly disintegrated," Say Ito explained. "I see." Shun Wuyu heaved a sigh of relief and relaxed. Then her eyes flashed, and she said in a seductive voice, "Does my body look good?" "Not bad," Say Ito said with a smile. "Since you know about the Arene bar system, do you know about the other benefit of the Arene bar system?" Cammy wrapped her arms around Sei Ito's neck and asked in a seductive voice. "What is it?" Sei Ito asked with a half-smile. "When you're having sex with a man, you can magnify and share this feeling, allowing both of you to reach the peak of pleasure," Cammy seductively said to Sei Ito. "How about it? Do you want to give it a try?" "Here?" Sei Ito raised an eyebrow. "If you want, you can do it," Cammy said with a seductive smile as she licked her lips. "Forget it. Let's go to your bedroom, Genex," Sei Ito said with a shake of his head. Then he had a thought. Han-sun took Shin Wu-yu and disappeared from the wasteland. They appeared in a well-decorated room. He threw the naked Shun Wu-yu onto the bed and pressed her down, kissing her passionately. During the kiss, Cammy took the initiative to help Sei Ito take off his clothes. Soon, he was naked as well. "Wait." Just as Sei Ito was about to enter, Cammy suddenly stopped him. Sei Ito raised his eyebrows. "Irene bar," Shin Wu-yu growled. In an instant, deep inside soulless pupils, a ball of light that was surrounded by two rings lit up. "All right," Shin Wu-yu said. "I'm going to try this so-called Irene bar state." Ito-sei laughed when he saw this. Then, he exerted strength from his waist. He stabbed the stardust weapon he was born with into Shunwu Yuiya's stigmata. "Ah!" Kamino hugged Ito Seiji's body tightly with her arms. She tilted her head back and let out a long cry. In an instant, a strange feeling and stimulation were transmitted to the bottom of Ito-sei's heart through the connection between the two. "This feeling is really," Sei Ito exclaimed in his heart as he savored the excitement. Then, Sei Ito did not hesitate and began to operate on Shun Wuya's body. Then, intense female moans and gasps echoed in the room, which had good soundproofing. Very quickly, another high-pitched and hurried moan sounded. Shun Wuya collapsed on the bed, her face red and her eyes half-closed. She was panting heavily. "This method is really exciting, but I can't let it end like this." Sei Ito, who was lying on top of Shun Wuya's body, laughed strangely. "Who said it's over? Let's continue." Shun Wuya, who had the potential to not admit defeat, opened her eyes wide and said loudly, "That's good." Itsunari laughed strangely and began to do it again. Then, the moans that had just stopped echoed in the room again. Of course, this didn't happen just once. Instead, it happened more than a dozen times before it finally ended with a hoarse shout. Both of them stopped. Just by relying on the human body of the stigmata, the effect is almost on par with the effect of Tao Wu, Dugu Feng, and Bai Qing. This is a bit surprising. Sei Ito thought to himself as he played with Shun Wuya's full breasts and silently digested the special energy that he had gained from Shun Wuya's body through dual cultivation. The next moment, Shun Wuya suddenly felt the abnormality in her body and was stunned. "Don't worry, that's your reward," Sei Ito explained in a timely manner. Hearing this, Shun Wuya, who was still a bit confused, did not ask any more questions. She silently felt the changes in her body. Soon, a kind of physical and mental pleasure, a comfortable feeling like a hot spring, rose from the bottom of her heart. At the same time, a feeling that she had more control over the stigmata appeared in her heart. Could it be that following this guy can increase the adaptability of the stigmata? Shun Wuya secretly guessed. This is even better. Not only can I increase the adaptability of the stigmata through this, but I can also continue to use the Arene bar system to make him infatuated with me. Then I can control him cleverly and get some benefits from him. Thinking of this, the smile on Shun Wuya's face became even more charming. She opened her mouth and gently licked Sei Ito's neck seductively. After half a day, Sei Ito sat up, turned over, and stood up beside Shenwuya's bed. This is the teleport key. It will allow you to go back and forth between the previous place and the dormitory. From tomorrow onwards, you can start a train on your own. Sei Ito, who was standing on the ground naked, turned his hand and produced a piece of metal about the size of a poker card. He used his mind power to engrave 2 teleportation formations on both sides of the metal card, and then handed it to Shenwuya. Okay, Shenwuya sat up and took the metal badge. She was very obedient. It's very simple to use. After you put on the armor, you can activate it with your mind. Of course, if you can master your mind power, you can also use it normally. Ito-sei said as he wrapped his body with water and washed away the remaining filth and odor on his body. Shenwuya, who was looking at the metal card in her hand, nodded to show that she understood. Take a rest. According to the time, there are about 6 hours before your stigmata will be completely integrated. Ito-sei, who had put on his clothes with instant transmission, said again. When will we meet again? Shenwuya looked up at Sei Ito and asked. It depends, Sei Ito said casually. Shenwuya didn't ask any more questions. She got up on the bed and extended her arms in invitation. Sei Ito walked to the bedside and hugged Shenwuya. Shenwuya put her arms around his neck and kissed him passionately. When Shenwuya was out of breath, Han-san separated from her and used teleportation to disappear from Shenwuya's room. The next day, Sei Ito appeared in the big lab again. Ms. Shia, give me your work. I'll take you out. Sei Ito said to Shia Atsuko, who was busy. Okay. Shia Atsuko agreed and handed her work to the normal researchers. She picked up the laptop with the special frequency data and walked to Sei Ito. Sei Ito wrapped his arms around Shia Atsuko's waist and teleported her to Tibet, China, in the world of 0-degree warrior. He then carried her to the headquarters of Shia Heavy Industries in Japan. A few hours later, Sei Ito flew through China, the East China Sea, international waters, and the Sea of Japan, and arrived in the airspace of Japan. He entered Shia Heavy Industries headquarters building and stopped in Shia Atsuko's room. Phew, we're finally back. This is the first time I've experienced such a method of travel. Finally stepping on the ground, Shia Dunko's face was a little pale. She let go of Ito-sei's arms and got out of his arms. You'll get used to it, Ito-sei said with a smile. He put his hand on Shia Atsuko's shoulder and injected energy into her body to calm her nervous spirit and mood. Forget it. Shia Atsuko, whose face had regained its color, laughed dryly. Let's go to the laboratory and complete the final test work. Shia Atsuko continued. Then she tidied up her somewhat messy clothes, took the computer, and walked out of the room with Sei Ito and walked openly to the laboratory with the equipment needed for the experiment. Along the way, all the staff who saw Shia Atsuko had a strange look on their face, but they didn't say anything. They either nodded or greeted Shia Atsuko. During this process, Sei Ito still used a special radio wave field formed by electromagnetic ability to make himself disappear from the monitoring equipment in the building and other people's perception. 10 minutes later, the two of them entered a laboratory. As a non-professional, Sei Ito tactfully put away his ability, retreated to the side, found a place to sit down, and watched Shia Atsuko, who was busy setting up the computer and connecting it to the equipment in the laboratory. Zizi, soon a strange sound of radio waves came from the equipment in the laboratory. Shia Atsuko ignored the strange sound of the radio waves and stared at the data that appeared from time to time on the computer with a serious and dedicated face. After about 10 minutes, with Shia Atsuko's sudden low cry of "found it," the whole experiment was announced to be over. Sure enough, it's the same as what you and Dr. O'Hara said. Shia Atsuko was a little excited. Record this wave frequency, and then start to implement it according to the ideas discussed before. Walking to Shia Atsuko, Sei Ito looked at the data jumping on the computer and the strange sound coming from the instrument. Okay, I'll contact my grandfather. Shia Atsuko agreed very happily. Chapter 1331. P.S. Thank you to Moon Destroyer Army for your precious monthly votes. Thank you to NXCX and Halcyon for their rewards. In the Rubik's Cube world, on an uninhabited island, Karen, Velretta, Shinobi, Rinbori, Kimui, and Amelia Evans stood in a silent confrontation in front of an open space where they could see each other. In a large laboratory far away from the island they were on, say Ito, Royd, Cecil, Lakshata, Nina, Erica, Celine, Emma Lizardi, Isao Wei, Akaji Noriko, Scarlett O'Hara, Shia Atsuko, Principal Cygenix Margaret, Student President Sivan Fiachard, Student Representative Elizabeth Marbury, and Tissy Finero stood quietly in front of a huge laser screen, watching the people on screen. The test begins. Sei Ito took the communicator and announced. As soon as he finished speaking, light flashed from the bodies of the 6 people on the screen, and 6 unique combat armors instantly appeared on Karen, Shin Haibo, and Cammy's bodies. Among them, Karen and Valletta's armors were somewhat similar to the Red Lotus Sacred Heavenly 8 Extreme style and Guinevere's appearance. However, they were much smaller in size. After equipping them, they were only 8 to 1, 9 meters tall. They were not as tall as they used to be. Faint solidified radiation wave wings flashed behind their armors. Shinobi and Rinbori's armors were similar to the EVA series that they were familiar with. They were also greatly reduced in size. Visually, they were about 8 meters tall, very similar to individual exoskeleton armors. As for Kimui and Amelia Evans, the voluntary test subjects of Project Pandora's experiment, they were the same as the 4 people on the screen. They chose the armor that they were most familiar with, which was the one that Pandora wore in official battles. It was similar to a protective suit for a soldier from the future. Stardust weapons of different attributes were displayed around Shinwuya and in Amelia's hands. The strange armor they were wearing now was a combination of Royd, Lakshata, Nina, Cecil, Erica, Celine, Emma, Lizardi, Akaji Noriko, Isao Wei, and Scarlett O'Hara and Shia Atsuko, who were abducted from the Zero-Degree Warrior world. They were the biological individual armors developed by combining the cell enhancement technology of the BioBoost armor world, the life rune technology of the revolutionary machine, the S2 mechanism, and field technology of EVA, the Zero-Degree Warrior world's stigmata technology, and the second-generation Black Sphere technology. The reason why both of them were wearing products developed from the same technology but had different appearances was because of the difference in the design of the armor when they first wore it. The inspiration for this was the design concept of the magical protective suit from the magical Girl Naya world. Of course, the only difference was that Shanwuyu's data was directly modified based on her existing mature stigmata. It could be said that it was a complete bio-boost. Amelia, on the other hand, was using the stigmata's data obtained from Shinwuyu's body to develop the second generation. She was considered a half-cloak. Shinobi, Rinbo, Karen, and Valletta, on the other hand, were still using the disguise bracelet as an activation tool. Although there were differences, they were all products of the same generation in terms of performance. There was no difference at all. The only difference was who used it and how it was used. After Karen, Shinichi, Kane Moya, and the others finished dressing, they didn't waste any time talking to each other. Instead, they took action and began the test battle. The first to act was Kamui. With a wave of her arm, the 4 tracking daggers floating around her quickly turned into 4 golden streams of light. They shot towards Karen, Valletta, Rinbo, and Shinbo, who came from a different world from her and Amelia. At the same time, Kamui ordered Amelia, "Woman, follow me." Her tone was clearly a little impolite. It was clear that she looked down on Amelia, an unofficial member of the Pandora Project. If not for the fact that Amelia was also a beneficiary of the armor, Pandora might not have even bothered with her. Okay. Amelia did not care about Kimui's tone. With a sound of acknowledgement, he rushed forward with his stick-like weapon in hand. "Oh, that's dangerous, Meow." Shinhiba sneered as he suddenly crouched down and dodged Kanzuki's tracking dagger. Then, like a frog, he dashed forward to meet Amelia head-on. This is my return gift, meow. Shin Shiba shouted as he spun in midair and slashed down at Amelia. At the same time, Karen, Valletta, and Rinbo, who were also attacked, also made their choice. Rinbo's figure flashed and quickly slid to the side. While dodging the tracking daggers, she raised her hands in the air, just like Pandora summoning star weapons or Valkyrie summoning plasma equipment. A large rifle that looked like a sniper rifle instantly appeared in her hands. She aimed at Kim Yui and fired an electromagnetic beam. Obviously, compared to melee, Rinbo preferred to fight from a distance. On the other side, Karen stretched out her right hand and pointed her palm at the tracking daggers. The next second, a faint light flashed in front of Karen's palm, and the tracking dagger that Shun Wuyu shot out was immediately blocked by an invisible barrier. Sparks flew as the dagger and the barrier were locked in a stalemate. Then Karen stretched out her left hand and pointed at Kim Yui, and 2 green energy beams shot out from the laser cannon that just appeared. The last one, Valletta, also dodged to the side, dodging the dagger shot by Kanushi. Then she used the high-speed movement technique of a ninja and rushed towards Kanushi. With the help of her biological enhancement armor, Valletta's burst of speed was incredibly fast. In the blink of an eye, she had reached Shun Wuyu's side. She swung her leg and kicked Shun Wuyu's head. "Umph!" Kam Yui snorted coldly, and her body instantly split into 3. While dodging the laser beam shot by Rinbo and Karen and Valletta's kick, the 3 figures attacked Valletta from 3 different directions. Seeing this, Valletta lowered her body slightly, and a powerful gravity force quickly spread out from her. It pressed down on Kam Yui's 3 doppelgangers, and a circular depression was formed on the ground. Shen Wuya, whose face was covered by a brown mask, frowned. She allowed the 2 doppelgangers to slowly dissipate under the influence of gravity. She, on the other hand, had a thought, and her body flashed with energy lines similar to Pandora Nova. She activated the frozen realm that only Kam Yui can use. In an instant, a large spiderweb-like structure exuding light blue energy spread out and collided with Valletta's gravity field. And with a strange creaking sound, it canceled out the effect of the gravity field. "Valletta, get out of the way." At this time, Karen's voice suddenly sounded, and then a rapidly expanding gravity ball fell from midair at high speed toward Valletta and Kam Yui. Valletta, who believed Karen's words, didn't hesitate and immediately jumped back a long distance. And when her feet touched the ground again, she stepped back again. Kimi, who also heard the sound and figured out the reason for the attack under the warning system of her armor, looked up to the sky. At the same time, she slashed upward with the dagger-like tracking dagger in her hand. A thick crescent-shaped golden radiance instantly shot out from her dagger and collided with the gravity ball launched by Karen, who was suspended in midair with her radiation wave wings flickering with light. Boom! An earth-shattering loud noise exploded in an instant, and the shock wave formed by the collision of the 2 special energies quickly spread out like a passing typhoon, blowing away the dust on the ground and bending the trees. Gravel rolled. "That's crazy, meow." Nahib, who was fighting Amelia to his heart's content, borrowed the momentum of the battle and leaped high into the air to escape. Nahib muttered. However, this change didn't affect the few who had various means of detection. So after the peak of the shock wave passed, Karen and Valletta once again cooperated to find Kanzuki, who had recalled all the tracking daggers, and engaged her in a fierce battle in the gradually dissipating smoke. At the same time, Shinobi also found Amelia, who wanted to show her best side to repay Ito-sei for bringing her brother into the Rubik's Cube world and giving him the best place to stay. Shinobi also fought Amelia, who wanted to show her best side to repay Ito-sei for bringing her brother into the Rubik's Cube world and giving him the best place to stay. Among the 6 people, only Rinbori stood still, holding her gun with both hands. With the help of the armor's locking system, she tracked the people who were fighting together, exerting her unique deterrent force. Under such circumstances, all kinds of beam attacks, rune attacks, gravity, sound waves, energy freezing enchantments, and even teleportation and mental attacks were used, making the island, which had a decent environment, look like it could sink at any time. Very good. Although it's not really at the legendary level, it's still S-class. But an S-class is definitely enough. If you add those technological weapons to the mix, dealing with a normal legendary would be no problem at all. Not bad. Seito looked at the images and various data displayed on the screen, as well as the various information he felt through the power of the Rubik's Cube, and said happily, "Okay, let's start the application test of the simulated universe environment." Eric on the side reminded, "Okay." Seito nodded and agreed. Then, with a thought, he directly threw Karen, Valletta, Shinichi, Rinbori, Kamui, and Amelia into the Rubik's Cube world through the power of the Rubik's Cube world. They who suddenly felt the change in gravity paused for 2 seconds, then returned to their normal movements and continued to fight. But this time was different from before. Compared to Rinbori, Shinichi, Kamui, and Amelia, who had no experience in fighting in the zero-gravity universe, Karen and Valletta, who had been brought by Seito and experienced many battles in the universe, were obviously much more experienced. After adapting, they immediately spread out the solidified wings behind them, turned into streamers, and opened up a distance, then used powerful beam weapons to greet Kamui and Amelia. It could only be said that Kamui and Amelia were unlucky. Shinichi and Rinbori were thrown by Seito to be trained by Karen. As acquaintances, even in the test, Karen couldn't be too ruthless, so she could only vent all her energy on Kamui and Amelia, who were strangers to her for the time being. As for Valletta, she was testing the battle entirely out of the military mentality of cooperating with Karen to achieve the best battle results. Therefore, after Karen selected Kamui and Amelia as their targets, she launched an attack together. And with this advantage, due to the influence of the strange sense of space in the universe, Kamui and Amelia, who couldn't adapt in a short time, were quickly defeated by Karen and Valletta's attacks and were bound by special energy ropes. Afterward, Karen and Valletta turned their muzzles and fought with Shinichi and Rinbori. Similarly, in just over a minute, Shin Shirbua and Rinbo Li were tied up by special energy ropes. The test is over. Just as Karen and Valletta were about to start the final battle to determine the winner, Seito's voice sounded in their ears. "Tisk." Karen curled her lips in displeasure. Valletta smiled slightly and stopped moving. The results of the Cosmic Environment Application Test are normal. There are no abnormal values, a staff member reported. Good. This way, even if the great changes happen, we will have the means to deal with those aliens. Seito nodded with a smile. Then, with a thought, he moved Karen, Valletta, Shinichi, Rinbo, Kanika, and Amelia into the large laboratory and had them disarm and revert to their normal appearances. "How do you feel?" Ito-sei turned around and looked at the principal of Sejanix Academy, Sister Margaret, West Vaughn, who had a slightly surprised expression at the beginning, and Elizabeth and Tissy, who had a serious expression on their faces, and asked, "It's a powerful force." Elizabeth said solemnly, "If it can be used correctly, the problem of Nova can be solved." "Mr. Ito, the purpose of this test isn't just to show us the power of the weapon, right?" Shifon looked back at Seito and asked. "That's right." Seito nodded and admitted, "My purpose is simple. I hope to improve the entire Sejanix Academy and then select suitable candidates to receive the Stigmata Information remodeling to complete the reform of Pandora's armed forces. You want us to join you?" Sister Margaret asked with a frown. "In this situation, do you have a choice?" Seito asked with a smile. Chapter 1332. Although she was reluctant, under the premise that they were in the enemy's camp and not even in the original world, Sister Margaret had no other choice. In the end, after thinking about it and discussing it with the teachers and students of the academy for about 3 days, they officially merged into Seito's forces and became a special academy that specialized in training combatants, especially combatants who were proficient in using the new armor. "Sir, are you going to introduce the new armor to the entire army?" After the test experiment, Royd asked Sei Ito, who sent Sister Margaret, the West Vaughan Student Council President, Vice President Tissy, Elizabeth, and the tester, Cammy, back to Genex Academy. No need. This level of armor only needs to be circulated in the hands of a few people. As for the entire army, make a simplified version that can be learned and evolved. After all, not everyone is suitable to directly master this high-end power. Sei Ito replied without thinking. Okay, Roy nodded and agreed. In addition, you can also design a batch of professional versions for those who are talented and specialized in a certain aspect to use, Sei Ito said again after thinking about it. I see, Roy replied. In this way, the combat power of my subordinates will also break through the sky. Sei Ito looked up at the laser screen in front of him that was repeatedly playing the test experiment of Karen and the others. At the same time, he imagined a group of troops wearing the new armor and formed an army of S-class masters under various buffs and laughed strangely. Of course, this was just a fantasy. After all, the battlesuit was a kind of external force, and it was not as precise as the masters who had achieved it through their own efforts. Therefore, in a one-on-one battle, it was impossible to fully master the battlesuit's ability unless one went through a lot of training. Otherwise, they really might not be a match for those S-class masters with strange means. Of course, it was another matter for an army to crush them. After all, ants can still bite an elephant to death, right? Knowing that he had a guaranteed power in his hands, Sei Ito, who had a certain degree of confidence for the so-called big change in the future, felt relieved. He thought about returning to the harem of Zhujin City in Luoyang, Continent C. Using his teleportation ability, he teleported the strong woman Cornelia to his side. Pouncing on her like a tiger, he pressed her down on the big soft bed and ferociously kissed her lips that had purple lip gloss on them. While kissing, Ito-sei used the convenient teleportation ability to teleport Cornelia and all the clothes he was wearing to another place. What are you doing? A moment later, Cornelia frowned and shouted, Hee, I'm happy today. I plan to play the Queen's Conquest plan. Ito-sei laughed. If you want to play, go find someone else. I still have government affairs to deal with, Cornelia said unhappily. That's not up to you. Just submit to me. Sei Ito laughed strangely, then lowered his head and kissed Cornelia's lips again. He stuck out his tongue and tangled it with hers. Cornelia let out an instinctive moan. I'm coming. A moment later, Sei Ito, who felt that it was about time, looked down with a red face. Cornelia said softly with an intoxicated look in her eyes. Immediately, he exerted strength from his waist and pierced the godly spear into Cornelia's avalon, occupying the entire space of the utopia. Cornelia, who was full of satisfaction, let out a low moan. As if encouraged, Sei Ito slowly moved on Cornelia's body, creating a burst of pa-pa-pa sounds. But since he said that he was going to play some Queen's Conquest plan, his actions naturally wouldn't be as simple as manual labor. With Cornelia's cooperation, he carried out all kinds of methods, such as leaning forward, standing on the bridge, sitting up high, and going through the back door. The whole hall was filled with an erotic atmosphere and fanciful moans. After a long while, Cornelia suddenly opened her mouth and let out a long, hoarse moan. She collapsed weakly in Sei Ito's arms. Sei Ito maintained a state of being integrated with Cornelia, letting her neck rest on his arm. His right hand gently stroked her smooth and wet back, soothing Cornelia's emotions. You're a bastard. After a moment, Cornelia, who came back to her senses, cursed in a low voice. I wonder who was the one who cooperated so actively just now. Sei Ito asked with a smile. Humph. Cornelia snorted coldly when she heard that. She stretched out her hand and pinched Sei Ito's soft waist, twisting it. Hiss. Where'd you learn this from? Sei Ito pretended to be in pain. It seems to be working well. Cornelia didn't answer Sei Ito's question. Instead, she narrowed her eyes slightly and said. Sei Ito was speechless. His right hand slid down and lightly patted Cornelia's butt. Then, the two of them played like this, chatting about the situation in C Continent. They learned about the changes in this world that he first swallowed. At the same time, they also told Cornelia some other things about themselves. They exchanged feelings. This night, Sei Ito, Cornelia, and Huang Shunlei, Jiang Lihua, and the other three who were later found, happily passed by. The next day, Sei Ito, who was dressed and had breakfast with his three beautiful wives, kissed Cornelia and the other two goodbye. He appeared in the room that Sei Ito lived in the Rubik's Cube world. "You look like you're ready." Sei Ito looked at Sei Ito, who was in the same clothes as when they first met, and said with a smile, "Yes." Sei Ito replied with a smile, "Okay, let's go." Sei Ito nodded and teleported Sei Ito out of the Rubik's Cube world with his thoughts. They appeared in Sei Ito's room in 0-degree warrior Sei Ito's heavy industry. "Go do your work," Sei Ito said as he sat on Sei Ito's bed. "Okay." Sei Ito nodded, then turned and walked out of the room, disappearing behind the closed door. Then, after about 5 days, Sei Ito returned to Sei Ito's room and found Sei Ito sitting cross-legged on the bed cultivating. Sensing that someone had entered the room, Sei Ito slowly opened his eyes and looked at Sei Ito. "Everything has been prepared. We will depart for Donges tomorrow morning," Atsuko Shia reported. Sei Ito nodded, indicating that he understood. The next day was uneventful, and in the blink of an eye, it was the next day. Under the notification of the preset alarm, Sei Ito and Sei Ito both woke up from their sleep. That's right, both of them, because last night, Sei Ito unceremoniously squeezed into the same bed as Sei Ito, who came back to stay for the night. At first, Sei Ito was a little nervous, but knowing that she couldn't resist, Sei Ito didn't resist. She washed and changed her clothes as usual. She didn't know if it was for the convenience of Sei Ito or because she was originally like this. Sei Ito only wore a pair of white underwear and an oversized white nightgown. She didn't wear a bra or anything else. She lay on the bed with her back facing Sei Ito. This time, Sei Ito was quite obedient. He just put his hand on Sei Ito's waist, hugged her into his arms, and fell asleep as if hugging a living pillow. Sei Ito, who was nervous and confused, quietly breathed a sigh of relief. She felt an inexplicable sense of loss in her heart. After struggling for almost half an hour, she fell asleep in a daze. At this time, Sei Ito, who woke up, blushed. She quickly retracted her left leg from Sei Ito's body, turned over, and sat up. She pinched the wrinkled shirt with her right hand to cover her exposed chest. "I didn't expect you to have a childish side when sleeping at night. You are so cute." Sei Ito, who was lying on the bed, looked at Sei Ito, who was a little flustered, and chuckled. Sei Ito's slightly red cheeks blushed again when she heard the words. She turned around and stood up quickly. She ran into the bathroom that came with the small room to wash up. At the same time, she calmed down her chaotic emotions. Sei Ito, who had seen some storms and waves, quickly sorted out her emotions. She changed her clothes and returned to the room calmly. She left the room with Sei Ito, who washed and dressed neatly in her own way. They went to the helicopter platform on the top floor of Shia Heavy Industries. They took the prepared helicopter to fly away from Shia Heavy Industries and flew to the nearby airport. About 10 minutes later, the helicopter landed in an airport. Sei Ito and Sei Ito got off the helicopter and walked to a large transport plane under the leadership of a young woman in a black professional suit. They boarded the plane and flew to East Genex Academy together. After a few hours of flight, at about 3:30 p.m. local time, the plane landed at a military airport established in East Genex Academy. "Thank you very much for safe landing guidance. I'm Sei Ito from Shia Heavy Industries." With the usual smile on her face, Atsuko Shia walked down the plane with a portable electronic data board that was similar to the iPad of the future, but had much more powerful functions. She introduced herself to the Tunj Nico staff waiting outside the cabin to greet her. Behind her, Sei Ito, who slightly disguised his face so that no one would recognize him as the culprit who caused the disappearance of the two important places in West Genex and Alaska, and another female staff member also walked out of the plane and stood next to Saito. There were 3 people who came to greet them. One was the former Pandora instructor who retired from Nambu's at the same time as Jin Yumi of West Genex that Saito took down. One was a pure technical staff member and a student representing East Genex Pandora, Kathy Lockhart. Thank you very much for coming from afar. I'm Sophie Auld, the instructor of East Genex Academy. A woman with short blonde hair and 2 diamond earrings reached out her hand and said. Her legs were wrapped in black-gray silk stockings, a black short skirt, and a white casual shirt with half-rolled sleeves. Chapter 1333. After a simple exchange of greetings, the new Nova replica model that was transported along with the transport plane was moved off the transport plane by the staff of Donji Phoenix. It was then transported to the designated location according to the layout diagram brought by Atsuko Seiya. I hope this impact will be the same as the 12th impact in the original work, bringing a sufficient number of new and high-end novas. Saito, who was standing next to Atsuko Shiya, who was greeting the staff of Donji Phoenix, looked at the Nova model with a flying orchid engine being transported away one by one. That's right, the purpose of Saito and Atsuko Shiya this time is very simple, just like the original work, to trigger the Nova impact. As for the reason for Shiya Heavy Industries intervention, it's very simple. Didn't Donji Phoenix just recruit the top Pandora in the world to form various special combat teams? In order to cooperate with your training, we voluntarily provide a batch of the latest Nova model for everyone to use in training, and collect the corresponding data through this combat test to improve. Okay? For this reason, the higher-ups of Siebelier finally agreed to the request of Shiya Heavy Industry and fulfilled the preliminary conditions of this impact summoning ritual. The final test is scheduled to begin 3 days later, together with the senior elites of the entire Donji Phoenix Academy and the outstanding talents from branches and branches all over the world. Of course, at this time, because there was no suitable time, Jingo Aoi's Valkyrie project was still not proposed in advance and put into the test. Therefore, Saito did not find the Valkyrie members on the Donji Phoenix campus in the following journey. We're here. This is the room arranged for the 3 of you. After a while, Sophie led Saito and the other 2 to a room in the building specially used to receive guests, opened the door, and introduced. I think you must be very tired after a long flight. So if you have anything to say, we can talk about it later. The 3 of you should rest first. Sophie smiled. Thank you. Atsuko Shiya, who was the leader on the surface, smiled back and thanked. Then we won't be polite. Do as you wish, Sophie said. Then Saito, Shiya Atsuko, and another female secretary walked into the room that was comparable to a 5-star hotel's business suite. They each found a room to rest. A few hours later, Atsuko Shiya, who felt that she had rested enough, left the room. She found a staff member and followed him to the technical analysis department of Eastern Genesis Academy. He communicated with the staff there about the status, parameters, placement, and other details of the new Nova model. He had to ensure that there were no mistakes in this summoning operation and that it was a complete success. Just like that, under Shiya Dunko's hard work and full attention, 3 days passed smoothly. During this period of time, he had transformed into a bodyguard of Shurya Dunzi. Saito, who was also an attendant, couldn't just run around. They were either following the living Yuatunko around Donji Phoenix or staying in a house that was arranged for them. Therefore, they didn't see any of the original characters other than Kathy Lockhart. But Saito didn't care much about this. After all, after taking down Donji Phoenix and even the entire Zero-Degree Warrior world, it would only take a second to see them. There was no need to rush to meet them like a person who hadn't seen the world. On this day, which was the morning of the test, the heavens were beautiful. White clouds floated in the blue sky for thousands of miles. The wind was gentle and the sun was bright. It was a scene of happiness. In the simulated battlefield in the center of East Genex Academy, which was used for carnivals and official mock training, the third-year elites of East Genex Academy, led by Kathy Lockhart and their commanders, as well as the 5 strongest elites in the world, such as Roxanne Lipton, Shalulu Bonaparte, Julia Monbach, and their commanders from all over the world stood in a row. They stood with their hands behind their backs like U.S. soldiers taking a breather. With a solemn expression, they looked at the dean of East Genex Academy, who was raised high above them. She was a lady who still had the same charm, but looked much older than the dean of West Genex Academy, Marguerite. Then, before today's joint exercise begins, I would like to first thank everyone from Shia Heavy Industry who helped in this exercise and worked day and night to provide support. Also, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to Dr. Aoi Django who set up this plan and guided this time. Tisk, he's here too, just in time to save me the trouble of finding him. I'll take him down when the exercise begins and get all the information about the Valkyrie project from him. Sei Ito, who was standing beside Shia Dunko, looked at the white-haired old man Aoi Django, who was standing on the other side of the crowd with an indifferent expression as if he wasn't interested in anything in front of him, thought Sei Ito. Then, he flicked his finger and left a spiritual imprint on Aoi Django. In today's drill, the entire Genex Academy will be equipped with 6 Nova Type S training vehicles. Assuming that there are adverse impacts that may occur at any time in the future, the objective of the battle is to eliminate the target within a limited time with the 7th Squad as the leader. Furthermore, within the effective range of the Flying Orchid this time, the 4 squads formed by the elites of Eastern Genex Academy will conduct response training for special situations. Continued the principle of Eastern Genex Academy. The battle will take 4 hours from 13 to 1700 hours. Then, at this moment, the joint exercise between Team 7 and Donji Phoenix Academy has officially begun. Following the end of the announcement, the Pandora below immediately dispersed according to the pre-assigned team composition. They left the simulated battlefield used for daily training and rushed to the designated test site. At the same time, they focused their mind to prepare for the upcoming Nova test model. As for the lady, she returned to the monitoring room with the people on the platform. She chatted with the people she was familiar with while looking at the various data and images that began to appear on the screen. About 3 minutes later, a buzzing sound suddenly sounded on the screen. A tall S-type Nova test model appeared in the designated test field, causing a large number of birds to fly away. Spread out. The leader of a team formed by Donji Phoenix Academy's elite shouted. Downstairs, the team leader and the 4 team members led by her took out their Stardust weapons one after another. They attacked the Nova model that suddenly appeared according to their daily training and combat methods taught by the instructor. At the same time, the Dominators owned by each of them extended their arms at the same time and unleashed Frost territory on the Nova model. Perhaps they had been elites for too long and completely treated the Nova model in front of them as a fake Nova that appeared in the simulated battle training. Therefore, they were not prepared for the Nova model's beam attack that only a real Nova could use. Immediately, their life seeds were scratched and they fell to the ground with half of their clothes torn. Fortunately, this group of elites was used to the means of biological resonance. Therefore, at this time, although they were still wearing the official Genex uniform, they still had the defensive power of the combat uniform. Therefore, they were not in danger from the sudden attack. While the elite team was fighting the Nova model, Atsuko Shia began to introduce the performance of the Nova model that used the Flying Orchid engine to the people in Sibelir. After all, Shia Heavy Industries was a military enterprise after all. They built so many things to meet the orders of Sibelir. Therefore, instead of an introduction, it was more appropriate to call a product promotion. The TYPRS training machine this time has 6 cores directly connected to the Flying Orchid engine so that it can be replenished with energy from the Flying Orchid engine set up in the area. Although the range of movement is limited, it has the same performance as a real Nova. It can use Frost territory and beam attacks. Atsuko Shia introduced with a smile on her face like a salesperson selling houses. At the same time, The other teams and the special teams formed by the other 4 of the world's top 5 were also fighting the Nova model that had been set up in advance. They used various methods to fight the simulated Nova model that had been enhanced. Bang! With an impact that was invisible to the naked eye, the core of a Nova model was penetrated by Julia Monbeek's attack. Why, the activity of the Nova model didn't stop. Shalura Bonaparte of the special team and the people in the monitoring room of the venue said one after another, "That's impossible. The core has been destroyed." Atsuko Shia retorted with a surprised and ignorant expression on her face. "What the hell is going on? Is there an abnormality in the system? Quickly confirm it." A Siebelier member in a military uniform said quickly. "Yes." Atsuko Shia responded, then turned her head. Her eyes met Seito's and fell on the monitoring screen in front of her. Except for Seito, all the participants with their backs facing her didn't notice the somewhat evil smile on Atsuko Shia's face at this time. In the outside world, in the test field, the Nova model that had been destroyed in front of the special team suddenly underwent a strange change. The Nova model that should have stopped functioning paused slightly and floated in midair again. Then, a huge energy channel that was just big enough to wrap around the Nova appeared behind the Nova, emitting a dazzling light. "It's finally begun," Seito thought as he looked at the scene transmitted back from the screen. Then, just like in the original work, a large amount of particle dust began to appear in the sky above the island where East Genis Academy was located. As if attracted by an invisible force, it surged to the Flying Orchid engine protection boxes placed in 12 special locations all over the island. The Flying Orchid engine was activated and began to create an impact phenomenon. Chapter 1334. P.S. Thank you to Moon Destroyer Army, Hell Aristocrat, and Laughing Noble Ghost for their precious monthly votes. Thank you to NXCX, Halcyon, and 1577478860 for their tips. The faintly glowing mist of particles was like a long snake with intelligence as it shuttled and drifted over the entire East Genis Island, forming clouds that shrouded everyone below, be it the 7th Special Team and the East Genis Elite Team who were participating in the test exercise, or the ordinary Pandora who had nothing to do with watching the show. In the vision of the Pandora, shadows began to appear in the fog and gradually revealed their true appearance. "How is this possible? Why are you here?" No, it's you." With such shock and disbelief, it was as if they had seen a person or scene that was the least likely to appear before their eyes. They let out words of hatred, pain, and gnashed their teeth. One by one, they fell into their own worlds and lost their ability to fight. Seiji glanced at Jingo Aoki, who was still standing there motionlessly, and thought to himself, "The trial that transcends consciousness has begun. It's really like the process of transforming, blackening, into whitening in alchemy." Seiji glanced at Jingo Aoki, who was still standing there motionlessly. "Why didn't you stop the Nova training machine? What the hell is going on?" The other officers who felt their lives were threatened asked loudly with anger and fear. "Please be quiet, please be quiet." The staff quickly comforted them. "We are now confirming the situation. How many people will be able to stand in the end?" Amidst the chaos, Aoi Jingo stood up with his hands in his pockets and walked to Shia Atsuko. "When the resonance begins, the stigmatous substance will not accept any external intervention." "Sure enough, you know," Shia Atsuko said softly. "You know everything about this phenomenon. How is it?" "It's not that simple. I don't know everything either." "Yes, just like you don't know, I don't know either." "No, that's not right. Everyone is the same. Our intelligence is really just something insignificant." Jingo Aoi looked at the screen in front of him and said with a cold expression. While Aoi Jingo and Shia Atsuko were talking about the resonance phenomenon, Aoi Jingo and Shia Atsuko were talking about it. Nearly 90% of Pandora fell into the fog of particles and completely lost their combat power due to the influence of the images similar to the inner demons that were known through the resonance of the stigmata. They fell into chaos. "Doctor, hurry up and go to the command room." An officer quickly walked to Aoi Django and said, "I'll stay here." Aoi Django replied without turning his head, "It's dangerous here. If the situation continues to worsen." The officer raised his voice slightly and said urgently, "I've already said it. Don't worry." Without waiting for the officer to finish speaking, Django Aoi slightly turned his head, glanced at the other side with a dignified gaze, and said, "I am here. Continue using the surveillance screen." Under Aoi Django's gaze, he didn't even dare to say a word. He even swallowed his saliva in fear. Then, we'll go over first." After pausing for a few seconds, the officer said stiffly, "Ah." Aoi Django replied casually, "Aren't you going?" After the officer ran away, Aoi Django asked Shia Atsuko, who was standing beside him. "At this point, I have to admit that we have been played by you from the beginning. No one can surpass you in the research of stigmata, Dr. Aoi Django. This time I deeply feel it," Shia Atsuko said with a gloomy face. "But, can I ask you a question?" Regardless of whether Aoi Django agreed or not, Shia Atsuko continued to ask, "What are those things?" Aoi Django was silent for a moment, then said slowly, "You should have felt it before, those unknown thoughts that can't be recognized." Shia Atsuko's face showed a look of astonishment and disbelief. "That's right. Pandora is the only interface that can recognize them. Pandora is evolving in the direction of surpassing humans. But after all, it's a puppet created by human hands, so it can't reach true evolution." Django Aoi didn't care about the change in Shia Atsuko's expression and continued to explain. Similarly, after hearing this, Shia Nobuko's expression darkened slightly, revealing an unwilling expression. She then turned her head and looked at Ito Sei. "Pandora's power is beyond my expectations, but even if I want to understand it, I still can't understand it. After all, it's a human. Sooner or later, it will be swallowed by the thoughts of the other world." Aoi Django kept talking. Shia Atsuko's body shook, and her face showed a shocked expression with a hint of fear. In short, it's a good time, the Pandora plan," Aoi Django finally said. But this time, because of Sei Ito's interference, Aoi Django, who didn't have an opportunity to carry out the Valkyrie plan, temporarily fell into a situation where he couldn't send anyone. So after saying those words, he could only watch the process continue, waiting for the most appropriate time to come. "This won't do," Sei Ito, who was also looking at the situation on the screen, thought in his heart. Then he spread out his psychic force, confusing the vision of Aoi Django and Shia Atsuko, creating the illusion that he was still here, then used instant transmission to appear outside, summoning Rinbo Ray to his side. "Ray, activate the armor," Sei Ito whispered softly. Rinbo Ray didn't say much and immediately activated the armor bracelet on her wrist. Then, in a dazzling light, a set of special armor similar to the Zero Machine appeared on her body. "Use the signal intervention device to connect with the island surveillance system," Sei Ito ordered again. As soon as he finished speaking, the crystal outside Rinbo Ray's armor flashed red. A special electronic signal that only Ito Sei could sense seeped into the building they were standing on. It infiltrated the monitoring system of Tunj Nikos through the wires buried inside. Although the special armor was small in size, the information processing function equipped with it could reach the quantum level, so in almost a few seconds, it silently obtained partial access to the surveillance system of East Jenks Island. "Access complete," Rinbo Ray reported softly. "Lock onto the 6 Type S Nova test vehicles and use the plasma cannon to destroy 3 of them," Sei Ito quickly ordered. "Understood." As soon as Rinbo Ray's voice fell, a 100mm rifle type cannon appeared. Rinbo Ray held her hands flat on her shoulders, and one end of the scope was simply connected to the right eye crystal of the armor, exchanging data between the two. Soon, a lock-on prompt appeared on the screen of Rinbo Ray's armor. Swoosh! The next second, a soft whistling sound was heard. A pale white ion beam that was thicker than an adult's arm instantly shot out from the muzzle of the cannon in Rainbow Ray's hand. While bringing along a strong wind pressure, it instantly penetrated half of East Jenks Island and hit one of the Type S Nova models under the shocked and stunned gazes of the East Jenks staff in the command room. Boom! A violent explosion was heard from afar, and in the sudden burst of dazzling light, one of the tall Nova models was blasted into two. The core of its chest was half destroyed. However, the attack had just ended. Two more thick ion beams shot out from the distance and hit the other two Type S Nova test airframes one after another, destroying them. The target is silent, Rainbow Ray reported. That's enough. All that's left is to wait. Seito smiled. Sure enough, just half a minute after Seito's words fell, the reaction signals of all the test vehicles, including the 3 destroyed Type S Nova test vehicles, changed from the N1 type signal waveform of the imitation Nova to the N-type signal waveform of the real Nova. Then, they all emitted an invisible impact similar to a superlife wave. With the help of the Flying Orchid engine installed in 12 places on the island and the quantum fog generated by it, it launched a new impact on Pandora. At this time, to everyone's surprise, Rainbow Ray also let out a somewhat uncomfortable groan. "What's wrong, Ray?" Seito asked with concern. "It's nothing. I just feel a headache. It seems like something is rushing into my head." Rainbow Ray frowned slightly. Could it be that the Nova's impact wave can also affect and resonate with Lily's soul or Lily cells in Ray's body? Seito frowned. Then he reminded her, "Ray, open the app position." Rainbow Ray didn't hesitate and immediately opened the app position. "It's done," Rainbow Ray said. "That's good." Seito breathed a sigh of relief, then refocused his attention on the test field in the distance. It's just that in the short few seconds when he spoke with Rainbow Ray, the situation on the field changed again. The stigmata of 90% of the Pandora who fell into the state of stigmata resonance became active in an abnormal way, eroding their receptor Pandora and transforming into Nova. In an instant, strands of sparkling light began to climb up the bodies of the Pandora. At the same time, ink-black crystals that looked like crystal pillars protruded from the places where the sacred marks were grown on the backs of the Pandora. It's interesting, isn't it? The moment when the old and the new take over. Aoki Gento whispered to Shia Atsuko, standing beside him. If it's expanded into light, it really looks like the energy wings of an angel. Through Rainbow Ray's armor as a relay, Seito, who also saw the changes of the Pandora, thought to himself. For example, the moment when Lana Lin Chin completed her spiritual transcendence in the original work. Then, Seito summoned Shinrei. There's a bad smell in the air, meow. Shinrei, who had just come out, sniffed her nose and raised her hand to push the glasses on her nose. Shinrei, put on the armor and crush the target. Remember, crush, not break and annihilate. Seito said. 0. Send the target's information to her. Oh. Shinrei responded casually. She activated the wristband and put on the small armor that resembled an EVA. Then, she completed the information sharing with Rainbow Ray. Like a flexible monkey, she jumped off the platform and shuttled through East Genix Island at high speed. At the speed close to the speed of sound, Shinrei quickly arrived in front of one of the Nova. She leaped high, and her hand was wrapped in a pale golden light that bloomed when the field rubbed against the gap. She hit the Nova's body hard. Bang! A large dent appeared on the Nova's chest shell. "So hard, meow," Shinrei whispered. Then her arm that landed on the Nova rushed forward. A high-frequency vibration that was invisible to the naked eye instantly spread rapidly with her fist as the center. The Nova's shell was shattered, and it flew out of the Nova's body until half of its shoulder fell to the ground. Ultrasonic shockwave. TSK. Shinrei stepped on the Nova's shell and flipped back to the ground. She moved sideways to avoid the Nova's beam attack. She opened her hands, and 2 broad-bladed greatswords that were as tall as her immediately appeared in her hands. She then spun around the Nova with light and agile steps while slashing at the Nova's body. In less than 10 seconds, Shinrei, who had completed her attack, rushed to the location of the other Nova without hesitation. The second she left, the Nova, which had basically maintained its general shape, immediately collapsed, splitting into dozens of broken limbs of different sizes and fell to the ground. Is that Pandora? The East Genix personnel, who saw Shinrei's performance through the monitoring screen, said hesitantly and in shock. In the same way, Aoi Jingo frowned slightly when he saw Shin Shiba, and a thoughtful look appeared on his face, which made Shia Atsuko, who had been observing him from his side, secretly gloated. So you can also make this kind of expression. Why is there no proliferation? Could it be because Shataraza didn't exceed the limit in the original work? Seito frowned as he saw that the Nova's wreckage that was split by Shinrei did not split and multiply as expected through the screen. It seems that to get enough Novas, I need to stimulate them with some external forces. Thinking of this, Seito immediately spread out his majestic mental power, covering more than half of the artificial island of Genix. He released pressure in waves that were far beyond Pandora's mental realm into the fog of particles, wantonly displaying his power. Under this exaggerated stimulation, the Nova that thought that Pandora had changed finally reacted. The last Nova that had just been split into several pieces by Shinrei's over-frequency vibration blade, and the Nova's wreckage that had not reacted before had an energy halo appear on the surface. Under the stimulation and energy from these halos, the Nova quickly grew and expanded, transforming into a 2-meter-tall humanoid Nova that stood on the ground. Chapter 1335. The number is 30, 50, 70, and it's still increasing. In the command room of Donji Nikos, the female staff member's expression changed drastically. How can it be? The Donji Nikos' principal and tactical instructor exclaimed in unison. How can it be? At the same time, in the original surveillance room, Aoi Jingo also made the same low exclamation, then said with a somewhat ugly expression, "Why? It's not at this stage yet." After that, he ignored Shia Dunko and immediately turned around and strode out of the surveillance room. "Doctor, where are you going?" Shia Dunko hurriedly shouted. "Are you going to stay here until the end, or leave with me now?" At this time, Seito's voice sounded in Shia Dunko's mind. "I want to stay until the end." Shia Dunko, whose body paused, whispered. "Got it," Seito replied, and then cut off the spiritual connection with Shia Dunko. Outside, Seito, who reopened his eyes, looked up at the sky that appeared together with the Nova that Aoi Jingo named as the Marionette Nova in the original work. Except for the shape of the feet that was a little strange, the face should be wearing a helmet, and the body of the female Nova was 90% similar to a human. Maria Lancelot's successor in the Nova position. Seito said softly, "Boss, there are too many of them, meow. If we still use the shattering method, it will be a little troublesome, meow." Shinbo, who was waving his sword in the middle of the Marionette Nova, contacted Seito and complained. "Hold on a little longer. I want to see if some people will appear," Seito replied. "Understood, meow." Shinbo took back his reply, then continued to shuttle between the Pandora and the Marionette Nova one after another. While rescuing the Pandora that had no combat power in Donji Nikos, he quickly killed the Novas. Will those legendary Pandoras appear in advance or not? Seito, who did not know that the legendary level Pando had not only woken up from his slumber after he took Maria Lancelot away, but he had also come to hide near Donji Phoenix. At this moment, squads of female Pandora dressed in the long-sleeve uniform that only official members of Hughalir could wear, along with their retainers, sprinted out from Eastern Genix Academy. They charged into the battlefield and began the rescue work for the cadet Pandora. These people were none other than Somalier's reserve team, the fourth-year students of Eastern Phoenix. However, after going through the preparatory training of these fourth years, the Bailey were very strong. The cultivation of the divine mark was also mature enough. Their adaptability was extremely high, but they were still somewhat powerless against this batch of puppet-type Nova that had arrived early due to Sei Ito's provocation. Their powerful attacks in the past did not have much effect on them, and they could only buy some time for their companions to take away the younger Pandora. Therefore, after a brief moment of contact, the decisive fourth-year captains changed their initial goal one after another. They changed the rescue operation from annihilating the enemy to a rescue operation. They led their team members and the Pandora who had lost their combat power to fight as they retreated to the defense area of the island under the pursuit of the puppet-type Nova. Ray, help them. Don't let them die. Sei Ito said softly when he found a fourth-year rescue team surrounded by the puppet-type Nova. Rinbo Ray, who had received the instruction, raised her hand, and the long rifle that had disappeared not long ago reappeared in her hand. The right eye of the armor was connected to the scope, and, with the help of Eastern Phoenix's island-wide surveillance system, she locked onto the target in the distance, pulled the trigger, and shot out an electric beam that was as thick as a human arm. Boom! In the next second, accompanied by an explosive sound, the electromagnetic gun directly hit the body of a puppet-type Nova, blasting it into pieces. Then, without losing momentum, it landed on another puppet and destroyed it. After that, without waiting for the fourth-year Pandora to react, several more electromagnetic beams flew out and landed on the puppet-type Nova that surrounded them one by one, helping them kill the Nova. Retreat! The squad leader snapped out of his daze after hearing the explosion and shouted at the top of his lungs. Then, the whole team ran at high speed again, rushing toward Eastern Phoenix's campus. In this way, under the chaotic attacks of Shinbo and Rinbo Ray, a large number of Pandora survived until the rescue team arrived. They were transported back to Eastern Phoenix's campus by the fourth-year students to receive treatment. Of course, although the two of them had powerful technological weapons to protect themselves, compared to the number of Nova, they were still too few. So even with their protection, there were still many Pandora and Reapers who died under the pursuit of the puppet-type Nova. Still can't do it, meow? Shinbo asked through the communication. Wait for one more minute. After one more minute, if there are no accidents, use the full power. Sei Ito replied indifferently. Got it, meow. Shinbo replied. 1 minute was neither fast nor slow, but it depended on who it was. For those Pandora who were running for their lives, it was naturally a long time because every few seconds, a Pandora or a Reaper would die under the mouths of the puppet-type Nova. But for Shinbo, who was having a lot of fun, it was dispensable. Unknowingly, he found that time had passed. Start the rescue. Sei Ito's voice sounded from inside Shinbo's armor. Understood, Shinbo said with a smirk. Go to hell. While speaking, Shin Hiba fiercely turned around and brandished his broadsword horizontally. A golden light instantly flew out from Shin Hiba's broadsword, forming a several hundred meters long golden energy wave that swept towards the right. Under the impact of this energy wave, all the puppet-type Nova that were swept by the golden energy wave were shattered into several pieces and scattered on the ground after the wave passed, forming a vacuum zone of Nova in the area swept by the golden energy wave. What kind of monster is he? The staff of Donji Phoenix, who saw everything through the surveillance screen, as well as Pandora and the Reapers, who saw everything from the battlefield, muttered in unison, either verbally or inwardly. Sure enough, it feels better this way, meow. Shinbo, who was holding a Nova with white steam on its surface, said with satisfaction. Boom, 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 boom. However, at this moment, another series of explosions sounded, awakening everyone present from their shock. Their eyes fell on the direction of the sound. Among the remaining group of puppet-type Nova, several humanoid figures were wandering among the group of Nova. As they moved, they killed the Nova that were almost invincible to the Pandora, as if they were chopping melons and vegetables. Sure enough, the legendary Pandora have appeared. Sei Ito, who also had his eyes on the scene, said, Shinbo, Ray, start cleaning up. I'll deal with that guy. Sei Ito withdrew his gaze and ordered. Yes. Shin Shiba and Rinbo Ray responded in unison. Then they unleashed the abilities of their armors, using rune energy, gravity ball attacks, or other laser, electromagnetic, plasma, and particle beams attacks to kill the Nova they saw. On the other side, Sei Ito, who had finished instructing Rinbo Rei and Shinbo Rei, appeared in front of the humanoid female Nova and confronted the other party. A burst of messy and somewhat incomprehensible psychic waves were transmitted. At the same time, a thick beam of light flew out from the mouth of the huge Nova below her and rushed towards Seito. Seito stretched out his left hand and created a psychic barrier with a surface slope of about 45 degrees in front of him. It met the beam of light from the Nova and deflected it into the sky. It didn't disappear into the air until it flew a few kilometers away. Then, Seito flipped his right hand and summoned the Dark Divine Blade, Celestial Clouds. He appeared in front of the core of the Nova and stabbed the blade, full of spatial energy, into the core of the Nova. Kacha, kacha, kacha. The core of the Nova shattered quickly. Seito, who ignored this, turned his wrist and instantly waved his hand. A thick flame of more than 10 meters long immediately burst out from the Nova's body, burning the upper body of the Nova into two halves. The edges were covered with scorched marks. However, to everyone's surprise, the female Nova completely ignored Seito's actions and remained silent while the large Nova was killed by him. "You finally appeared, you bastard." Aoi Jingo looked at Seito's image on the screen in front of him and said with a gloomy face. After killing the large Nova, Seito looked at the female Nova again. He narrowed his eyes and silently increased his spirit and perception to the maximum, then used instant transmission to appear beside the female Nova and slashed his blade at her. The female Nova's figure flashed, and like the phantom mode used by Seito, she appeared behind Seito with the help of space transmission and released several invisible psychic attacks toward Seito's body. Seito's body flashed and split into four. While dodging the attacks, he attacked the female Nova from four directions. The female Nova's body moved and dodged this wave of attacks, but before she could counterattack, accompanied by a muffled sound, the black celestial cloud's blade cut through her right shoulder, diagonally across her body, and rushed out from her left waist. Swish, Seito, who was standing behind the female Nova, shook the blade, and there wasn't much blood left on the blade. Even if there was some blood left on the blade, it would immediately slide down the blade and fly away along with the bloodstains. Seito immediately recalled the celestial clouds back into his body. Then, he wrapped the split female Nova with his mind and threw it into the Rubik's Cube world, temporarily sealing it. Chapter 1336. With some understanding of the Phantom mode from the battle with Shifeng, as well as the superconscious judgment ability similar to the mind's eye ability in martial arts, Seito, who had killed the female Nova in Phantom mode, who could also use the space teleportation skill with some time acceleration effect, almost instantly turned around and looked down at the entire battlefield below. He then waved his hand and summoned several metal bullets in front of him. He then flicked them out one by one with his fingers. In an instant, dozens of orange-yellow light beams with the thickness of 2 fingers and covered with arcs of electric light flew out from Seito's body and landed on the remaining puppet-type Novas on the ground. Boom, 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 boom. Dozens of explosions rang out one after another. The dozens of puppet-type Novas exploded under the attack of the super electromagnetic gun, turning into dozens of dismembered corpses of varying sizes that fell to the ground. During this process, Shin Shiba, Ayanami Rei, and those awakened from their deep slumber by Jango Aoi, who also had the ability to kill the female Nova and the Phantom mode. The legendary level Pandora cloned based on Maria Lancelot wasn't slow either, wiping out the remaining puppet type Nova one by one. But just when the Pandora of Donji Phoenix and the high-level officials who came to watch the exercise were relieved, the 5 legendary Pandora changed their actions again. One of them was holding a sledgehammer with a round tip similar to a drill bit and a normal flat sledgehammer with a happy smile on her face. Wendy May, who had used her superconscious ability to help Roxanne, who had long turned into a ghost, reconstruct her body and resurrect her. She swung her arm and stepped on the flat surface of the sledgehammer. The other Pandora with long brown hair had a gloomy expression on her face, holding two long sword-like star weapons in her hands. The legendary Pandora Tesla Sr. threw herself at Sei Ito, who was suspended in the air. Under Wendy May's tremendous force, Tesla Sr.'s body instantly pierced through the sky like a cannonball and rushed in front of Sei Ito. Then, Tesla Sr. crossed his arms in midair. Two crescent-shaped energy saber cheese instantly flew out in front of Tesla Sr. and slashed towards Sei Ito's body. Sei Ito's figure flashed and disappeared. He reappeared in another part of the sky and flashed again. He suddenly appeared behind Wendy May. He reached out and pressed the back of her head, sending a special electric wave created by his electromagnetic ability into her mind. Ugh! Wendy May, who had been hit by this special attack, was startled. She groaned in pain. Schwa! The figure of Lucy, a cold-looking woman with long blonde hair and wearing Pandora's uniform, flashed. They appeared behind Sei Ito. Using the Phantom Mode's ability to accelerate time, he threw a punch that could easily blow off the head of the Marionette Nova. Lucy frowned. He looked at the empty space in front of him. In the open space in the distance, Sei Ito's figure reappeared. As for Wendy May, who was originally captured by him, he threw her into the Rubik's Cube world and sealed her up. Do you need help me out, boss? Zenith's voice sounded. What do you think? Sei Ito chuckled. Boom! At this time, accompanied by a muffled sound, Tesla Sr., who had been thrown into the sky, fell to the ground again. The huge inertia generated when it fell directly smashed a circular depression about 1 meter in diameter on the ground. A large cloud of dust filled the air around Tesla Sr. Raise your defense to the maximum. Otherwise, you might lose your life. Ito-sei glanced at the 3 legendary-level Pandoras who were faintly surrounding him and Shin Shiba in armor. Lucy, Tesla, and Cassandra, who also had long golden hair, but unlike Lucy, Cassandra used a red hair tie to tie her hair into a loose ponytail. She had a confused expression on her face, as if she couldn't wake up from her slumber. She was holding a stardust weapon that looked like a sword, but wasn't a sword. She looked like a gun, but wasn't a gun, and could shoot a strong particle beam attack. Got it, meow, Zenith replied in a relaxed tone. However, even so, a wave unique to the field slowly diffused from her armor. Obviously, she also knew that her life was not to be taken lightly. Then, the two of them did not have any discussion. They directly separated from each other and faced Cassandra, who could use long-range attacks, and Tesla Sr., who could also use sword light to achieve long-range attacks. Among them, Zenith chose Cassandra. Looking at Shin Shiba, who looked more or less like a Nova, rushing towards her, Cassandra swung her arm, and the blade of her stardust weapon slammed into Shin Shiba's field, which was released by him. Shin Shiba was sent flying like a cannonball. That's fast, Zenith said in surprise as she was sent flying. It made sense, as Zenith, who did not have transcendence consciousness, did not have the ability similar to a warrior's mind's eye, and had not reached a certain level of reflexes. It would be strange if she could win against Cassandra, who could simply use some time techniques to achieve her own time acceleration. If it weren't for the protection of such a layer of armor, perhaps this blow would have completely annihilated her upper body. Whoosh! Just as Zenith flew out, an ionization beam shot from a distance and rushed towards Cassandra. Cassandra still did not dodge. She just raised the stardust weapon in her hand and used the wide surface to block Rainbow Ray's ionization beam from a distance. As expected of the legendary Pandora, even the hardness of the stardust weapon was extraordinary. Except for a charred smoke mark on the surface, it did not suffer any damage under the direct hit of the powerful ionization beam. She's even more of a monster than an apostle. In the distance, Zenith, who saw everything through the visual imaging of the armor, whispered. She then turned her palm and an EVA-specific combat dagger that had been shrunk countless times appeared in her palm. The surface was blooming with golden light, and Zenith held it and rushed towards Cassandra. Under the acceleration of the armor, Zenith appeared in front of Cassandra almost instantly. Cassandra moved her body to the side and dodged the dangerous dagger stab from Zenith. She then raised her arms high and smashed them down on Zenith's armored neck, causing his body to bend down. Then, she spread out her palms and used Zenith's back as a fulcrum to flip over and leap up. At the same time, the front end of the Stardust weapon in her hand was pressed against Zenith's back, and she began to gather energy. But at the moment when Cassandra's weapon had gathered energy and was about to launch, Rainbow Ray's rescue shot once again flew towards Cassandra's body from a distance. At the same time, Zenith, who was the target, also activated her space teleportation ability and suddenly disappeared from under Cassandra's body. Seeing this, Cassandra, who had no expression on her face, directly turned the front end of her weapon and fired a beam at the incoming beam. In an instant, the two beams accurately collided with each other. After a stalemate for about 5 or 6 seconds, they exploded with a loud bang, forming a shock wave that stirred up a large cloud of dust, hiding Cassandra's figure. This cloud of dust came and went quickly. In less than 3 seconds, it was blown away by the air convection formed by the shock wave, revealing the figure inside. "You can stop now," Sei Ito, who appeared from the dispersed smoke, said to Zenith and Rainbow Ray while throwing the unconscious Cassandra into the Rubik's Cube world. Seeing the sudden appearance of Sei Ito, Zenith turned his head and looked around. When he found that even Tezrat and Lucy had disappeared, Zenith curled his lips and put away the tactical dagger in his hand. But just in case, he did not remove the armor on his body. As for why Sei Ito appeared in the smoke and knocked Cassandra out, it had to be explained when Zenith and Cassandra started fighting. In fact, the reason was very simple. Although this batch of legendary-level Pandora was powerful in terms of Stardust weapons, they were not as troublesome as Chiffon-Lai, who could unleash full defense. In addition, Ito-Sei had already seen the so-called Phantom Mode and was somewhat aware of the operating principle. Under the situation where he was prepared and had countermeasures, Tesla and Lucy, whose close-range combat standards were completely inferior to Ito-Sei's, who had many cheating methods, were knocked out and kept in the Rubik's Cube world after a few moves. After that, Sei Ito, who had his hands free, observed the battle between Zenith, Rainbow Ray, and Cassandra. After discovering that they could not defeat each other at all, he used the impact of the explosion to invade Cassandra's back in the smoke and used the power of space to imprison Cassandra's Phantom Mode. He then relied on close combat and some abilities to knock Cassandra out and end the battle. "You guys look after these Pandora, don't let them move." Sei Ito ordered Zenith and Rainbow Ray, who released a large number of multifunctional combat robots, and let them be responsible for collecting the surrounding Nova damage. "Got it," Zenith replied. After receiving the answer, Sei Ito's figure flashed and disappeared from the spot. He appeared in a separate room in Eastern Genix Academy and found Django Aoki, whose spiritual coordinates were marked by him. He knocked him out and sent him into the Rubik's Cube world. Then, Sei Ito's figure flashed again and appeared next to Seiya Atsuko, who was with the higher-ups of Shibuya and some of the principals and teachers of Eastern Genix Academy, who came to watch the maneuver. Seeing Sei Ito suddenly appear in a room, everyone subconsciously exclaimed. They had seen the video of the previous battle, so they were fully aware of the terrifying power hidden in Sei Ito's body. Chapter 1337. P.S. Thank you to Halcyon and Phantom Dust for their precious monthly votes. Thank you to Halcyon for the tip. You're so lucky. Next is a speech by the new Commander-in-Chief of the Shibuya organization, Sei Ito, in a luxurious room on a big-screen TV. A soft female broadcast sounded. At the same time, the picture on the TV flashed. Ito-Sei, who was illuminated by continuous flashes, appeared on a podium similar to the U.S. presidential inauguration or the single-table podium at the press conference. He stood still and launched a speech with a smile on his face. Pah! With a soft sound, the TV screen changed back to Black Mask's appearance. Rubik's Cube, is the value enough? Sei Ito stood up from the sofa and slowly walked to the window on the edge of the room. He looked at the scenery outside and asked his mind. This was the exclusive office suite of the Subulia Commander-in-Chief. It was Sei Ito's temporary residence. He would appear here later. Just like what the TV announcer said, he had officially replaced the original leader of the organization, Rados van Damen, as the new commander-in-chief of the Subulia organization. As for the method, it was still a large-scale hypnosis operation. Because the Pandora who could really pose an effective threat to Sei Ito's forces were all imprisoned and taken away. Even if someone wanted to resist, they couldn't. Therefore, 5 days after the Donji X incident, the entire Subulia organization and the upper echelons of the various countries became his puppets. Next, it was time to promote the public opinion. Now, 2% of the world's dominance has been obtained. You may now enter the devouring program. The Rubik's Cube's reply appeared in Sei Ito's mind. Sei Ito nodded slightly, flashed into the Rubik's Cube world, and appeared in the large laboratory. How's the improvement of the armor? Sei Ito asked Scarlett O'Hara and Ting Wei. The nerve connection strengthening system has been added. However, this way, regardless of whether the external damage exceeds the armor's defense limit or not, the damage will still be applied to the user's body. This will increase the user's willpower, Ting Wei replied as she turned to Sei Ito. The nerve connection strengthening system here referred to the 8-10 nerve connection synchronization system in the EVA and the nerve connection strengthening system in the growth enhancement armor, the newest product of the combination of the two. It was an auxiliary system that could strengthen the reflexes of ordinary humans and increase the user's reaction to enemies. As for the reason why he thought of developing this system, it was because of the battle between Jean Shibua and Cassandra during the Donji Phoenix incident. If this system had existed at that time, even the strengthened Jean Shibua would not have been able to catch up with Cassandra's specific movements. He believed that he wouldn't be as powerless as before. Sei Ito said indifferently, then add a switch to keep the neural connection strengthening system off. If necessary, the user can choose to switch it on. All right, Ting Wei agreed. How many Pandora have been instilled with the new system's stigmata? Sei Ito turned to Dr. Scarlett O'Hara and asked. 15. Scarlett O'Hara replied faintly. Then, she operated the instrument to retrieve the information files and displayed them on a laser screen. She continued, 2 of them are former Pandora Project subjects, Latour and Gina Pabbleton. The remaining 13 are all active Pandora. Sei Ito raised his head. He looked at the 15 people's avatars that were displayed on the screen in a horizontal and vertical manner. They were the previously mentioned Latour, Gina Pabbleton, Elizabeth Marbury of Synecdoche, Annette McMillan, Cleo Brand, Ingrid Bernstein, Lana Rinchin, Synecdoche's instructor Kim Yumi, Roxanne Lipton, Synecdoche's Synecdoche, 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 Synecdoche's Synecdoche, 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 Synecdoche's Synecdoche, 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 Synecdoche's Synecdoche, 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 Synecdoche's Synecdoche, Synecdoche's Synecdoche, Synecdoche's Synecdoche, Synecdoche's Synecdoche, 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 Synecdoche's Synecdoche, Synecdoche's Synecdoche, Synecdoche's Synecdoche, Synecdoche's Synecdoche. What are they doing now? Sei Ito continued to ask. He's currently being trained by Karen, Valletta, and Kim Yui on uninhabited island number 10, Scarlett O'Hara replied. Sei Ito nodded, then said to the 2 of them, go ahead, and disappeared from the big laboratory in an instant. The next second, he appeared on uninhabited island number 10 mentioned by Scarlett O'Hara. Don't you know how to cooperate? Valletta, who was wearing a new armor and fighting with the trainees, shouted. Is it hot? Sei Ito, who appeared next to Karen, who was standing by and watching the show, laughed. Okay, Karen shouted. How is the situation? Have they adapted to their new power? Ito asked as he looked at the people who were fighting fiercely over there. I have to say that their aptitudes are excellent. It can be said that they were born to fight. So far, they have been able to fully master this armor and exert a powerful individual combat ability. Karen, who also looked at those people, sighed. That's good. Ito nodded and said, What? Do we need to use them? Karen retracted her gaze and looked at Ito again. This world has reached the point where it can be devoured, but I am worried that during the process of devouring, Nova will appear and cause trouble, so I want to see how they are doing. If possible, I'm going to send them for defense work. Ito said lightly. Here, we're in that world. Karen frowned and asked, Here. After all, after the start of the devouring, the energy fluctuation here is the largest. It is also the most unstable, and it is a new world that they don't know about. Even if they are curious, they will send a few Nova to check it out. Ito laughed. Karen nodded and didn't say anything. Stop. At this time, Valletta, who felt that it was about time, ordered loudly. As soon as his words fell, the movements of Pandora, who were still madly attacking, immediately paused. They abruptly stopped the attack they were preparing and dispersed the energy they had gathered in their hands. It seems that Valletta is training them as soldiers. Ito laughed. They were originally reserve soldiers. He took off his armor and put it on. Valletta, who had changed back into a tight, red, sleeveless one-piece dress, exposing her arms and legs to the air, said. At the same time, the Pandora also took off their armor, revealing their original appearance and clothing. You heard what I said just now, right? Ito laughed and asked. Yes. Valletta nodded and replied. Is it okay to leave it to you? Ito asked again. We will complete the mission. Valletta said seriously. That's good. Itomori also said seriously, and then his mind moved. With a thought, he appeared in the void of the Rubik's Cube world with Karen, Valletta, Kimui, and the 15 Pandora who were being trained. Then, he didn't care about the Pandora who were shocked when they saw this scene for the first time. With another thought, he summoned Shifeng Fatchard, Amelia Evans, who also received the armor stigmata, Yagami Gale, Sinyo, the 4 Knights of Wind and Cloud, Naya Takamachi, and Fetty to his side. Master, Oni-san Saiken. Noisy but orderly greetings were heard. Wow, so many people, Shifeng exclaimed with a smile. Now, let me talk about the mission. Ito said. When everyone's attention was focused on him, he explained in detail the reason why he summoned them here. So you're saying that you want to devour our world and become one with this world? Shifeng asked with a shocked expression. Yes. Ito nodded and then turned to the Pandora. He continued. Also, you don't want to be separated from your family forever, right? The Pandora, who had family members like Elizabeth Marbury, nodded in response. And in this way, even if Nova invades the world again, you don't need to worry too much. After all, compared to the power of your world, Nova with the help of countless worlds in the future is not enough. Ito-sei smiled and continued. Indeed, Elizabeth Marbury, who had a deep understanding of the power of the armor on her, said, I understand. Shifeng said with a serious expression. Then, he said hesitantly, Perhaps you can also call Cassandra and the others over for help. Okay, it's fine, you guys are enough. As for Cassandra and the others, let's talk about it later. Ito thought about it and shook his head slightly to reject Shifeng's suggestion. Shifeng didn't say anything and kept quiet. Is everyone ready? Ito looked at everyone one by one and asked. When he asked, everyone's expression immediately turned serious. They activated their new armor, magic protective suits, and star weapons and spontaneously floated back a distance. They were divided into 2 teams. One was the Pandora team, and the other was the Magus team. They stood on the left and right sides of Ito. They were in a defensive posture. Seeing this, Ito didn't waste any more time. He immediately contacted the Rubik's Cube and activated the world-devouring program. In the next moment, a large cloud of energy abruptly emerged from the void. It seemed slow to the naked eye, but it was actually very fast. It wriggled and floated to the front of the various hidden space-time passages in the void. It trembled and transformed into a mysterious magic circle made up of countless lines. It sealed all the space-time passages except for the one leading to the zero-degree warrior concubine. Space-time passage seal complete. Initiating current space-time movement. Initiating dimensional distortion. Dimensional distortion complete. Officially entering the relative dimensional void space. At that moment, a notification from the Rubik's Cube appeared in Seito's mind. Space-time passage mode conversion begins. As soon as the notification appeared, the space-time passage leading to the zero-degree warrior concubine's world immediately underwent a drastic change. It originally looked like a whirlpool that was stirred and rapidly expanded outwards. Almost a minute later, a huge, bead-shaped passage leading to the outer wall of the zero-degree warrior concubine's world appeared before everyone's eyes. So that's our world. Why, Elizabeth muttered to herself as she looked through the passage at the object that was wrapped in white energy clouds. It looked like a glass bead. However, at that moment, other than Yagami Gale and the others who came from Magical Girl Naya's multidimensional world, even Karen and Valletta were as shocked as the Pandora who saw this scene for the first time. No one could answer her question. So this is our world. Shifeng opened his eyes slightly and said softly, "Space-time passage conversion complete, beginning devouring." In an instant, a huge opposing suction force was generated from the passage and sucked the zero-degree warrior concubine's world. It extended the outer wall of the zero-degree warrior concubine's world and sucked it towards the entrance of the passage. Under the powerful suction force, the outer wall of the zero-degree warrior concubine's world trembled violently. Just when everyone thought that the outer wall of the Rubik's Cube world was about to shatter, another white cloud-like energy was generated from the void of the Rubik's Cube world. It ignored the huge suction force generated from the passage and flew out, fusing into the outer wall of the zero-degree warrior concubine's world. It helped to stabilize the outer wall of the zero-degree warrior concubine's world from shattering. It maintained its complete form and flowed into the passage in an abstract manner, like an egg that slipped into a vacuum bottle. At the same time, the world tree in the center of the Rubik's Cube world emitted an inexplicable fluctuation. Then, the roots and branches of the world tree trembled and suddenly disappeared into the void of the Rubik's Cube world. It passed through the outer wall of the Rubik's Cube world in a special way and appeared in the dimensional sea, especially around the zero-degree warrior concubine's world that was being devoured. The world tree supported itself against the outer wall of the other worlds around it to prevent the spatial changes caused by the zero-degree warrior concubine's world from colliding with each other and causing the so-called dimensional oscillation. At the same time, it also used this opportunity to absorb the huge special energy substance in the vast dimensional sea that was beneficial to it. Just like this, under the joint devouring of the world tree and the Rubik's Cube world, as well as the watchful eyes of Seito and the others, the zero-degree warrior concubine's world slowly flowed through the space-time tunnel into the Rubik's Cube world and began to accept the transformation and integration of the Rubik's Cube world. But at this moment, the nova that Seito was worried about finally appeared. Moreover, it wasn't just one or two nova that appeared. Instead, there were hundreds of them, from huge S-type and N-type to dolls and humanoids that they saw a few days ago. Moreover, their numbers were constantly increasing. It looked like they were about to launch a world-ending judgment. They appeared on the surface of the zero-degree warrior concubine's world that had just been transformed by the Rubik's Cube world. Looks like we have a tough battle ahead of us. Looking at the increasing number of nova, Seito chuckled. That's right, Shifeng said with a smile. Let's go, Elizabeth said to Valletta. Okay. Valletta agreed and took the lead to rush towards the nova. Chapter 1338. Following Valletta's actions, Karen, Kamui, Amelia Evans, Elizabeth Marbury, and the other 3 of the original world's top 5, except for Kathy, as well as the remaining instructors from Sinix, such as Jean Yume, and the other Pandora, all dove down towards Nova. Naya, Fet, we can't fall behind. Yagami Gale turned to his 2 friends and smiled. Hee, watch me. Takamoto Naya smiled. Fet nodded in agreement. Sinyo, Valletta, Zafira, Chamar, let's go. Yagami Gale said in a serious tone. As soon as he finished speaking, he followed closely behind the Pandora and charged toward the battlefield below. Boom, 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 boom. Soon, as Valletta, Karen, and the other frontliners launched their attacks, more than a dozen Novas were blasted into pieces amidst the violent explosions. They couldn't be more dead than they already were. White King of Snow, use your silver wings to dye the land before you silver. Descend. Breath of Frost. White King of Snow, use your silver wings to dye the land before you silver. Descend, freezing wind. Soon after, Yagami Gale hovered above the surface of the 0-degree warrior concubine world that was gradually expanding in the Rubik's Cube world. He held the Book of Night in one hand and the Angel's Scepter in the other. He loudly chanted the incantation for the S-rank AoE magic spell, Freezing Breath. Along with Yagami Gale's chants, a huge amount of magic instantly spread across the surface of the sea. Then, layers of frost appeared on the surface of the sea at a speed visible to the naked eye, freezing the surface of the sea into ice and continuously freezing all creatures that came into contact with the ice. Under such circumstances, very quickly, nearly 100 of the hundreds of Novas were frozen into ice statues because they no longer had the will to fight. That's crazy. Amelia Evans stopped and exclaimed in shock. Is that magic? Zivong turned his head to look at Yagami Gale, who was slowly rotating a triangular magic circle that was blooming with white light. Gale, be careful. At this moment, probably because it sensed that Yagami Gale was difficult to deal with, one of the Novas suddenly turned its head toward Yagami Gale and shot a powerful beam of light at him. Soul Barrier. Zafira, who was in his wolf form, instantly jumped in front of Yagami Gale and formed a magic barrier with his body, blocking the beam of light shot by the Nova. Zafira grinned as a beast he persisted. Flame Flash. At this moment, along with Sinyo's shout, a Nova that was more than 100 meters long beam instantly slashed at the Nova that was shooting. Half of its body was at the same time its body was knocked to the side. Gigantic Hammer. Shortly after, Vita's voice boomed in the sky. Then, a gigantic hammer was swung by the petite Vita and smashed into the corpse of Nova that was knocked askew by Sinyo. With a single blow, the corpse was smashed into a pile of smithereens. Giant Side Blade. Seeing that Sinyo and Gale had succeeded, Fetty, who was not to be outdone, also took out her lightning battle axe and loaded it with 2 mana bullets. Then, she waved her scythe and shot out a bright yellow energy blade that was rotating at high speed. Puff, 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 puff. The energy blade that was rotating at high speed was like chopping vegetables, cutting the Nova in half. Heart of the Rising Sun. We can't lose, Takamoto Naya said to her magic device while flying in the air. Yes, Private, the artificial intelligence of the magic device replied. Starlight Burst. Takamoto Naya, who suddenly stopped in midair and loaded 2 mana bullets to increase her explosive power, pointed her weapon downwards and shouted loudly. As soon as she finished speaking, a thick pink energy beam that was close to a meter in diameter instantly shot out from the front of Takamoto Naya's magic device, the Heart of the Rising Sun. It went straight toward the Nova and the frozen sea below. Boom! Then, with a loud bang, the sea surface that was frozen by Gale's magic immediately shattered. A huge wave that was more than 10 meters tall soared into the sky and then fell down like a shower, making crashing sounds as it hit the sea surface. Are they really humans? Roxanne, who was wearing a new type of armor and using a claw-shaped astral weapon that was similar to Shi Fang's, tore Nova apart, looked at the scene in front of her with disbelief. We're already in a different world. What's the point of thinking about this? Shalalu Bonaparte sneered. After using the doppelganger battle technique to create 8 doppelgangers to destroy 3 nova, she could merge back into one again. I'm not going to admit defeat. NIT, who also saw the results of Yagami Gale, Takamoto Naya, Fetty, Sinyo, Vita, and the others, didn't back down and shouted loudly. Then he swung his scythe astral weapon in his hand, and a golden energy wave instantly shot out from NIT's scythe. It shot forward in a straight line and cut through all the nova in its path. This kind of power is really exciting. Pandora Cleobrand, who is also good at doppelganger battle technique, said excitedly after smashing a nova in front of her to pieces with a punch. Empty Fong. Lana Linsheen turned around and dodged a puppet nova's attack to its side. She activated her astral weapons ability and used her ultimate attack to shatter this nova's body. As expected of Cheng's gift to me. It's so powerful. Lana Linsheen said happily as she looked at the nova that she had easily killed. She didn't know how many novas she had killed. Whoosh! At the same time, several rays of light shot out from the side of a Pandora who was also wearing a new type of armor and simultaneously exploded the heads of 4 novas. With this power, the humans won't have to be afraid of the novas anymore, while Elizabeth said excitedly as she stood on the spot and recharged her energy. It seems like the humans have won, even though they have the help of another strange human. West Wind, who had just killed a humanoid nova with his claws, looked around the battlefield and realized that the novas that were supposed to be tough to deal with were being slaughtered like little chicks. He let out a soft sigh. After an unknown amount of time, under the cooperation of the Pandoras who had obtained new powers, Yagami Gale, and the other Magisters, this batch of novas that had unexpectedly appeared was finally wiped out and turned into a pile of fertilizer that was temporarily stored away by Seito. At the same time, after this great battle, the relationship between everyone on the battlefield became warm and harmonious. There were no longer any signs of hostility. Of course, the Nova's attack didn't end just because they were wiped out this time. Instead, as the 0-degree combat concubine world was being transformed, Novas kept appearing on the ground and in the cities of the 0-degree combat concubine world. However, Karen, Valletta, Shifong, while Elizabeth, King, Amelia, Yagami Gale, Takamoto Naya, Fady, and the others were already prepared for this. Therefore, as soon as the Novas appeared, they were frozen by Yagami Gale's ice spell and destroyed by Takamoto Naya, Fady, and the other Pandora's ultimate moves. They didn't cause much damage to the 0-degree combat concubine world that was being transformed. After an unknown amount of time, the space-time channel that was originally connected to the 0-degree combat concubine world shrank and closed until it was completely annihilated. The 0-degree combat concubine world was finally completely devoured and became one of the many worlds in the Rubik's Cube world. Then, with a thought, Ito transferred the East Academy and West Academy, which he had stored away before devouring the 0-degree combat concubine world, back to the 0-degree combat concubine world and placed them in their original positions. Okay, the devouring is over. You can disband now, Ito, who appeared in front of everyone in a flash, said. Phew, it's finally over. Why, Elizabeth heaved a sigh of relief. Although they were Pandora, reserve duty soldiers of Shabalia, this was the first time they had experienced such a high-intensity continuous battle, so it was inevitable that they would feel mentally exhausted during this period. Therefore, after hearing the word over, many of them immediately disarmed and sat on the ground. In addition, I have transferred the East and West Academy back to their original positions. So, if you want to travel in the future, in addition to using the previous teleportation method, you can also use the method you remember to enter the original world. Seito continued. The eyes of the many Pandora immediately lit up when they heard this, and their faces were filled with excitement and joy. Okay, I'll send you back to rest, Itose said with a chuckle. With a thought, he sent all the Pandora who had participated in the battle back to Sejanix Academy. It just so happened that they had all stayed there before. After that, Ito sent Karen, Valletta, Takamachi Naya, Buffet, Yagami Hayakawa, and the Wind and Cloud Knight back to their respective homes one after another to let them rest. Then Sei Ito, who was alone again, flashed and appeared in front of Yggdrasil in the center of the Rubik's Cube world. He then summoned the remnants of Nova that he collected before to his side. It's good that they can be eaten. Sei Ito, who felt the thought transmitted by Yggdrasil, smiled, then sent the remnants of Nova to Yggdrasil and watched Yggdrasil devour them one by one. By the way, it just so happens that I don't need those things now. I might as well throw them all to Yggdrasil. At this moment, Sei Ito suddenly thought of something and his eyes lit up. However, those things still need to be processed again. For the time being, it is not suitable to directly give them to Yggdrasil to devour. Therefore, after Yggdrasil devoured all the remnants of Nova, it immediately came to the desolate area in the northern part of the Rubik's Cube continent. RSS, please. Chapter 1339. In a desolate area in the northern part of the Rubik's Cube continent, Sei Ito's figure suddenly appeared, and without any movement, the huge Gedomazo that was used to seal the nine-tailed beasts in Naruto's world appeared on the ground not far from Sei Ito. Then Sei Ito waved his arm, and the 9 Leia crystals that sealed the 9-tailed beasts appeared in front of him, floating in the air in a picturesque manner, exuding a faint crystal blue light. At this time, Sei Ito stretched out his hand and flicked one of the crystals. Instantly, with a strange howl, a huge civet cat, Ichibi Shikaku, whose whole body was made of yellow sand and had strange black patterns on its surface, appeared beside Ito Sei. Sei Ito took out the pair of Rinnegan that he didn't use except for Emma's experiment, and released his spiritual force to connect to the nerves of the Rinnegan, activating them in the form of external eyes and slowly floating above his head. Then, Sei Ito made a hand seal, and through the special technique transmitted by the Rinnegan, the Gedomazo activated and opened its mouth to swallow the Ichibi. Because there was no interference from the seal, and Ito Sei himself was controlling it, it didn't take as long as it did in the original work. In less than 5 minutes, it was swallowed and sealed by the Gedo Golem. One of the eyes on the Gedo slowly opened. Then Sei Ito didn't stop and released the Nibi cat, who was composed of blue flames and had the same ink-colored patterns all over its body, and used the technique to swallow it. Then the Sambai, Isabu, 4 tails, Rat Shark, 5 tails, King Mu, until the Kyubi, Kurama, all of them were swallowed by Sei Ito's Gedomazo. It's time to fuse the Jubi. Sei Ito waved his hand and put away the 9 special Leia crystals that were no longer useful but still had sealing functions. He looked up at the huge Gedo Golem and said. Then he clasped his hands together according to the Rinnegan and the memory of Uchiha Madara, Black Zetsu. With the knowledge obtained from Uchiha Bito, he performed the fusion of Jutsu hand seals. In the next moment, a huge amount of chakra burst out from the Gedomazo, and the Gedomazo started changing at a speed visible to the naked eye. First, the 10 arms that were stretched out quickly raised and stretched out, as if they were alive vines, twisting and entangling the whole Gedomazo. Then, it rapidly expanded like a strange tree that had undergone genetic mutations due to radiation. It grew at an extremely fast speed. Not long after, it grew to a height of nearly 1,000 meters. At the same time, a tender and beautiful flower bud appeared at the top of the huge tree. 10-tailed, sacred tree, Sei Ito, who sent the Rinnegan back to the laboratory to be sealed, looked at the giant tree in front of him and said softly, although it's not the beginning of the birth of a universe like Kabbalah, it's still the source of Chakra's power. But at least it's the source of chakra energy in the Naruto world, and I think it's more powerful than the Novus. With a light smile, Sei Ito used the powerful power of the magic cube to transfer the sacred tree together with the world tree. As soon as it appeared, a thought from the world tree was transmitted to Sei Ito's mind. I found that you seem to have been raised by me to be a foodie. You're actually so eager to eat. Sei Ito felt the content of the message and said with a smile, The world tree trembled slightly and sent out a thought again. Okay, here you are. Seito shook his head slightly and smiled as he used the power of the magic cube to modify the space between the two and sent the sacred tree to the world tree. He didn't know if it felt something, but the sacred tree trembled violently, and its tentacles danced eagerly like dancing tentacles. However, whenever the tentacles were about to hit the trunk of the world tree would suddenly bloom with a faint light. Like a pressure, the tentacles of the sacred tree bounced back and turned back into ordinary roots. After all the roots of the sacred tree were all obedient, the light of the world tree spread out fiercely, enveloping the sacred tree in front of it and squeezing it little by little towards its trunk. Along with the world tree's actions, the world power that had just stabilized in the Rubik's Cube world became restless again. Like clouds and rain, it arrived above the world tree and turned into wisps that fused into the branches of the world tree. Under the watering of the world's power and the swallowing of the world tree itself, the new tender seedling that was born after the world tree swallowed Adam, Lily's silk, Kabbalah's roots, the Longina's spear, the 12 apostles, and Eva's slowly grew again. At the same time, a small crystal the size of a grain of rice appeared in the center of the seedling. As the seedling grew, it slowly expanded. Looks like you still need to eat for a while. Since that's the case, you can slowly swallow. I'll come back later. Seito chuckled. After saying that, Seito's figure flashed. He appeared in the void of the Magic Cube world. Magic Cube, send me back to the main world. Who knows how much time has passed this time? Seito opened his mouth and ordered, initializing transmission. At the same time as the message appeared, a huge whirlpool quickly appeared in the void of the Magic Cube world, spinning at high speed and creating a powerful suction force, pulling Seito, who was floating below it, into it until it finally burst into bubbles, disappearing at the center of the whirlpool. Crackle! Accompanied by the familiar sound of glass breaking, Seito's figure appeared in the half-plane. Then, with a thought, Seito opened the dimensional transfer magic array and returned to the shrine home in Akakarino City. Little Ling Ming. Seito opened his mouth and called out as he walked out of the secret room. Master! After saying that, a pile of light particles quickly gathered, and little Ling Ming, who was wearing a fashionable red and white witch dress, appeared beside Seito and affectionately called out. What time is it now? Seito asked. December 22nd, 2015. Little Ling Ming replied. Fisk, so much time has passed. It seems that the matter of Nova has extended the devouring time by a lot. Seito, who did not expect that almost a month had passed, inwardly clicked his tongue. Did anything happen while I was away? Seito, who had returned to the living room and sat down, asked again. On December 1st, the Special Skills Training School officially started classes. However, because you were not present at the opening ceremony, I used your virtual image to give the opening speech. Little Ling Ming's expression was somewhat apprehensive as she spoke. Yes, I was the cause of this matter. You handled it well. Rest assured, I won't blame you. Seito, who noticed the change in little Ling Ming's expression, reached out and patted her head to comfort her. Thank you, Master. Little Ling Ming's face was filled with joy. She then looked at Seito's hand with some reluctance and continued. The teachers have followed your instructions and handed over the virtual game to the other sisters. The students have also been given access to the virtual game. The results are currently good. Seito nodded and continued to listen to little Ling Ming's report. A week ago, the head of the environment department, Kobayashi, came to look for you. After seeing that you were not at home, she left. However, she left a message saying that you can give her a call when you return. 2 days ago, a woman called Nagisa Masami called you. She also called yesterday and today to inquire about you. From her message, it seems that she has something to discuss with you. In addition to the above, some relatives of the Ito family have called to ask about you. They have also invited Eriko and Suzu Ito-sama to a family dinner. Little Ling Ming reported the recent situation to Seito. What about grandfather? Seito nodded and asked again. He is still in closed-door training. There are no signs of him coming out, little Ling Meng replied. What about the city? Seito continued to ask. Everything is going well. Moreover, due to the existence of Sir Angel, there have been no attacks recently. However, the secret agents that had disappeared before have begun to appear in the city again. Do we need to investigate them? Little Ling Meng asked. As long as they do not do anything excessive, there is no need to pay attention to them. After all, there's always some information that they need to spread to make some people feel at ease, Ito sneered. Okay, little Ling Meng nodded and replied. Okay, you can go now, Ito said with a smile as he reached out to rub little Ling Meng's head. Yes, little Ling Meng replied with narrowed eyes. Then, her body dispersed, and she disappeared before Ito's eyes. After that, Ito retracted his hand and flipped his palm over. He took out the mobile phone that he had left in the Rubik's Cube world and turned it on. The moment the mobile phone entered the home page, a series of notifications rang out. Ito opened the messages and browsed through them one by one. He discovered that nearly half of the messages were sent by Nagasawa Masami. Of the remaining half, 5 or 6 were sent by Kurakimai, 3 or 4 were sent by the Ministry of Environment, and the last 7 or 8 were sent by someone called Nagasawa Takashi. Nagasawa Takashi. Ito tilted his head and thought for a moment. Then, the figure of a youngster with dyed yellow hair and earrings, dressed like a hoodlum, appeared in his mind. Needless to say, this was definitely one of the hoodlum friends of his predecessor. Just as Ito closed the messages and was about to call back to greet Kurakimai and tease Nagasawa Masami, a crisp ringtone suddenly rang out. Because the call was unrecorded, Ito did not know who the other party was. He casually pressed the answer button and placed the phone to his ear. Hello, Brat. You finally answered the phone. A somewhat anxious voice came from the phone. You are? Ito was puzzled. Bastard, you owe me 18,000 yen and haven't paid it back for several years. Who do you think I am? The male voice on the other end of the phone seemed to have been enraged as he loudly reprimanded. Construction agency? Ito's memory was stimulated by the amount of money. Chapter 1340. P.S. Thank you to Halcyon for your precious monthly votes. Thank you to Halcyon and NXCX for your tips. Thank you to Halcyon for your comments. Thank you to Halcyon for your support. We haven't contacted each other for 2 or 3 years. Why did you suddenly call me? Ito was surprised. Is it because I didn't want to call you? I remember that after a certain someone suddenly changed, he stopped contacting us. Over the phone, GNC said with a hint of sarcasm. Then, without waiting for Ito to refute, he changed the topic and said, Forget it, let's talk about it later. Do you have any spare cash on hand? Lend me some. What do you want? Ito asked. To help Takashi return to his account. Ken sighed inexplicably. What does this have to do with Takashi? Ito asked inexplicably. It's all because of that stinky woman, Lizzie. Oh, Lizzie is Takashi's ex-girlfriend. She was a girl in the next class in high school. After introducing Lizzie, Kim began to tell the cause, process, and result of the whole thing. The matter was very normal and very simple. The two people who were supposed to be in love with each other suddenly changed due to the social environment and the social circle around them. The girl felt that Takashi, who had been doing odd jobs after graduating from high school, was not suitable for her, so she proposed to break up with him. However, the girl had obviously neglected Nagashima Takao's character and completely forgot that Nagashima Takao was a sinister person. Therefore, she was completely unprepared and was tailed by Nagashima Takao to the university she was studying in, where he opened a guy who seemed to have an ambiguous relationship with the girl. But here's the irony. The guy who was opened by Takashi had nothing to do with the girl named Lizzie. The two of them were together that day because of the club's work, but it was too late to regret it. So, it led to the following incident. It turned out that the man who had his head split open had a cousin who was a villain, and the two of them seemed to have a good relationship. After learning that his cousin was injured, he immediately flew into a rage and rushed to the school to find Liz. Through her, he found Nagashima-ruji, who was working at a certain company at that time, and broke his right hand in an even more brutal way. And during this process, because the battle was too intense, the battle was too fierce. Naturally, Nagashima-ruji would be the one to pay the compensation for the damaged items after the incident. In other words, not only does Long Air have to pay for all of the kids' medical fees and subsequent nutrition fees, he also has to compensate the shop where he works for a total of $3 million, as well as his own medical fees. Construction side. All right, I understand, but I don't have much spare cash on hand. About 80,000. I can't take out more than that. Seito shook his head slightly and said, with Seito's ability, it's not that he can't take out more money. In fact, it wouldn't take much effort to pay for all of Nagashima-ruji's compensation and medical fees. But it was unnecessary. Not to mention that Seito didn't have that kind of friendship with him. Even if he was influenced by the original body, he still had some friendship with that guy. After all, in their memory, the original Seito was the same as them, a person who didn't do proper work. Although there was a sudden change later, and he was very miraculously admitted to Tokyo University, in the end, he was still a guy from an ordinary family. He wasn't the kind of person who could take out a lot of money. Therefore, 80,000 was equivalent to half a month's living expenses for many Japanese families. It was enough to surprise them and make them feel grateful. You brat, you're very kind. Construction's tone was full of joy and surprise. Probably in his heart, he didn't have much hope of being able to borrow money from Seito. After all, whether it was before or after that change, he didn't contact them or ask them to go out to play. Seito should have dumped them a long time ago. Where are you now? Seito stood up and walked out the door while asking. We're in Prince's Hitachi Comprehensive Hospital. Construction replied. I know, I'll go there now. Seito responded. Then he cut off the communication with the other party and walked down the stairs to the foot of the mountain. Along the way, Seito met several couples who were preparing to go up the mountain to pray. At the foot of the mountain, after walking for some distance, Seito reached out and stopped a passing taxi. He opened the door and sat in the front passenger seat and told the driver the hospital's address. About an hour later, the taxi stopped in front of Hitachi Comprehensive Hospital. Seito paid the fare, leaned out of the taxi, and walked into the hospital. Then he asked the nurse at the front desk for the location of Nagashima-ruji's ward and strode toward Nagashima-ruji's ward. In less than 5 minutes, Seito stood in front of the ward and pushed the door open. As a member of the general public, Nagashima-ruji's ward was a multi-person ward. There were more than 10 beds with patients or temporarily empty beds arranged in 2 rows in front of the 2 walls of the ward. Among them, the guy lying on the 3rd bed from the left side was the target of Seito's visit, Nagashima-ruji. Achung. Sitting beside Nagashima-ruji's bed, Nagashima-ruji's right arm was wrapped in a plaster cast. His head was wrapped in a white medical bandage, and his bruised face was swollen like a bun. Tanaka Kenji, who was scammed by Seito for nearly 20,000 yen when Seito first came to this world, stood up and shouted in surprise. Kenji. Seito had a good impression of Tanaka Kenji, who was scammed by him and helped him in his cultivation, so he called him with a smile. Long time no see, Ruji. Seito, who walked to the bedside, greeted Nagashima-ruji. Long time no see, Achung. Nagashima-ruji, who couldn't speak clearly because of his swollen face, said with a painful smile on his face. You're good, kid. You dress up like a social elite, worthy of being a student of Tokyo University. Kenji picked up an apple from the small cabinet next to the bed and threw it to Seito with a smile. It's nothing much. Seito, who raised his hand to take the apple, laughed. What about you? What did you do after graduating from high school? What else can I do? Follow my dream and work hard. Kenji curled his lips and said, Achung, you don't know, but now this kid can sleep with beautiful women every day. He's living a comfortable life. Nagashima-ruji said with his vague voice. Don't tell me you're really going to throw yourself into the male porn industry. Seito heard this and looked at Kenji with a strange face. Fart. Kenji curled his lips and said, "What do you mean by sleeping with beautiful women every day? It's just a prop chore in a small film company. Every day, the most I do is to make the bed, hand towels, and mix the white liquid with egg white. But when there's a shortage of people, I can play for free, but at most, it's just a hand hidden. I can't mess around and have to follow the director's instructions." "The kind that goes overseas?" Seito laughed strangely. "You know a lot about it. It seems you know a lot about the market at Tokyo University," Kenji said with a teasing face. "Ha ha." Then, the three of them laughed at the same time. Just like that, the three of them chatted casually until the sky outside began to turn dark. "Okay, it's getting late. I should go," Seito said as he looked at the sky outside. At the same time, he reached into his arms and took out a pack of craft paper from his thermal jacket and put it in Nagashima Ruji's hand. "Here's 80,000 yen. Although it's not much, it's the most I can give. Please forgive me. I know, you spent a lot on the university. I'll remember your kindness. When this matter is over, I'll immediately find a way to make money to pay you back," Nagashima Ruji said with a touched face. "Money is not urgent. Take your time." Seito shook his head and said, "You take care of yourself. I'm leaving." "Wait, I'll go with you. Let's go to the nearby izakaya for a drink," Kenji said as he picked up his jacket and put it on. Then he turned to look at Nagashima Ruji and continued, "Ruji, take care of yourself. I'll come to see you next time." You two go." Nagashima Ruji nodded. After Seito and Tanaka Kenji and Nagashima Ruji, they walked out of the ward and left the hospital together. They took the Honda car that Tanaka Kenji bought with a loan and drove to the izakaya he was familiar with. About 20 minutes later, the two of them arrived outside a very antique izakaya. The owner greeted them with a welcome and sat down at a small table. They ordered some pickled vegetables to go with the wine, picked up the poured sake, and slowly drank it while chatting and reminiscing. This drinking session lasted for several hours. It was only when it was almost 9 o'clock in the morning that the session ended. Then, the drunk Tanaka Kenji rushed to pay the bill and staggered out of the izakaya with the help of Seito. After stuffing Tanaka Kenji into his Honda car, Seito took the car key from Tanaka Kenji's pocket and sat in the driver's seat. He started the car in high spirits and drove Tanaka Kenji back home, according to his memory of him and the address he told him in a daze. Phew! Seito gently exhaled as he closed the door of Tanaka Kenji's house. He then took out his mobile phone from his pocket and dialed Karaki Mai's number from his contact list. "I'm Karaki Mai." Her voice came from the phone. "Where are you?" Seito asked. "At home," Karaki Mai replied. "Which home?" Seito asked. "My new home in Akakurino with my parents." Karaki Mai, who had guessed Seito's meaning, quickly replied. "Sai, it's rare that I want to spend time with you." Seito complained in a regretful tone. "I'm sorry. How about this? Tomorrow, I'll go to Raponji's house tomorrow. You can come over." Karaki Mai whispered like a thief. "Okay, it's a deal." Seito smiled. "Okay," Karaki Mai responded. After that, the two of them chatted casually for a while before ending the call. "It's not easy to come to the city. It's not my style to go back like this," Seito muttered to himself as he walked slowly along the road while looking for a new name from his contact list. "Hello, I'm Nagaso Masami." Soon, a new female voice came from the phone beside Seito's ear. "It's me, Seito. Do you have time now?" Seito asked with a smile. "Ah, sorry. I have to rush to an event later." Nagasawa Masami apologized. "Looks like I'm really unlucky today. Everyone has something to do." Seito was speechless. Nagasawa Masami paused for a second and said in a low voice, "I'm recording an entertainment program this time. It'll take about 3 to 4 hours. If you're not too busy, come find me then." "Is this an invitation to spend the night?" Seito raised his eyebrows and smiled. "It's fine if you don't want to come." Nagasawa Masami's tone was a little strange. "Okay, it's settled then. I'll be at your apartment on time." Seito could imagine Nagasawa Masami's expression on the other end of the phone. Then, He chatted with Nagasawa Masami for a while before hanging up the phone. 3 hours, huh? I'll take care of the environmental issue while I'm at it. Say Ito pressed a few numbers and dialed the number again. I'm Kobayashi. A slightly dignified female voice came from the phone. I'm Seito. Why are you looking for me? Seito said casually. Hello, Ito-sama. Instantly, Kobayashi's tone on the phone changed. She greeted him respectfully. Sir, are you free now? There are some things I would like to discuss with you. Location? Seito asked calmly. It's Kobayashi. You reported a location. Got it. Seito replied and hung up the phone. He then flagged down a taxi and drove to the location that Kobayashi told him about. Half an hour later, Seito arrived at the agreed location. It was a well-decorated clubhouse, and he walked in. Welcome. The waiter bowed and greeted him. Seito walked past the entrance, passed through the hall on the first floor, and went up the black spiral metal stairs to the second floor. He walked along the corridor that was sandwiched between the private rooms on both sides. Finally, he stood in front of a door with the golden number 2103 printed on it. He pushed the door open and walked in. Ito-sama. Seeing Ito say, push open the door and walk in, a dry-faced woman with short black hair, wearing a dark gray office suit with faint golden stripes on the surface, a pair of thin black silk stockings wrapped around his legs, a pair of black high-heel leather shoes, a pair of female gold-rimmed glasses, a dry-faced woman with a dry face, and a dry-faced woman with short black hair. Kobayashi hurriedly stood up from the sofa and greeted him. The world was unpredictable. Kobayashi would never have thought that the young man who was easily manipulated by the environmental department would grow to such an extent that even the environmental department could not shake him. She sighed. Chapter 1341. Why are you looking for me? He walked straight to the sofa opposite little Linyu and sat down. He raised his head to look at little Linyu, who had lowered his body and sat down after him. His legs were slightly crossed, and his back was straight as he put on a formal posture. You'll understand after you read it. Kobayashi half-turned her body and took out a file from her female briefcase. She placed it on the brown table in front of her and leaned forward to push it in front of Seito. Ito-sei reached out and took the scroll in front of him. He opened it and looked down. The first thing that caught his eye was the profile of a young man named Yamazaki Ryo. After flipping through the file, he saw a statement about Yamazaki Ryo. The content wasn't long, only a little more than 3 pages. With Seito's psychic energy, he quickly skimmed through it. At the same time, he roughly understood why Kobayashi came looking for him. Because in Ryo Yamazaki's confession page, he confessed that he obtained his ability from a game, and the game that gave him his ability was a virtual reality game that only the first batch of residents of Akakuruno City had access to. It was also at this time that Ito-sei understood the significance of Akakuruno City written in the column of Yamazaki Ryo's residence. He was a native, according to the agreement between Ito-sei and the Japanese royal family. Ever since he took over the official ruling power of Akakuruno City and became the lord, all registered residents of Akakuruno City would be governed by 2 sets of laws. One set was the normal Japanese constitution, which targeted all ordinary people. As long as they committed a crime, regardless of whether they were residents of Akakuruno City or not, they would be dealt with by the same set of laws. The other set was targeted at ability users within Akakuruno City. For them, if the outside world wanted to judge them, they had to notify the Special Person Administration of Akakuruno City and obtain permission. This was also a kind of protection for the special talents under Ito-sei's command in the future. I remember that I have already reached a specific agreement with Tsuchimikado Eugene. For this kind of thing, you just have to follow that agreement. Ito casually said as he threw the file back onto the table. Regarding this, I've already sent someone to contact the Special Person Administration in Akakuruno City. They're currently reviewing the case, and I believe it'll be over soon, Kobayashi replied. If that's the case, why are you still looking for me? Seito frowned. From the start, Seito really didn't like talking to Kobayashi. Although he didn't have any ill feelings towards her, he was still tricked by her in the past. However, it was impossible not to have dealings with certain people in the world, not to mention that she was originally the head of the second office in charge of managing special people and crimes committed by special people in Japan. In terms of business, she was a department that they often had dealings with. Therefore, Seito had to be a little patient when talking to Kobayashi-yu. I'm here to discuss the game that Yamazaki Ryo mentioned. Kobayashi-yu said with a smile. What? Is the Ministry of the Environment interested? Seito raised his eyebrows and asked with a cold smile, if that's the case, don't you think that a mere office head like you isn't qualified to talk to me about this? Regarding this kind of game that allows people to develop abilities, the Ministry of the Environment naturally has some ideas. However, just as you said, I'm not qualified to talk to you about this kind of thing. That should be the responsibility of the head of the staff of the Ministry of the Environment. Kobayashi-yu smiled without changing her expression. Seito narrowed his eyes slightly. He didn't understand Kobayashi-yu's intentions. What I want to discuss with you is very simple. I hope that you can restrain the audience of the game a little, so that they don't run amok outside because of the sudden power they have. After all, although the existence of metahumans was exposed to the world because of the monster tide more than half a year ago, most of the people living in Japan are still ordinary people. If they act too recklessly, it is very likely that it will cause the relationship between ordinary people and us metahumans to be polarized. It might even cause social unrest. Kobe said in a respectful tone as she bowed and saluted. Itose quietly looked at Kobayashi-yu, who was bowing to him, and nodded. I know. I will restrain them. Thank you very much for your understanding, sir. Kobayashi-yu heaved a sigh of relief and thanked him. Obviously, under Ito's silent gaze, she couldn't help but feel an invisible pressure. Then, Kobayashi-yu got up and walked to the side. She reached out and pressed the electronic bell on the wall used to call the waiter. Click! About 10 seconds after the electronic bell was pressed, a male waiter pushed the door open and walked into the room. Bring the things up, Kobayashi-yu ordered. Please wait a moment. The waiter bowed and immediately left the room. It wasn't until 2 to 3 minutes later that he returned with a tray full of things in his hand. He walked to the short table and squatted down, putting down the nuts, vegetables, and wine on the tray. Please enjoy your meal, said the waiter as he stood up. Then, he left the room once again. Here's to you. Kobayashi-yu picked up one of the wine glasses and handed it to Seito. You're welcome. Ito Mori also picked up a wine cup and clinked it against Kobayashi-yu's. Ding, he said softly. Kobayashi-yu didn't say much. She raised her head and finished the wine in the glass. Sir, please enjoy. I still have some business to attend to. Please allow me to take my leave first. Kobayashi-yu put the wine glass back on the table and grabbed the female briefcase beside her as she stood up and said, Oh, do you think it's fun to drink alone here? Seito chuckled and said indifferently, Sir, don't worry. There will soon be someone to take over my position and accompany you to your heart's content. Kobayashi smiled. Sure enough, as soon as she finished speaking, there was a light knock on the door. 3 young women dressed in flowery clothes walked in through the door that Kobayashi had just opened. They were usually very pretty, but they gave off a seductive vibe as they walked in through the door that Kobayashi had opened. You've really thought it through. With just a glance, Seito could tell that these 3 women were the top public relations personnel from Ginza. Whether it was in terms of looks, temperament, or figure, they were all very good. Then, please excuse me. Kobayashi bowed again and said. Seito didn't say anything this time and watched Kobayashi leave the room. After Kobayashi left, the 3 women who had been suppressed by Kobayashi's invisible aura all let out a sigh of relief. With smiles on their faces, they turned around and walked to Seito's side. They used their strength and capital to drink with Seito. Seito, who didn't know how to spend the rest of his time, didn't refuse. He happily drank with the 3 top Ginza hostesses until it was late at night a few hours later. During this time, Seito's hands naturally took advantage of their bodies. teasing them to the point that their eyes glowed. They couldn't wait to devour Seito. Outside the club, Seito hailed a taxi and sent the three hostesses away. "All right, I still have something to do. You can leave now. Then remember to patronize me next time," one of the hostesses said. "Me too." The remaining two hostesses quickly added, "Of course." Seito smiled. Then, as the taxi started moving, the three of them and the car disappeared from Seito's sight. Seito retracted his gaze and chuckled. He casually threw the business car that the hostess gave him into the small trash can beside the club's door. Then, without caring if there were any ordinary people around, he used the flying thunder god technique and disappeared. In the next second, he appeared outside Nagasawa Masami's apartment. Ding dong. Seito reached out and pressed the doorbell. Go bang. Because the doorbell of Nagasawa Masami's apartment was visible after 2 consecutive knocks, the closed door was pushed open from the inside. Then, Nagasawa Masami appeared in front of Seito. She was wearing casual gray home stretch pants and a matching long-sleeve top. She looked a little tired because she had just finished a job, but one could still see that she had touched up her makeup. Seeing this, Seito didn't say anything and immediately entered the apartment. Bang! The door closed again. There's the smell of women's perfume and alcohol. Did you just go to the club? Nagasawa Masami put her head close to Seito and sniffed with a frown. No, I just had a discussion with the people from the Ministry of Environment. The other party's supervisor found a hostess in Ginza for fun. As soon as I saw that it was about time, I immediately rushed over. Seito took off his shoes and walked into the room. And even if you really went there, it doesn't seem to be a big deal. Isn't it normal for men to go there? Then, Seito asked with some surprise. If it's for business, it's naturally no problem. But if he goes there on a normal day, I don't want to know this kind of man. Nagasawa Masami replied casually. Understood, but you don't have to worry about this. With you guys here, I have no interest in going to the club to fool around with those women. Seito stuck his head out and kissed Nagasawa Masami's face. Nagasawa Masami rolled her eyes at Seito and turned to walk into the room. While looking for the men's clothes that Seito bought when he went shopping with her, or the clothes that Seito left here, she said loudly, "Hurry up and take a shower. You stink of alcohol." Got it. Seito smiled and walked into Nagasawa Masami's bathroom. Ignoring the black lace underwear that had just been washed, he took off his clothes and turned on the tap to wash them. Clack! With a soft sound, Nagasawa Masami pushed the door open and walked into the bathroom. She put a few clean clothes in the closet and said, "I'll put the clothes here." Chapter 1342. Cluck! With a soft sound, Seito walked out of the bathroom in a white bathrobe. He walked behind Nagasawa Masami, who was busy in the kitchen, wrapped his arms around her waist, and rested his chin on her shoulder. "Did you make this for me?" Seito asked softly as he looked at the food in the pan in front of Nagasawa Masami. "Yes," Nagasawa Masami replied softly as she leaned on Seito's chest, using his body as support. "I didn't expect you to be so virtuous." Seito smiled. "Don't forget, my tinka always gets full marks." Nagasawa Masami grinned. Then, she used a pair of long chopsticks to pick up a piece of food from the pan and brought it to Seito's mouth. Seito did not hesitate and took a bite. "It tastes good," Seito praised as he swallowed the food under Nagasawa Masami's nervous gaze. "Go sit over there and wait," Nagasawa Masami said as she nodded with satisfaction. "Okay." Seito agreed and let go of Nagasawa Masami's waist. He turned around and left the kitchen. He returned to the living room and sat on the sofa. At the same time, he took the remote control and pressed it on the TV. Because it was late at night, except for a few channels that were showing normal TV dramas, most of the channels were showing late-night variety shows. There were even 1 or 2 paid channels that were showing serious adult films. In the end, Idose locked the channel to a TV station that was broadcasting a funny variety show called God's Tongue and watched it. "You like to watch these kind of shows?" Nagasawa Masami asked in surprise as she walked out of the kitchen with 2 plates in her hands. "What's wrong?" Seito tilted his head slightly and asked. "I thought special people like you wouldn't be interested in the lives of ordinary people like us." Nagasawa Masami knelt beside the table. Nagasawa Masami replied as she placed the plate on the coffee table. Seito nodded and said, "Special people are also human. Naturally, they have their own preferences. However, under normal circumstances, other than women, men, and alcohol, there aren't many special people who like to watch these things that are childish and boring in their eyes. Looks like I'm quite lucky to have met someone who looks like a human." Nagasawa Masami stood up and grinned, revealing a row of neat white teeth. "Indeed," Seito agreed with a smile. Nagasawa Masami returned to the kitchen with 2 small plates with only a little food on them. "Do you want some wine?" Nagasawa Masami, who had put down the food, asked with a smile. "Wine? Speaking of which, your interests are really strange. You actually like to collect all kinds of Japanese wine," Seito said as he looked at the various Japanese wines placed on a wine rack that looked like a handicraft not far away. "Those things are interesting, aren't they?" Nagasawa Masami, who had also turned to look at them, commented. "Forget it, I drank a lot today. Moreover, I don't have much interest in wine. Let's just leave it at that." Seito withdrew his gaze and shook his head. "Okay then." Nagasawa Masami nodded in agreement. Then she knelt beside the coffee table. While Seito slid down from the sofa and sat on the ground, she ate the food she had prepared while watching the variety show on TV. "Ha ha! Iharu is so funny." From time to time, Nagasawa Masami would put her chopsticks to her lips and stop, as she would laugh out loud. Obviously, she was also very interested in these things. Just like this, the two ended the simple night amidst the laughter brought by the variety show. Then, Seito watched TV alone in the living room for a while. Then he got up and turned off the TV and the living room lights. Then he followed Nagasawa Masami, who had just come out of the kitchen, and returned to her bedroom. They hugged each other as they lay down on the bed. "You're very honest today," Nagasawa Masami said as she playfully stroked Seito's chest with her finger. "What? Isn't it good to be honest? Don't tell me you want to do some exercise to aid digestion?" Seito chuckled as he placed his palm on Nagasawa Masami's bouncy. "But forget it. I'm very tired today. Let's do it tomorrow." Nagasawa Masami shifted her body to make herself more comfortable in Seito's arms. She closed her eyes and said softly, "It's not good if you understand. I promise that I'll accompany her tomorrow." Seito said softly as he hugged Nagasawa Masami's body tightly. "But find a time for Christmas Eve or Christmas Eve. I'll spend it with you." The reason why he said it so bluntly was because Nagasawa Masami already knew that he had a relationship with Kuraki Mai. Moreover, Nagasawa Masami herself didn't care too much about it. Or perhaps she had some thoughts about it. Therefore, Seito didn't have any intention to hide it. "I can't do it on Christmas Eve. I have a big deal," Nagasawa Masami said. "Then let's do it on Christmas Eve the day after tomorrow," Seito said softly. Nagasawa Masami replied softly. Then, the two chatted softly for a while before they both closed their eyes and fell asleep. The next day, Seito and Nagasawa Masami slept until 10 o'clock in the morning before they both got out of bed. Then, Seito stayed at Nagasawa Masami's house until 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Only then did he part with Nagasawa Masami in a French kiss. He used Flying Thunder God Jutsu to rush to Kuraki Mai's villa in downtown Tokyo. He met up with Kuraki Mai, who had sneaked out of her parents' house in Akazurano. Then, the two of them used Seito's ability to have fun on the streets of Tokyo during winter. They also watched a Christmas 3D movie in the cinema. Then, they had a simple supper outside and returned to the apartment. After washing up, they crawled into bed naked. Seito knew what to do at this time. He rolled over and pressed down on Kuraki Mai's soft body. He lowered his head and kissed her lips. While their tongues intertwined, his hands diligently groped Kuraki Mai's body. Very quickly, Kuraki Mai entered a state of passion and was ready for the nth time of impact. Ito gently pushed Kuraki Mai's legs apart with his legs. Then, he lowered his body slightly and completely pressed down on Kuraki Mai's body. Kuraki Mai instinctively let out a low moan when she felt something strange. Ito lowered his body and opened his mouth to kiss Kuraki Mai's lips. His body moved rhythmically. Not long after, the faint creaking sound of the bed and Kuraki Mai's melodious moans echoed in the warm room. At the same time, the smell of Kuraki Mai's body wash, shampoo, and even some disinfectant filled the room. After a long time, Kuraki Mai, who cooperated with Ito to complete a variety of difficult yoga movements, finally let out a loud and suppressed moan. Her body went limp in Ito's arms. Her eyes were slightly closed, and her face was flushed as she gasped for breath. Ito carried Kuraki Mai back to the messy bed and lay down on his side. His right hand gently stroked Kuraki Mai's smooth back, giving her spiritual and emotional comfort. After Kuraki Mai calmed down a little, Ito chatted with her about daily life to pass the time before bed. An hour later, they fell asleep in each other's arms. The next day, December 24th, Christmas Eve, Ito, who had stayed with Kuraki Mai for most of the day, kissed her goodbye and returned to Nagasawa Masami's apartment to spend the annual Western Christmas Eve with her. This time, the two naturally had a crazy battle. Nagasawa Masami almost couldn't get out of bed to participate in the recording of the advertisement. Fortunately, Ito used the yin-yang method to restore her body, so she didn't miss the recording. Then it was December 25th, Christmas Day. This time, because Kuraki Mai had to stay at home with her parents and Nagasawa Masami also had to rush to the recording, Ito returned to his home in the Burrow Shrine. He summoned Mayo, Yi, and Yuan to spend the Christmas day as a quartet. Then it was December 26th, 27th, 29th, 30th, and the last day of 2015, December 31st. On this day, Ito summoned his mother Eriko, eldest sister Suzu Ito, second sister Reina Ito, Yi, Mayo, Yomi Kanzan, Tsutomu Kagura, Yuri Banria, Shoki Inkena, and Manyoshi Furuta to the main world. He summoned them to the main world and changed into the Kagura and Miko uniforms. For the first time, they formally performed the contract restoration ceremony together, probably because they didn't expect the Ito shrine to hold such a large-scale ceremony. The visitors who suddenly saw the changes in the shrine all stayed in the shrine and watched the formal New Year's ceremony that only the ISC Grand Shrine and Izumo Shrine would hold. Ding-ling-ling. At this time, a series of crisp copper bells rang out. Rin Ito, Reina Ito, Yi, Mayo, Tsuyama, Tokamiya Kagura, Tokamiya Yuri, Kiwin Tona, and Tokamiya Furuta walked out from the two sides of the shrine in two rows. They moved to the bottom of the red torii and then walked along the bluestone path to the main hall of the shrine. Of course, the march here referred to the Miko's march during the ceremony. They looked solemn as they waved their arms in a special way, rang the copper bells, waved the coin sails, and swayed the gold, silver, and mulberry in their hands. Then, after they walked into the main hall, Ito walked out in his white Kagura robe. He held a jade tablet in his hand and walked slowly into the shrine. Under the watchful eyes of the Miko on both sides, he walked to the altar where the gods were worshipped and began the contract restoration ceremony. Chapter 1343. P.S. Thank you to Light of Dark Flame for your precious monthly votes. Thank you to Halcyon and 909040591 for your tips. The so-called contract restoration referred to a large-scale ritual to eliminate disasters and pray for better conditions next year. It was a large-scale contract restoration. It was mainly aimed at cities, regions, and even countries. For example, ISC Grand Shrine's contract restoration was aimed at the entire island of Japan. Of course, the Miko who could participate in this ritual must have the so-called pure body, because only the pure Miko had the purest spiritual power and could complete the contract restoration. However, this referred to the general situation. Seito's women were not in this category. Not to mention that their bodies and power were extremely pure under the transformation of the Rubik's Cube. Their current strength had reached the point where they needed to maintain their pure bodies to increase their spiritual power. Not to mention, there was also Miko Yuan, who had the talent of contract restoration among them, so they didn't care about those requirements. Moreover, Seito's contract restoration this time didn't need to involve the entire Japan like Ayase Grand Shrine or Izumo Taisha. It was fine as long as it could eliminate the disaster that shrouded Akakurino City. In the main hall, Seito began to complete his final work according to the contract restoration ritual, praying. Seito shook his priest robe, held the jade book in his hand, and chanted loudly. During this process, Suzu Ito, Ito Reina, Kanyama Yomi, Tsutomaya Kagura, Yiyi, Meo, Kuinhuina, Yuri Banria, and Tatsukariku all knelt on the ground with solemn expressions and chanted witchcraft incantations in a low voice. A strange psionic energy slowly spread out from the bodies of Suzu Ito and the other witches. Together with the powerful spiritual energy emitted from Sei Ito's body, under the guidance of the prayer text, it transformed into a beam of spiritual light that ordinary people couldn't see at all as it shot up from the center of the shrine. It shot through the roof of the shrine and into the air, and then fiercely exploded, forming a rapidly expanding spiritual cloud that quickly enveloped the entire sky above Akakurino City. It came into contact with the black miasma that originally existed above the city and rose from the ground due to the influence of the contract severing ceremony, purifying it completely. This situation lasted for more than half an hour before it stopped, and everything returned to normal. Phew! Seito exhaled softly after the ceremony ended. He straightened up. He turned to look at Suzu Ito and the others in the hall and smiled. It's done. Phew! I'm so tired. Ito Rita's body went limp, and he sat on the ground, panting. I was so nervous. This is the first time I've done such a contract-severing ceremony. Tsutomu Kagura, whose body also went limp, relaxed. That was indeed the case. Although the Tsutomu clan was the leading clan of Onmyoges in the world of spirit eaters. They were a famous clan that had been passed down for thousands of years. However, their main job had always been to exorcise demons. As for large-scale ceremonies, other than the ones related to barriers and the Stone of Slaughter, they never had much contact with them. They had always been carried out in secret by their main clan, the Tsutomu clan, who hid in the shadows. Well done. Yomi smiled as he reached out and ruffled Tsutomu Kagura's hair. My hair is going to be messy. Tsutomu Kagura, who was holding her head with both hands, shouted in dissatisfaction. Thank you for your hard work. Hina, Yuri Hikaru. Seito turned to look at the two sisters, Tsutomu Kagura, and spoke. It's nothing. It's all normal work, Tsutomu Kagura replied casually. Yep. Yuri Banria nodded in agreement. So the king already has so many women. Tsutomu Kagura, who didn't take the ceremony seriously, turned to look at Suzu Ito and the others in the main hall and muttered in a low voice. Kagura! Yuri Banria, who was sitting next to Tsutomu Kagura, blushed when she heard this, and quickly shouted with the dignity of an older sister. Yes, yes. Tsutomu Kagura replied indifferently, then put her head close to Yuri Banria's ear and whispered, but older sister has to work hard. Otherwise, you won't be able to capture the king's heart. No, don't talk nonsense. Yuri Banria secretly glanced at Seito with a panicked expression and reprimanded in a low voice. It's a pity that our family doesn't worship the Amaterasu Omikami. Otherwise, we would be able to see you all perform the Amaterasu Ashito dance, Seito said regretfully as he turned to look at the four gods enshrined in the main hall. Does the king want to see it? Huina can dance for the king now. Qingqiu Courtyard Huina said. If younger brother wants to see it, older sister can also dance for you once, Suzu Ito said. Although I don't know how to dance that, I will try my best to learn from older sister, and then dance for Ah-chung to see, Yi quickly said. I could do it too. Yuri Banria's face turned red, lowered her head, and whispered, Isn't the ceremony finished? Why are you still sitting here? At this time, Eriko, who has been responsible for maintaining the order of the visitors, walked into the main hall from the door and looked at Sei Ito and the others. Oh, I'll go out now, Sei Ito replied casually. Then, he walked out of the main hall with everyone and returned to the backyard to change out of his ceremonial attire. King, please send Tsutomu Kagura back. There is still work to be done. After returning to the backyard, Wanli Furu stopped Sei Ito, who was about to return to his room to take off his priest robe, and said, Oh, by the way, your world should also start preparing for the contract removal at this time. Sei Ito, who stopped walking, suddenly realized. Yes, Yuri Banrio whispered. Is Huina going back with us? Sei Ito looked at Huina, who was at the side of Qingqiu Courtyard, and asked. Although Huina doesn't want to go, the old ladies at home will definitely miss Huina to death, so there's no other way. Qingqiu Courtyard's Huina complained heartlessly. Okay then. Sei Ito nodded and said, Originally, I wanted to take you around this world and have some fun, but since that's the case, I'll have to wait for the next time. Really? Well said, my king. Qingqiu Courtyard's Huina's eyes lit up, and she quickly said, On the side, Yuri Banria also looked at Sei Ito's face, and his eyes flashed with a praying expression. Well, it's a deal. Sei Ito smiled. My king, bring little Guang next time. Wanli Furu interjected. Okay. Sei Ito also smiled and agreed. Later, Sei Ito thought and sent Qingqiu Courtyard's Huina, Yuri Banria, and Wanli Furu back to the god-murdering continent in the Rubik's Cube world. They were in the spiritual mountain where Miko Yuan held the contract removal ceremony. Next, Sei Ito and others, who had changed their clothes, were busy in the shrine for a while and sent away the remaining visitors. Only then did they leave the shrine under the gaze of Eriko, who voluntarily stayed in the shrine, and drove into downtown Tokyo. At the end of the year, they strolled around the streets of Tokyo, and the weather was good. Light snow floated in the sky, adding a white coat to the streets and the buildings on both sides, adding a bit of scenery. However, although Yi and Mayo weren't as enthusiastic about shopping as ordinary women, Suzu Ito and Rita Ito were pure female representatives. Therefore, under the lead of the two of them, Yomi and Tsutomu Kagura, who also had a lot of shopping interests, also joined in. As a result, Mayo and Yi also became shaken and finally joined in the shopping craze with several others. As a result, Sei Ito suffered. Although his physical strength was far better than ordinary people, and he could even fight with people for a day and a half, accompanying women to go shopping was a max-level task. Therefore, Ito Sei, who was completely turned into a laborer, quickly became depressed. He could only watch the 6 women who were immersed in the shopping ignored him, silently exuding a desolate aura alone. Fortunately, Yi was considerate. While buying things that she liked, she didn't forget to buy Sei Ito some New Year's gifts. This made Sei Ito's mood become full again, and he threw his previous resentment to the back of his mind. 2 or 3 hours later, the group finished shopping in a good mood and drove back to the shrine. They accompanied their mother Eriko at home to watch the New Year's programs on TV, such as a certain Red and White Song Festival or a certain Yokohama National University's New Year's Eve concert, and so on. The night passed in the blink of an eye amidst the beautiful singing and interesting TV programs. The next day, Sei Ito's family, as the shrine's family, got up early from their beds, changed into their priest and shaman outfits, and went to the shrine in the front yard to begin the annual ritual of opening the shrine. Eriko, Suzu Ito, Reina Ito, and Sei Ito were very familiar with this ritual, and this time, they had Mayo, Yi, Yomi Kanyama, and Kagura Tsutomu's assistants. So this ritual, which used to take about 20 minutes to complete, only took a little more than 10 minutes to complete. They were ready to welcome the coming wave of New Year's worshippers. Tombin gives Sei Ito much time to rest. Soon, the first wave of worshippers arrived at the shrine along the mountain path, passed through the torii, and entered the shrine. They went straight to the large copper bell and donation box placed on the left side of the main hall. They threw 100 yen coin into the box, clapped their hands 3 times, and bowed their heads to pray. Then, they opened their eyes and went forward again, and together with their companions, they grabbed the thick rope and pulled hard. Clang, clang, clang. The copper bell made a crisp sound. This sound was like a signal to start, and then the bell didn't stop ringing. Every 10 seconds, half a minute, and no more than 2 minutes, the bell would ring in everyone's ears. It was obvious that the Ito shrine had a lot of visitors today. This situation lasted until about 10:30 in the morning, when it finally calmed down. Then I'll go first. Suzu Ito, who had taken off her shaman outfit and changed into a modern outfit, said as she put on her shoes at the entrance. Be careful on the road, Eriko reminded her. Okay, Suzu Ito responded without turning her head. She was dressed like this because she was going to attend a friend's party, because last night, one of her former friends called Suzu Ito and invited her to their New Year's party. Reina, are you going to the family's party with me, or are you staying at home? Eriko, who was changing her clothes, asked. Let's go to the family's party. Otherwise, it would be too embarrassing for Mother to go alone. Reina Ito thought for a moment, then stood up and walked in her room to change into her usual clothes. Haha, Eriko chuckled upon hearing this. At this time, Tsumaya Kagura found Sei Ito, who had just finished changing his clothes and came out of his room and said, Brother Sei, send me back. Okay. Sei Ito nodded in understanding, thinking that the Tsutamaya clan probably needed her presence as the head of the family. Just as Sei Ito was about to send Tsumaya Kagura back, Kitsuyama Yomi hurriedly walked over and said, Wait, send me back as well. Okay. Sei Ito nodded and sent Tsutamaya Kagura and Kitsuyama Yomi back to the Tsutamaya clan's residence in the spirit-eating continent in the Rubik's Cube world. Whoosh, accompanied by the sound of the door opening, Eriko, who was dressed like a housewife, walked out of her room. Mother, Sei Ito was puzzled. I'm going to the family's party. Eriko smiled. Oh, Sei Ito nodded casually without saying anything. Sei Ito, who had never seen his relatives in the Ito family, didn't have much feelings for them. It was completely unlike his feelings for his paternal relatives because of his soul's origin. Eriko, who could tell from her son's expression what kind of attitude he had, didn't say anything. After all, it wasn't a big deal, and it didn't matter if he had to go to this party, so she directly went to the side and waited for Reina Ito. 2 minutes later, Reina Ito, who was dressed in a delicate and charming manner, walked out of her room. We're leaving, Eriko said. Be careful on the way back, Sei Ito, who was standing at the door and watching Eriko and Reina Ito leave, reminded them. Change your clothes. We're going down the mountain to participate in a New Year's festival. After Eriko and Reina Ito had completely disappeared, Sei Ito turned and went into the house to find Shinya and Yi. Regarding this proposal, the two naturally had no objections. They took off their clothes in front of Sei Ito, took the kimono from Sei Ito, and changed into it. Let's go, Sei Ito said. Then the three of them left the house to Little Raimu and the combat made to look after. They left the house and walked along the mountain road to the city at the foot of the mountain. The streets were filled with the spirit of the new year, and the commercial streets were full of activities. They strolled around the streets, buying various small foods sold by the street stalls and interesting games that only appeared at temple fairs and festivals. For example, fishing for goldfish, cotton balls, hoop rings, and so on. Leisurely time always passed very quickly. Unknowingly, a day had passed quietly. Then Eriko, Suzu Ito, Reina Ito, Yi, and Shinya stayed in the Origin world for 3 days, and then returned to the Rubik's Cube world one after another. Then, Sei Ito stayed in the Origin world for 3 more days. On January 7th, he once again entered the Origin world through the semi-plane and embarked on a journey to another world. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.